notice is both decks want to flood the board. Warrior does it with N'Zoth when you play it at the end. And the Shaman does it just over and over again with lots of totems and buffing those up. Looks like we are going to use both Fiery War Axe, or all three, Fiery War Axe, Revenge, and the Ravaging Ghoul. So Warrior might be kind of running out of a lot of options here as his hand size goes down.
The other option was to slam the Totem Golem first, get the draw out of that, and then use your board wipes, which I think Fiery War Axe is a good card, but if you could get an extra draw when you're playing Warrior, that's always beneficial.
I don't really see the reason behind saving the slam. I mean, maybe you're setting up for an execute later on. You still got Shield Slam, so lots of removal, a few options here for Game King, but that does set up for Harrison getting a little bit more value.
Yeah, gets the card draw. It has got Barnes in hand as well. Trying to think of anything good that's actually going to hit. There's no things from below. It's Tunnel Drog.
That's
and
not bad.
with his Feral Spirit in hand, he can actually activate that next turn. We'll be able to, won't be able to take it out that Ravaging Ghoul just quite yet because he hasn't got the spell power for the Spirit Claws. But
there's that Gore Howl.
Yeah, that's
so
big. That's really
Harrison
big.
Jones came out one turn too early, guys. Not a thing in the world to deal with the Gore Howl, which will be able to punch through pretty much everything remaining in that mid-range Shaman deck. Even if Thunderbluff Valiant comes out next turn, that's going to die to it as well. So not a lot that this Warrior is not prepared for.
And because he's got Tank Up as well, you know, just got True Heart bonus on that hero power. Any damage he takes is really mitigated by him just hero powering up next turn. He'll be able to clear out both the Tunnel Trog and that thing from below, tanks himself up, and just regains a bunch of extra armor. Totemic Call coming out here from Game King. Healing Totem isn't huge. Gonna pop down that Feral Spirit as well. He can clear out the board. He's actually going to use the Lightning Storm to do it.
And I definitely agree with that because the Warrior, aside from maybe you save both of those to try to clear the board once N'Zoth comes down, maybe that would have actually been the play because he knows he's going up against N'Zoth, but now things start to get a little bit dicey because he's built up enough of a board to where the Sylvanas will get a decent amount of value.
The thing is, you know you haven't got any hexes left. You know you've only got those Lightning Storms. You use both your Maelstrom Portos as well. I guess Game King's just saying, look, if I don't win before N'Zoth comes down, I'm pretty scuppered anyway. There's not really much I can do.
I now know that that word is in fact a real word after learning about that yesterday.
I also know N'Zoth is how you pronounce it. So.
Hey, there you go. We're lots of learning going on here. Well, it appears as if maybe Egoist is about to, or rather Game King is about to learn about how to deal with this board. He unfortunately does not have Hex in his hand. If that, maybe, how do you really deal with this as Game King? Do you just try to flood the board with totems and hope that it steals one?
Yeah, I think that's your best play because if you are Egoist here, you can clear out, well, you can't actually clear out everything before that Sylvanas is going to die. I guess you could Shield Slam your own Sylvanas, but that's such a risky play at this point. He's going to pop the Feral Spirits down here, get another couple of Wolf Totems. And actually, that Sylvanas can't kill itself on anything just quite yet. Harrison Jones is the draw, so that's a definite play here. Extra 2 cards, gets rid of that Spirit Claws as well. You know that Game King's only got 1 card in hand. Harrison Jones is the obvious play here for Egoist.
Yep, great value, 2 off the Spirit Claws, and that's why you see pretty much everything. Oh my god, second Brawl. Good cards are
How
good, man.
to top deck, boys. Egoist grabs the ball off the top of the deck, and he will get himself a free healing totem out of it.
Yep, free board clear. Get over here. That's going to go over to Egoist, rather, who is just sitting in such a great spot. Almost nothing in this hand. If he plays Flame Tongue, it's just going to die immediately. There's almost nothing that the Warrior can't do at this point.
The fact that Egoist has N'Zoth in hand as well, he can even wait on that. He can play Ironforge Portal into Infested Torrent here. Just slow roll this game out, and then he gets a Dark Iron Dwarf out of it as well. Slow roll it out, play N'Zoth when he's got 1 or 2 cards left. I think he's playing at least Starseeker as well, which he hasn't drawn yet, so he's in such a good position. There's still a Thunderbluff Valiant in the deck for Game King, but he has 7 cards, so only 4 cards remaining for Egoist. So it's a long way away to start scaling up into anything that's going to threaten the board.
So still trying to figure out ways out for Game King. Pretty much drawing dead at this point.
There are no.
He's got 30 health. He's never taken damage this game.
You don't
and
need
yet
to take
somehow
damage
you're still losing. I love the Warrior class, Sona.
don't we all?
What a great way to win games.
The only way you win here, if you're Game King, is if somehow you fatigue out that warrior. But he's got Enzoth, like, before you fatigue him, he's going to kill you.
Well, and that's just it. Like, Enzoth, oh my God, you've got me doing it now. No. Okay, so the thing about N'Zoth is that it just means that you win eventually. Because, like, tell me more about decks that can not only...
Tell me more, like, did he have a deck? Yes, he drew a brawl off the top of his deck.
And he did.
And won.
Well, we'll see if he wins.
No, he's won. Like,
no, that's just an always safe caster thing to say.
Okay.
We'll see if he wins. Well, yeah, that's kind of that's the idea. That's what we're watching for.
Watching anything. Thunderbluff is in hand here for Game King, but he's definitely wondering how he's going to get out of this sticky situation. Not many ways out for him. He can clear the board if he hero powers into a spell power totem and then uses that lightning storm, but it doesn't really give him too much anyway, even if he is able to.
I think you thunder bluff and then see if you get spell power. If you do, then you go for it. If not, then you well, I guess okay, so he's just actually going to try to save up and make sure that he can get that spell power down.
Actually, it looks like he might not be playing Elise, unless Elise is literally the last card in his deck, which is possible here.
Well, we've seen several warrior decks, even like more, late game warrior oriented. We've seen early game decks like pirate warrior one time, and then there's still that wacky face warrior out there somewhere that still exists for some reason. But this time around, it does look like we're just going to see as much Thunderbluff value as possible. Out on the board. This is sort of the last hurrah for Game King. He's survived long enough.
Can you deal with this board?
To fill the board, gets a lot of value. This is it for the warrior, and I mean, we all know how strong N'Zoth is. It's going to be coming down here eventually, and I think that's just too much value.
Yeah, you just Dark Iron into the Totem Golem. You can clear out that Searing Golem as well. You can clear out the Tunnel Trog with 5e War Axe, or even with the Gorehowl. Like,
you don't even have to trade well.
No, you can trade any way you want here, and assuming you still have N'Zoth in hand, you just win. Egoist has this game under wraps. He won't be able to play Warrior again this matchup though, so now has to go over to his Shaman or his Druid deck, and we do still have Warrior and Paladin for Game King, so he's got a lot of options as to how he tries to deal with either that Shaman or Druid, which we have to assume are coming up next. Probably thinking more about how he plays out the next game than how this game's going to end.
And the way that this game is going to end is not with a bang, but rather with a whimper. It seems as the Shaman loses all of his cards on the board. Shield Slam even being used here with 11 armor to kill just about anything. Even Thaddeus would die to that. And now as the game draws on, it's even though the Warrior's out of cards, you may say, oh well, maybe there's a chance. Fatigue is out there. I'm like, well, no, you don't really fatigue with N'Zoth, because even if you don't have any cards, you just make your own by resummoning them, and then those cards resummon themselves again, and it's like, well, yeah, you're just going to have a pretty endless deck here.
So I think this is the turn you N'Zoth, and as soon as it comes down, I wouldn't be surprised if Game King just says, okay, yeah, well played, good job. Here it comes, boys.
All right.
Clear out the Azure Drake.
Hope you guys like old gods, because even though there's not that many death rattles, they're the ones that count.
I guess he has got rid of the Cairn, and he has Rag in hand. No more hexes, of course.
Where's that elemental destruction, man? That's the way you come back.
I'm trying to think what else he'll have. So he'll probably only be running one fire elemental. He's used both his things below, both his thunder bluffs.
He's used both Rag. Of his hexes. So.
Both of his hexes, both of his lightning storms, both of his Maelstrom Portal. So his
there's just actually not that much left. I mean, Ragnaros is a good card. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to come back, especially with the danger of having that Sylvanas on board.
Yeah. Fatigue damage is going to start ticking away here on Egoist.
I mean, when you gain 4 health back a turn from tank up. Like,
yes.
Fatigue damage. It's like that annoying fly that just like keeps buzzing around your head.
And you've got Bash as well to get a little bit more armor under your belt.
If you get down low enough, then Revenge is just going to clear the board. So. What a time. Okay, well, he might actually just use Revenge right now.
You can use Revenge. I think he's still got Gorehowl available, so just trade effectively here. Go to face with your 7 remaining damage on board. Get him down to 15. And unless this Rag is incredibly fortunate, he's out of cards now as well after drawing his last Spirit Claws.
Well, he does have a way to activate the Spirit Claws with the Azure Drake.
Yeah, but you don't want to draw into Fatigue.
Certainly do not. All right, here we go. Go straight into the Sylvanas and steal itself. Okay, well, not the worst. In fact, I guess that was the best option. Taking out N'Zoth.
But you just trade Sylvanas into Rag and take the Rag. This game. Like, there's no way of winning here for Game King.
GG. Congratulations to Egoist for taking game number 1. But it is a best of 5, and that means that we do have a little bit more work left ahead of us for Egoist before he makes it out. And for Azerbaijan, I was trying to take a look at where different countries placed in overall against the, in the 3 esports that we have here. And I did not see them make it out of groups in either Counter-Strike or League of Legends. So
he's the last hope.
He is the last hope, but it's a pretty good hope, man. He's in the grand finals,
1-0
up 1 game.
Up,
and I mean, maybe you're playing against a player like Game King, who does have a lot of experience, not just you know, familial experience, getting maybe a few tips from his brother along the way, but also Europe, a very strong Heartstone region in general, very strong players. Even when you see guys like RDU go like 1-4 against the eventual winner of, I think it was
Pavel.
Yeah, it was Pavel that just beat him. I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
So I mean, RDU's a pretty good player, guys. So very competitive region. And for Azerbaijan, not a region that at least I am very familiar with when it comes to Hearthstone. So nice to see a representation.
Definitely. And now he's going to be switching over to one of his other decks, of course. Has Shaman and Druid left. Haven't actually seen him play that much throughout this tournament. We assume it's Malagos Druid. It could, of course, be the token, but haven't been seeing that as much on the newest patch as we've been seeing that Malagos Druid.
Yeah, Token Druid, I mean, it's coming back in the sense that it's still pretty cool.
Yeah.
Then you find that one deck that puts Whispers of the Old Gods in it, and you're like really all in on the tokens. Don't do that, guys. Don't try it at home.
I'll do it, man. That's 14
I mean, I've lost to that deck
board.
before,
Like
but that doesn't mean it's a good
slam.
tournament deck. I'm just saying, some options out there, but most likely not going to be the Token Druid. We'll see what he actually chooses here as we get a view of Game King, the Austrian representative, on your screen right now. See what he has to pull out next to hopefully come back. And yesterday we actually saw in the semifinals some great performances by the Korean player Urgot, who didn't quite make it through, but had the ability to come back from early deficits, which is definitely what both of these players will have to do.
And I think if you're Game King here, you can just stick on that Shaman deck. You know, mid-range Shaman's still incredibly powerful, still very strong in towards the Druid, in towards the mid-range Shaman probably coming out from Azerbaijan as well. You know, Shaman into Shaman matchups is something we've seen a huge amount both on ladder and in tournaments over the last couple of weeks. And I think Shaman's probably the best way of dealing with Shaman. I know that sounds a little bit odd. You can also use Control Warrior, but I feel that Game King was a little bit unlucky with his early game there, not to be able to get the board state down.
Right, it is going to be kind of that last hero standing, so not going to be able to use that Shaman anymore. He's already checked off a win with that.
No, he lost with Shaman.
That's true. Wait, okay, I was explaining the opposite format than the one I was talking to, the one where you can't use the class if you lose with it, which nobody plays. All right, we're going to move on to more success and greatness here at the World Championship Hearthstone casting desk.
Yeah.
That's basically the only thing we know how to do here.
Success and greatness.
That's actually our middle names. We were going to go with like caster names, but instead, I mean, that sounds pretty good
greatness, Melton.
I'm going to belay that order, Captain Sona.
Well, we are actually sponsored by a few different sponsors while we're here at IESF. I think you've got a little announcement in front
that
of you.
That is very true. There is a lot going on here at the venue, and if you guys like keeping up with esports and want to have the ability to share your own predictions with your friends and everybody else, you can download the official app of the 2016 World Championships here in Jakarta, Indonesia. It's kek.tv. If you want to sound that out yourself, yeah, you can go for it. It lets you keep up with all the matches, not only here at IESF, but also at any international tournament. You can set alarms, you can set timers, reminders, anything you want, and that's a great way, like we said earlier, to keep up with all the esports here. It's kek.tv. We want to recommend that to you guys and hope that you will take advantage of the ability to keep up with every esport everywhere.
Great fun all around. I think we are about to get into spec to watch these guys play against each other in the second game. Best of 5 could of course be a 3-0. We have seen those before this tournament. a lot of the sort of semi-finals and quarterfinals we saw were a lot closer, especially games with Game King in. I think a lot of it is the deck picks as well, because you've got quite a few counters and quite a few people are changing their decks throughout this tournament, which is illegal in this format, to counteract specific decks, but it makes them weaker and weaker against certain other decks as well.
It is legal in this format.
Yeah.
It sounded like you said illegal.
Oh, sorry.
Like, no,
it is legal.
definitely legal.
You're allowed to change your decks between matches.
Yep.
Not in game, but between matches.
You play your match, and then
Your
after
best of 3 or best of 5.
play your best of 3, your series, and then after that game, you say, hey, well, I'm not seeing a lot of this deck type at the tournament, so I'm going to take that out, change it up, and then of course you all declare your classes, ban your class, and then move on to the game, which it looks like we are doing here. As you can see, Azerbaijan and Austria both out there. 1 win on the board for Egoist's Warrior, and that means that there is still the Warrior out there for Austria, and it does look like they have yet to pick those.
Just gonna have to see how Game King decides to play up in towards this Azerbaijani Egoist. So had a very strong series, and actually I'm surprised to see this Priest ban. It's not something we commonly see these days. Priest
Really,
been very out of meta for a long time.
Yeah, and the only version of Priest that I've seen, at least popularized is like that new sort of revive Priest, where you just take, you kill off like one very strong minion, something like a, I don't know, I'm drawing a blank right here. You kill off one strong minion, then you revive it like 8 times in a row, and just like, okay, well, I mean, there's some value there, right?
Yes.
But not value we'll be seeing because the deck's
Black
been
Priest.
banned.
We're talking about Black Priest.
That's very true.
So it's going to be Egoist on the Malagos Druid, or it's probably going to be Malagos Druid with Arcane Giants and Azure Drakes, and Game King playing.
Now we're back to us.
Yeah, Game King looks to be playing the Warrior himself. I'm not sure why we've come back to us, because we are actually into game.
And now we've come back to the game.
Thank goodness for that. I can put my leg back up on the table.
All right, yeah, I was going to say, you were in danger zone right there.
I did not expect them to come back to us in the middle of it. I like to get comfortable when I cast.
I mean, I hope both of these players are comfortable, because
They
maybe
look it in those great boots.
they certainly do. They've got their DX Racer chairs just chilling out in them, right behind their LG monitors. I don't know who made the booth, but if I did, I'd plug them too. Well, anyway, game number 2 happening here. Azerbaijan being represented by Egoist. 1 game up against now a slightly different deck archetype. Now you sort of have to put the shoe on the other foot and feel what it's like to go up against a similar variety of warrior.
So here, Egoist looks like it's going to be playing straight up to Maya Keeper. Have to expect to get that extra mana crystal as well. Just start ramping up on this Druid as quickly as possible. Has the Azure Drake in hand, so next turn that is probably his play. Bash will clear out that Maya Keeper, and we're going to see Game King doing exactly what Egoist did in the last game. Clear that board, keep it as free from threat as possible, and just try and stop Egoist being able to ramp up into these late game powerhouse threats.
Right, and this is where Token Druid actually has a pretty good spot, because it's very difficult outside of lots of whirlwinds to clear the board out once you do empower it with things like Call of the Wild or Whispers of the Old Gods. But here we go, let's see what Barnes gives us. It is a N'Zoth.
Yeah, that's
That's like the oldest god. That god's like laying on his deathbed and he's like, please don't summon me as a 1/1.
Or he's just a baby N'Zoth.
Oh, it could be a baby N'Zoth.
Hello.
Oh, he's so cute. He's gonna grow up to usher in 1,000 years of darkness. Aww.
N'Zoth always, to me, reminds me of Cthulhu. Is it Cthulhu? Is that how you pronounce it?
Cthulhu, yeah.
That's the one.
I mean, that's what all the old gods are
Yes.
modeled after. It's actually really interesting to go back and read the Illuminati lore on the old gods of Cthulhu, because when you look into the way that World of Warcraft did it, when all of these bosses were basically raid bosses there, you got to see some cool stuff go on, very similar to the cool stuff.
Yeah, perfect execute draw once again
Wow.
here for Game King. If he wants to clear out that Ancient of War, just to be able to get rid of it, gets it off the board, makes it very easy for him to get some pressure down.
Turns out baby N'Zoth is pretty valuable after all.
Powerful,
They grow up
man.
so fast. able to get the execute down on that Ancient of War, take it out. Now, you know, board actually has stuff on it. This is not something you expect versus a control warrior, usually good at keeping that pretty clear. One thing about the low pressure from this control warrior means that we might actually get into a situation where you get optimal value from the very low cost spells once you drop the Malagos at the end. So this could get pretty scary if things get out of control.
He's got gadgets down in hand as well if he wants to start trying to cycle. Moonfire would do 2 damage, of course, because of the spell power coming out from that Azure Drake. But if I were him, I'd probably wrap the Barnes and then take out the Acolyte of Pain myself, just to clear the board a little bit more. Yeah, there we are. Azure Drake is Acolyte of Pain. Power up and just go straight to face with that. Get rid of that armor that Game is trying to get himself building up.
Yep, take it off and make sure that there's not a super easy way to get those shield slams valuing it out. But drawing cards is a good skill to have. Everybody can do it, but not everyone can do it well.
Apparently Warrior today is just like card draw after card draw. That Brawl perfect in the first game that we saw from Egoist, now Game King. Top decking the perfect answer to that Azure Drake.
Yep, top decking and reckon. He's going to draw a card, maybe 1 mana crystal too late to have a perfect curve with Karen in it, but still able to completely control the board. Yeah. At least, though, you can say that Game King is not under, or that Egoist is not under any pressure, really. Just able to save that Moonfire, save any wild or twisting roots that he draws. I don't think there's any pressure that he has to deal with immediately.
So one of the great things for Game King with the Warrior into Druid matchup is you know you're never going to have your cards hexed, or if you put a Death Rattle down, you know it's always going to connect with a Death Rattle, unless it gets stolen away or something like that.
Right.
So you've always got the Death Rattle coming back from the Inzoth, and actually,
okay, he does run
Yogg deck in this Druid, yeah.
Good Yogg or a bad Yogg? I guess we're about to find out.
Every Yogg is a great Yogg. It's sitting on 6 spells at the moment. Will be 7 with this Raven Idol coming out as well. Probably going to take Starfire.
Wisps of the Old Gods.
No one's going to take Wisps of the Old Gods, okay?
But it's such a cool card.
You take Starfire, you take the draw.
Oh my god.
You've got Living Roots in hand as well if you want to start working your way through that cairn, but...
Disappointed! Fucking love that card. It's actually not a card you see that often, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see. Now here comes just a card. This is where things get super comfortable for Game King. He's chilling out on 4 extra armor per turn.
Yeah, tanking up is just so powerful. You've got the option of Yogg here. I think you wait. Early Yoggs can spell Doom for both your motivation and for the game, and he's got enough in hand to start answering out this board state coming out from Game King, so it doesn't need to be too worried at the moment.
So what's the play here? I mean, you can Starfire just to clear out at least the first version of that Cairn. Bring out Bane if that's, but you're not really getting any value at least at that point. So maybe Yogg is the option.
Here we go, boys. YOLO Yogg.
All right, Purify. There we go. That's the value I'm looking for.
Round of applause, everyone. 7 spells of value in 1 pure card. He did get a card draw out of it, though.
I'm so happy Purify is the card.
Don't play Yogg anymore.
Ben Brode is out there, and he's like, yes,
that is balance.
That is where we want Purify to be. It's really, really in a good balanced spot in the meta. You know, really able to come out and be a powerful card in some situations.
At least it didn't die. Like that's literally my mentality towards that. If
like your first card is Execute.
Like,
well, actually, it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah,
first card is Assassinate.
Yeah.
First card is Mulch. Really, the only effect that Yogg-Saron has is giving your opponent a card.
It would be so painful.
I love RNG.
Yes.
Good team and a good place.
So yeah, Game King's actually in a great position now. Is able to take down the Yogg with that shield slam, can tank himself back up, and sitting on 11 extra armor, pounding away at Egoist's face. This Control Warrior, we've seen why it's been banned out so often throughout this tournament. Really starting to do work. Moonglade Portal is the pick.
Right.
He has got Ancient of War in hand as well, so could Ancient of War just to start building up a little bit of a board state for himself, but that's always going to get cleared away. Instead goes for the swipe to take out the Harrison Jones.
And now it's going to be Living Roots to take out just the car, starting to use some of those late game options. I mean, as any deck that relies on spells to deal damage, you're going to need some way to make that happen through not just 30 health, but maybe 40 or 50, depending on how many tank ups you get. So could see Egoist just run out of damage.
Oh, so it's going to be Grommash into Slam, into Face, into a Lethal. So that's going to be game for Game King. As he hits with exact Lethal. Fiery War Axe going to swing in for the win.
Indeed it will. That will even up our score. The Austrian Hearthstone player Game King tying things up against the Azerbaijani representative Egoist. Great player and a great fan. Big fans across the board.
Big fan, big fan.
And if you guys are big fans out there, you can let us know how much of a big fan you are of us.
Biggest of fans.
Super big fans. We actually have gigantic fans right across from us, right across from ourselves. So yeah, if you guys want to let us know if you are big fans of us, you can let us know on Twitter @RapidCasting and @SonaTheCaster. If you have any comments about the tournament, you can tweet @IESF_master, and that is how you'll get a chance to win fabulous prizes. Not really, but you can still do it. If you do want to win fabulous prizes and you're somehow watching this on Twitch and at the venue, we are giving away prizes for using the Keck TV app, which is the official application of the 8th Esports World Championship. In Jakarta, Indonesia, if you download KEK.TV, which is the way I've decided I'm going to say it because I can't stand saying Keck.
Keck TV voice.
But it's a great application. You guys should absolutely use it because it gives you the opportunity to follow every esport. I do that on my own, and it takes an insane amount of time. Or you can just open up Keck TV, you click all the buttons to notify you about all the esports, and then you watch them because you're cool. And only cool people watch esports.
That's true. Wait, well, we're very cool at the moment.
Literally why I exist.
You don't actually look that cool. I can start to see beads of uncoolness forming on your forehead.
Okay, so the behind the scenes, we actually have this super bright light shining on our face. Thankfully, none of the players have that shining on their faces, just because I feel like that would make it relatively difficult.
I didn't even realize. I was wondering.
You just thought we were about to be abducted? That's the UFS, the mothership.
I thought I was just coming to the end of my life, and it was the light at the end of the tunnel. This is obviously something casting with you does to me. It's 1-on-1. Both players have won off their warrior decks. Shaman and Druid left for Azerbaijan. Shaman and Paladin left for Austria. Game King against Egoist, playing for their national pride, playing for that patriotism. And I don't think Austria have got far in either the League of Legends or the CSGO.
No, they did not. I don't believe they fielded a league team. I did not check to see if they were fielding other teams, but
you know where we can find the brackets.
Not only can we find the brackets, but everyone out there can find the brackets by going to ie-sf.org. Just wanted to make sure I had that correct.
You have. I do not, because I spelled it incorrectly on our browser, but I will spell it correctly the second
Spelling,
time.
math, how does it work?
What is this?
When you are when you're a tiny kid and your parents tell you that all of that stuff actually matters.
Well, what I found out more and more is that maths matters when you're into esports, because you have to calculate lethal, you have to be able to work out what's going on in the Heartstone, like League of Legends, you need to know how much crit chance you have, Counter-Strike, you need to know how many shots you've got left in your chamber. Rounds, I believe they're called.
Yeah, they do in fact call them rounds, I believe. This is why...
Shots in the chamber, boys.
I love keeping my shots in chambers. That's
yeah, that's
exactly where the best.
It looks like Austria didn't get out of groups in the CSGO either. Of course, it is Finland versus China later on in the CSGO. That starts at 2 p.m. UTC +7. After that will be the League of Legends, which is Philippines versus South Korea. Very big matchup there.
Yeah, Philippines, pretty unexpected. But of course, their power level really kind of unknown up against favorites of the tournament. Lots and lots of great games left to come today. We'll have all 3 grand finals for the esports going on today, because this is the final day of the 8th Esports World Championship in Jakarta.
That it is, and it looks like we are ready to get back into the action. Shaman and Druid left, as we said, for Egoist for Azerbaijan. Austria, Game King, has that Shaman and his Paladin available. We haven't actually seen his Paladin yet this tournament.
Don't know exactly what archetype it is. Could be N'Zoth, could be Super Mega Healadin with every healing spell in the deck. Probably not, though, as there are plenty of those mixed into other decks. Lots of Ivory Knights out there. Yeah, the score has been tied up at 1-1. 2 more wins for either player will secure themselves championship. We are getting closer and closer to crowning that Hearthstone champion, much as Sona and I are getting closer and closer the more we cast.
That we are. And
he just doesn't know that I'm scooting over like millimeters at a time.
It's understandable.
It's going to happen, man.
I'm getting better at Hearthstone as well, the more that we...
I just copy what I see other people do.
Yeah.
I just do that and everybody says, oh my god, you're so smart. I'm like, yo, I came up with that myself.
Anyway, going to be Spirit Claws. It's Shaman versus Shaman here. Egoist and Game King playing those Shamans against each other.
Who can go face the most? Except these are both mid-range Shamans.
Yeah, mid-range Shaman. Well, it kind of becomes who can go face the most. You know, more Thunder Bluffs, more power to you. And actually, let's have a look at the hands quickly here. Egoist has himself an Azure Drake, a Lightning Storm, and that Feral Spirit in hand, whereas double Feral Spirit, Azure Drake, and Lightning Bolt on the side of Game King. Already has his Totem Golem down, so better early game for him over that of Egoist.
Now, I mean, summoning a totem still counts towards the mana discount on things from below, so you might be able to get that value back a little bit later on, but still going to be a very difficult card to clear out. Totem Golem. It's pretty good.
Question is, do you play Feral Spirit here, really? You've got that option. You can put it down and then just accept a 2-for-1 trade in effect, but you're going to overload yourself next turn. No real 4-drop here for Egoist, so it doesn't really matter too much how if he overloads himself, but could always go towards that spell power totem and then try and clear out this Totem Golem that way with the Spirit Claws. I think, in all honesty, you probably just play Feral Spirit, keep yourself a little bit safer, make sure you're not taking damage to face.
Right, it's very difficult to clear out. You will eventually be able to clear it out with the Spirit Claws even, though that's going to be a lot of health lost. In the end, it's still kind of insane to see how much value that Spirit Golem is getting. And now his own Feral Spirit's coming out there. Game King setting up for a great start.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult to actually deal with that Totem Golem as well, because at the moment that Feral Spirit, you know, pounds into one of those wolves, can take it out with the Spirit Claws as well, but you've only got Lightning Bolt in hand, and you're still going to have a Totem Golem you have to deal with later on.
Well, and more importantly, playing this Lightning Bolt means that you can't Azure Drake on turn 5, so it really makes the rest of your turns pretty awkward too. You're clearing the board, but really all you have in your hand is like, you know, I mean, Hex is a means of clearing off at least, you know, one big minion. There's the Maelstrom Portal, a great way to further extend yourself on the board, and okay, that's not a bad card, maybe a little bit over the average.
I'd take it. I'd take that.
I would take it as well, Sona.
So options are Lightning Storm, obviously, to try and clear the board if that is how you wish to go. Other option is just play your Tunnel Trog, hero power up, and use those Spirit Claws to take down that 2-1. But Game King's in a very strong board state at the moment, and in hand has his thing from below, has his Blood Mage, has his Azure Drake. Will be able to keep himself alive for a couple more turns at least. Now, Totem Golem actually trades straight into this Tunnel Trog, so if the Game King, I think that's the play to go for. You know, get rid of any ability for that Overload to start mattering too much.
Right.
And be able to clear out a bit of the board once again.
Now, it certainly seems as if that's a kind of a waste of a Tunnel Trog, but just trying to reestablish yourself on the board, get into a good position. Of course, we can see that as far as good hands go, it's certainly a good trait to have if you're a basketball player or a Hearthstone player.
I don't play that much basketball.
I don't either. We're both pretty tall. Everybody comes up to me and they're like, hey, you must be good at basketball. I'm like, no. I sit down a lot. I'm really good at that.
Yeah, I'm good at sitting. Actually going to use the Lightning Bolt here to trade into that Tunnel Trog. We'll take out the Searing Totem as well and just go Totem to the face. Chuck the Feral Spirit down as a little bit more protection, and it's 12 health up already over Egoist.
Totem Golems are good minions to have. And now finally an answer to that. So Maelstrom Portal, pretty
I think Lightning
simple.
Storm is a bit better here, really, because you Lightning Storm, you get rid of both of those Spirit Wolves, hopefully, as well. You could even totem up first, try and get yourself a Spirit Power.
What you do is you totem up, get the Spell Power Totem, play the Azure Drake, and then Lightning Storm.
in like 3 turns time. Yeah, it's great,
Yeah.
great idea.
You gotta spread it out.
The other option is to Lightning Storm and then Maelstrom Portal afterwards if you don't get rid of both of those Spirit Wolves. But
I want a Tavern Brawl where you start with like endless mana, like more than 10, like 25, and you just like win the game in one turn.
Yeah, it would just be who gets turn 1. That would be how you win.
Is that not
so you
fun?
gotta get the Heart of the Castle. Not quite. Does still keep up with one of those failed Spirit Wolves, but he can even just totem up here and just wait for next turn. He's not in an awful position.
I think that definitely is the option. Even if he, okay, so a decent totem to roll. It doesn't die to anything, but it will at least take off a durability on those Spirit Claws.
And Flame Tongue Totem as well in hand here for Game King, so can look towards getting a bit more damage into face. Could just chuck that Flame Tongue Totem down. Instead decides to use that Totemic Call. We'll clear out that Searing Totem and just go face with the Spirit. 15 damage is all he needs to clean out this game. And with a thing from below and a Flame Tongue Totem in hand, he's in a really good position. Card draw here with that Harrison Jones, but even with Harrison Jones being on the board, Flame Tongue can come down in between those two. They can clear it out. And then even use the thing from below just to supplement your board.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. This is
should be good.
a great way to deal with it. I started talking and I was like, wait, what am I gonna say? And I realized that you were actually talking, so I shouldn't have said anything. It was like this whole it's like playing caster Jenga. Everything just like comes falling down all at the end. But then we play another game and it's all good. So there's this well, I mean, it's all good if you are Game King at this point. He's got a huge board, no way to clear that out really here for Egoist. I mean, if you're Egoist at this point, like, what do you really do? You pretty much have to hex the thing from below, but it's still going to have value because of the 2 damage coming its way from Flame Tongue.
Yeah, and you could Lightning Bolt the Flame Tongue Totem, then hex the thing from below, and then you don't actually have any damage left on board for Game King, but you could Maelstrom Portal after that as well, I guess. Looking for Spirit Power here, not going to get it. Spell Power, sorry, not going to get it. So Maelstrom Portal first seems very odd to me.
I mean, sounds like a pretty good plan to me, right? You hex into Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, no, if you Lightning Bolt, then hex, then Maelstrom Portal, you clear out the hex minion as well, the frog that you've created. But he was holding Maelstrom Portal first, so I was wondering why he was going to try and go Maelstrom Portal first. Actually, it looks like he's going to just Tunnel Trog and then kill off the Flame Tongue Totem. So still no power on board, which is fine. You know, you don't need to use the Maelstrom Portal just quite yet, and you've got the ability to deal with things with your Tunnel Trog.
Well, when you just look at how things are going, at least at this point, the card advantage is what's really going to start stacking up here little by little. Things like just drawing from that Mana Tide, drawing from things like Harrison. You're just going to have more cards to play, and as you have more mana, you can play those more cards, and things like Lightning Storm really here to seal the deal.
Just want to make sure you get that Tunnel Trog off the board before anything more comes from it. Card draw at the end is the Lightning Bolt as well, which means he is set up for lethal next turn with the Thunder Bluff and the Azure Drake on board. Even just with Rag, assuming that Egoist isn't able to lay up too much board pressure. Looks like he's going towards the Azure Drake, still has Maelstrom Portal as well, can clear out at least 2 of these minions. We're going to put the Feral Spirit down to block up any damage coming through here.
I mean, at this point, Feral Spirit's always sort of that comeback mechanic. It's really cost efficient, puts a bunch on the board that's difficult to deal with. But it's kind of a last hurrah here at the what could be the end of this game. Game King able to come back and even up the series, but at this point finds himself poised to take the lead.
I'm trying to think of what's in. That's a Flame Tongue Totem comes out from that. It's really
that's actually
lucky
super
for him.
good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Gonna be able to clear out this board.
I love that ribbit. That ribbit's one of my favorite sound effects.
So you can actually clear out the whole board here, coming out from the side of Egoist. It makes it very difficult for Egoist to actually do anything.
I love Barnes, man. What a great card.
Well, I think the options with that or a Tunnel Trog, I want to say, I feel that's what we're sort of, or even a thing from below actually could have come out, but Thunderbluff Valiant now in hand for Egoist, doesn't really have enough answers to deal with this board state coming out from Game King. You can clear out the Azure Drake if you want, can take out that Flametongue Totem as well to try and reduce the damage coming out, but he overloaded quite hard last turn, and gonna Maelstrom Portal instead. We'll take out the Azure Drake and the Flametongue. First goes towards Barnes just to see what he does, decide to draw off that. And it's a Totem Golem.
Okay, this one's slightly less meaningful than the last one, but actually decent value, gets a 2/2.
So, you've got Thunder Buff in hand, you've got 1 Totem on board with 3 damage. If you allay the Blood Mage Thalmos down, that adds up to 5 plus 3 is 8. You're still a little bit short, but in an okay position to start scaling up in towards the later game. You've still got Thing from Below as well to play right at the end. So probably chuck a Thing from Below down here, and then use those Spirit Claws to clear out the Totem Golem as well.
Huge board that just never stops coming thanks to that huge card advantage we talked about earlier. Game King just in a pretty incredible spot. You can see the difference between good barns and bad barns. One has roofs that don't leak water. The other one is not going to be a good place to put your hay.
It's a good shout, man. I enjoy barns, but not usually for hay storage. Usually get involved.
No, I usually like to summon 1/1 versions of minions in my deck, man.
It's much superior, far superior version of barns. And now Fire Elemental will look at trying to clear out this Thing from Below, but with a Thunder Bluff on board, there's just no way to deal with it, and that's an easy 10 damage just going to come straight out.
I mean, yeah, you really have to, at some point, clear out that Mana Tide Totem. It's just getting so much value over and over again, and you see how incredible that card advantage has been, just able to keep that totem alive, and it's going to stay that way for yet another turn.
Well, that's it, this game. There's no comeback mechanics in the world that you can get off a 2-mana Blood Mage Thalmos here for Azerbaijan. Egoist will lose the second game, goes 2-1 down versus a Game King, who now only needs to win 1 more game with his Paladin to take the Grand Finals here at the 8th World Championships.
Yeah, it actually feels really kind of epic with every single day leading further and further towards this Grand Championship, much like it does in almost every tournament. I say almost because you're not guaranteed. An old god comes out, man, you're not making it to the end of the tournament.
Yogg, silence yourself. Get silenced, boys. It just doesn't work all of the
yeah,
time.
If I could play a Purify on Sona right now,
at least I get to draw a card.
I mean, yeah. What card would you draw?
Am I your minion then? Implies that you own me.
Well, I don't know. Do you really own the cards? I mean, technically your account
minion.
is always property of Blizzard.
Silence, like the wording is, silence your minion.
You sure it's not silence a minion?
I'm pretty sure it's silence your minion.
We're gonna
or
check that
a minion you own.
A minion
We're
you
gonna
control.
have a look at the actual words.
I could deal with that.
I refuse to allow you to control me.
I think it just says a minion, right? No, it's a
friendly
minion.
friendly
See,
minion.
you are a friendly minion. It's like a compliment. It's just one of those backhanded compliments, right?
I'm not sure I'm friendly.
Well, maybe not after that.
No. Anyway, we are waiting on the last game of this best. Well, I say the last game, possibly the last game of this best of 5. Game King fighting for Austria, coming back from 1-0 down versus Egoist for Azerbaijan, who needs to get back into this. Still has his Shaman, still has his Druid to try and win with. Always going to be up against Game King's Paladin, which we haven't seen yet this tournament.
I have not seen it. Don't know quite exactly which version it is. We can surmise. That's about all we can mise.
Yeah, I'm not
Perfect
sure what
handoff.
What
right
on earth is a mise?
beyond.
How does one mise?
I don't know. Something that serves you. That's what I was told. Clearly, I'm getting mixed information here. There you can see Egoist on your screen, of course, representing Azerbaijan. We're going to say that as much as humanly possible because it is important. Also pretty cool to see nations you don't usually see represented in many different esports here.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's great. And I think that's one of the benefits of these single-player esports as well. You know, things like Heartstone just allows you to... You don't need a full 5-man team. You don't need a 7-man team with like a coach and analyst and such. You have just one man, usually with a couple of analysts or a couple of people who help him out, who can represent his country at an international stage, like here in Jakarta.
Absolutely. I think it'll be cool to ask the players maybe after the games who they practiced with, what their preparation was, what their mindset was coming into these finals. Pretty important to not only just get to meet the players, but also to see them represent their country and really bring that a lot of notoriety, proving that it's not only a place that makes great players, but also something that those players are very proud to represent at the 8th Esports World Championship.
Definitely. Be a great weekend of action here. In fact, we started on Thursday, so I guess an extended weekend.
Pretty big fan of extended weekends.
So
and I guess Friday is not technically like a full day of the weekend. Everybody likes to say it's like, when you say 3-day weekend, it's like, well, it's Saturday, Sunday, and an extra day. You would consider every week to have a 3-day weekend, right? So Friday doesn't count.
Right, yeah. If you're self-employed, sometimes every week can have a 3-day weekend.
Self-employed people are pretty cool, man. Hashtag big fan. All right, well, let's talk about some other big fans out there. Azerbaijan and Austria, both with some fans behind them. So hopefully wherever you are watching from around the world, whether it is from Azerbaijan, Austria, or here live in Jakarta, Indonesia, we hope you all are enjoying yourselves, having a great time. If you do want to keep up with all the esports at IESF's 8th Esports World Championship, you can, of course, download our official app, Kek.tv or Kek TV. Search it in the App Store, the Google Play Store, basically any store you want, except for I guess major department stores. Haven't quite got it there yet, but we'd love to hear from you guys. We'd love for you guys to keep up with us using that application. So let's actually get into this game. We don't see anything too telling about which deck archetype this could be. It certainly looks like it's going to be along those N'Zoth lines.
Yeah, I don't really think you need equality in your opening hand. He is playing in towards the Shaman, so it does wipe out the board pretty effectively, actually, thinking about it. But having True Silver Champion means you can deal with any real threats coming out from the Shaman in the early game. And because most of the time we see mid-range Shaman here, I think Game King will be happy enough. You probably don't need to keep Forbidding Healing either. Probably chuck that away, chuck the equality, keep True Silver, and see how you go.
Well, he has about 15 seconds left to choose his cards here. Game King hovering for a while, just taking his sweet time. Decides to mulligan everything. We'll see what he gets. All right, so it is going to be N'Zoth Paladin. Confirmed. And even with a little bit of...
It's a little bit late with his board.
Yeah, a little bit late on that curve. You arrived at the station and train left a while ago, man. That is just about as late. So we'll see if he draws anything, but this is not the hand you want to start with.
Check out some 1-1s, boys. Get some 1-1s out.
Turns out that 1-1 is like the most expensive 1-1.
Yeah.
Not a great.
Just reinforce. Get your paladins.
Reinforce is a great ability. I mean, that really gives you the chance to keep yourself on board even without cheap cards to play early on.
And he does have Consecration in hand, so assuming that a board starts being built here by Egoist from Azerbaijan, he should be able to deal with it. In all honesty, you probably just reinforce once again here and just allow him to start training into those 1-1s. What have you got in hand for Egoist when you have a Manatide, you've got the Flame Tongue, you've got a Barnes and a couple of Lightning Bolts as well. So he hasn't even got the best hand himself. Really depends what comes off that Barnes next turn.
Right, you would expect that to come down. I don't think there are really too many other options, but actually just going to put himself on board here with the Aldor Peacekeeper, even though it's not the greatest opportunity to play. You'll get value off the battle cry, but you're still making sure you have that presence.
So you've got the option of coining out Barnes here, which I think is pretty strong. You can't quite deal with the Idol Peacekeeper just quite yet, unless you want to chuck the Flame Tongue Totem down and then just Lightning Bolt it off the board. So Consecration in hand for Game King is a very good spot at the moment. I do feel that Idol Peacekeeper was a little bit early on the board. Don't really need to play it just quite yet.
Yeah, maybe not quite yet, but Consecration is a pretty good way to just wipe the board almost clean. Leaves that 1 health Flame Tongue behind. Should be fairly easy to clean up later on, even if you do have to use the Kodo.
Oh, it's another Flame Tongue Totem coming out from the Barnes, so that's a great little pickup for him. However, Consecration,
What a great spell to have in your hand exactly when you need it.
Right, you can Consecration. You could also use your Stampede and Kodo just to clear out one of those Flame Tongues and allow him to have a 5-4 on board.
That does look like that's what he's
going to do. Yeah.
Gonna do. I guess he gets the most value out of the Kodo as possible, but it will die in just one turn, and it's not going to get traded evenly with.
Yeah,
so.
but it does allow you to Consecrate, and depending on what he thinks Egoist has in hand, if he was going to lay down a little bit more pressure on the board, he would be able to Consecrate that away. Will be the Manatide Totem. So in all honesty, assuming this trade comes out, you can just play the Doomsayer because it's not really that much charge, but Thing from Below comes down as well, really stopping you from ever thinking about playing that Doomsayer next turn. Yeah,
Thing from Below. What a super cool card. Basically free, 5/5 taunt, probably really really cool at parties too. He just does it all. I mean, I look at him and I wouldn't necessarily want to go talk to him at a party, but you know, maybe he has other ideas.
So that trade means that Consecration actually allows you to get rid of both the Barnes and the Flame Tongue, which makes it a little bit more difficult for games for Egoist to keep the pressure up. However, still the Thing from Below on board and the Manatide is going to put the Doomsayer down as well, meaning that that Lightning Bolt in hand will pay dividends for Egoist as he is able to clear that out in just a second. And then assume he'll play the Thunder Bluff alongside that. But it does at least, you know, save him taking all that damage to face. Alternatively, I guess you could just go for phase, let the board clear, and then bring it back later on. But probably going to go for clearing out the Doomsayer, preserving his board, and continuing to draw the game later and later, but getting a little bit low in the health count, especially if that board were to go to phase. Keep an eye on that and make sure that you can survive. I'm trying to work out what he was going for there with the Totem Power first. It doesn't really matter. Like, you're not going to use Lightning Storm on a single minion. I think you just want as much information as possible, so you totem just because that's the randomness in your turn. Yeah, but if he hadn't totemed up, he could have played Thunder Bluff and then started scaling things. Although having the Totem Golem down now means the Thunder Bluff next turn's a bit more effective. Great Hex on the Sylvanas. Ooh, incredibly potent. Not only does it deny the Sylvanas right now, but it also cannot be resummoned by N'Zoth because it did not die. So really interesting to see that matchup. Specific card just gets so much value. Top deck o'clock, boys. Dear me. Right on time. A round of applause for the top deck coming out from Game King there. What a great card. Tyrion Fordring. If he were running for president of the United States right now, I would vote for him. I mean, what other presidential candidate's a 6/6 with a death rattle that gives you an Ashbringer? I mean, all we need to do is add a ginger wig onto him and then give him some spray tan, and he'd be a great president of the United States. He's definitely making Paladin pretty great right now for Game King, able to really make it difficult to deal with. No Hex, or I guess right as I say no Hex, I like look over and I'm like, oh wait. That's a pretty good card. So not only hexing one of the greatest death rattles, but hexing both of the greatest death rattles. Yeah, I mean, that does really suck for Game King. It just really completely neuters this N'Zoth deck. When you play N'Zoth in other decks that have more of a diverse class death rattle contingent, then you're going to get some pretty decent value. But now it's just completely run out of steam. There's almost no way to even just stay alive for another turn here. Game. Welcome to the Shaman Show, boys. Mid-range Shaman, just 2 darn strong. It looked like a couple of times Game King had the answers, but doesn't have any answers anymore. And victory is yours. Or his, as the case may be. Yes. One more round, boys. One more and only one more. Shaman is Druid. And it's the final round here, and those are the only 2 decks remaining. Not Shaman is Druid. Paladin is Druid. Tricked me, Sona. Hey, I'm a tricksy guy. I wasn't looking down at my deck list. You're a tricksy little hobbits. Tricksy little hobbitses. I don't think either one of us really qualify as hobbits. You've got enough foot hair for it. Literally, how do you know that? Oh my goodness. I knew I heard the door open. Yeah. Either way, let's go ahead and prepare ourselves mentally, physically, and shave our feet. I was going to say telephonically and then go in for an app plug, but shaving. Oh yeah, no, telephonically as well is good. Yes, go for your app plug, go.
Well, it doesn't only have to be telephones. You can, in fact, download the 8th Esports World Championship official app, Keck TV, on more than just your phone. Tablets as well. Tablets like that one. That one, I just pointed off into the past because that's
Into
where...
the past?
I did. Future, past.
Okay. Which way's the future?
It's a little bit of synesthesia, but, you know,
Yeah.
it's out there. Wait, synesthesia is like
seeing
senses,
sounds,
but
yeah, okay.
it's like temporal synesthesia. We're getting a little deep here, but we're very deep into
Are you
the
actually going to do
tournament.
this plug? At some point,
I was working my way there.
The plug like
then you had to
5
bring up
minutes
Hobbit
ago.
feet. I'm like, well, really, how do I
Can we
recover
just
from that?
Finish the plug so I can say Keck at some point.
That's the real goal here. Well, there are Finnish competitors here at the tournament, and I was going to use that as a way to segue into finishing our plug, because that's what I'm going to do. This is the 8th Esports World Championship. We do have an official app. It is at kek.tv, the application that you can download to keep up with not only all of the games here at the IESF 8th World Championship, but also every esport anywhere in the world. If you are live at this event and can hear the sound of our voices, you can head back to the back table and win fabulous prizes based on predicting the outcome of games like this one. So download Keck TV and check out these matches, predict who you think is going to win, and win fabulous prizes yourself. Last game.
Okay.
I was trying to segue immediately, but you just like worked your way in there, man.
Pretty sneaky like that. We are going to get into the last game. Druid into Paladin. And it's the Nazoth Paladin, as you say. We saw earlier Malagos Druid probably good old Egoist. No hexes in this Dexes for Egoist. Game King is going to be very happy with that and has a pretty good hand to open up. However, ball clear not quite as important in towards that Druid, so we'll get rid of the wild Pyromancer, and instead we'll get an equality and a true silver champion to add to his hand.
Could have just said no hex in his decks, in these decks, because it's like singular and then plural, but it's a singular word that ends in S. One of the only ones in the English language, Sona.
Okay, Dex does.
Dex is plural because it ends in S. In fact, most words are, except for hex, which uses the S phoneme as part of the
Europhonium.
You know, euphonium is actually like a piano,
instrument.
yeah. Learning more every day, and of course with Hearthstone, a learning experience. What is it?
It's like a tuba-esque. It's a small tuba.
Oh yeah. Wait, is it a small tuba or a big tuba?
It's a
What do you call the big tubas?
Tubas.
No, the big tubas.
Oh,
like the really big
yeah,
ones.
I know what you mean. I'll look it up and find out.
All right. If you guys know what you call big tubas, tweet at RapidCasting, at Sona the Caster. Let us know while we do everything but walk you through this fabulous game of Hearthstone. So let's go through the decks.
It's Paladin versus Druid, okay? The first 5 turns don't really matter too much, in all honesty.
What if you're running the super spammy...
Secret Paladin, he's not.
Yeah, you could also do like Dragon Paladin, now that you can fill the board incredibly quickly with lots of divine shields and spammy minions. But either way, not going to see that this time around. It's just going to be a ton of healing in the hand with Ragnaros and of course that true silver champion. Sousaphone, thank you.
Sousaphone, boys. So yeah, Acolyte of Pain and Loot Hoarder already coming down here. Wrath was of course used to get rid of that Loot Hoarder, but should be okay for Game King at the moment. He's just trying to get a little bit of card advantage. Has his Ragnaros the Light Lord in hand, and then of course the Twilight Summoner as well. The most expensive 1-drop in the game, as you said.
Well, it's not actually a 1-drop, it's a 4-drop. But it's the most expensive 1-1 in the game.
1-1 is what I meant, so yes.
Okay, aha. I always say what I mean. But do I mean what I say?
What, like Euphonium's type of piano?
I mean, it could be. There's a universe in which it is, man. We're just not in that one. I'll be headed to that one immediately following this game.
This is not an episode of Rick and Morty, okay?
Super big fan. All right, well, now we get a chance to see Druid play a spell. How cool is that?
Yeah, good old Wrath.
Neat.
Does draw a concentration for Game King on that Paladin, and he has the Nazoth in hand, so is able to start those combos rolling with the Faceless.
I mean, at this point, we're starting to transition from the early part of the game where nothing really matters into the mid portion of the game where, well, slightly more matters.
Yeah,
but
a few of the ideas here matter. Azure Drake is probably the play if you are Egoist, I mean, you have also got your Arcane Giant, which cannot play just quite yet. We don't actually have both of the players' decks right in front of us, so we're trying to read upside down to work out what cards he's got.
I mean, I was never taught how to read upside down. I can actually only read right side up.
I read left side up most of the time. Nourish is the play created by the Raven Idol. We'll go up towards scaling that mana higher and higher and higher. However, Gadget Zan in hand, Azure Drake as well. We'll need to work out how he's going to deal with this N'Zoth as it gets bigger and bigger as these cards come down.
Both players with plenty of options can pretty much just do whatever they want. Not a lot of pressure either. That Journey song was written about this game.
What, Don't Stop Believing?
No, any way you want it.
Any way you want
That's what these players can have, man. They have lots of options. I guess really if you have to give somebody the advantage, probably you give that to Game King. He's just got an incredibly stacked hand, lots of late game cards, the inevitability of the N'Zoth, and no hexes to stop it this time.
Yeah, Hex incredibly powerful into that N'Zoth deck, but Acolyte of Pain's going to take a little bit of pain here. It does give some card draw over. Oh, that was a mistake. Unless he's trying to make him overdraw.
That's certainly the case. We'll see what he does wind up discarding. Not always the best option, and we'll see. Oh, discarding Forbidden Healing. All right, not bad.
Round of applause from the guys in the crowd. I mean, Forbidden Healing is a good card to make him overdraw, but no one's really going to be worrying too much about health totals at this moment. We'll be able to clear out that Azure Drake. That is the True Silver. Gain himself a little bit of health once again, then lose it.
We saw two suboptimal ways of clearing the board, but both because they gave you more value.
Yeah.
So kind of interesting to see opportunities to make that happen.
The thing is here, actually, for Game King, he's so far behind on mana curve. You know, he's sitting at 6 compared to the 9 coming out from Egoist. He's going to start scaling with this Gadget Stand. He's going to try and cycle his deck through. Has Emperor to play down now as well, except he's 1 mana short, unless he went for the double Innovate, and can swipe away this Faceless Destroyer. Gets rid of both of those reinforced 1/1s. Another Innovate to keep cycling through the desk. Has a Nourish in hand. Going to go Shape Shift instead. And straight to the face of that Faceless Destroyer. So close the board. Takes a bit of damage for his troubles, but starts to cycle through his deck.
Right, but at this point, the Paladin's very high health, has plenty of time to play things like this Cairn that was just drawn into hand, but does want to make sure that he can keep his hand relatively card-free, because you don't want to be forced into overdrawing. Interesting to see him choose to play Ragnaros instead of the Cairn, which can be a rough card to get out of your hand because it costs so much.
Getting Rag out here is really good as well. It means that it mitigates slightly losing that Forbidding Healing to burn a little bit earlier on. Heals himself back up to 30 to save. Fandral, perhaps the option here for Egoist, is on 10. Can Fandral into Nourish if he wants to get... I mean, it doesn't really give you anything now because he's sitting on way too many mana anyway, but... The question with Fandral is you need to try and get rid of that Rag, because otherwise he's going to clear it out next turn. He is going to Fandral into Nourish. Good job, you gained 2 extra mana crystals, you're already at 10. Doesn't actually give you anything.
Yeah, well, you did call it, but I'm not really sure exactly what you're going to get out of that other than just a lot of card draw. You hit 10 mana before your opponent, but we really haven't seen too much of a benefit for Egoist.
He's looking for his mana.
Well, there's a pretty free Arcane Giant. Can't say no to that, but Ragnaros the Light Lord, fortunately, able to attack, unlike his compatriot, the
You've got Equality Consecrate here as well. The thing with Equality Consecrate is you kind of want to save that for when you've got a slightly bigger board than this, but you get rid of the Arcane Giant, you get rid of the Fandral, and you're able to smash him for 8 damage as well, putting him down to 18. I think that's probably your best play here. You leave yourself on 4 mana, which you're not really going to do a huge amount with. I guess you could go Cairn and then just trade with the Light Lord, but I really wouldn't want to trade with that just quite yet. He's your main source of healing at the moment.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason to do anything too crazy or aggressive, at least at this point. I mean, you're going to be healing up your Light Lord anyway next turn, so it's going to be a little bit counterintuitive.
Arcane Giant will trade straight into that Ragnaros now, though, and Yogg is in hand. Yogg is in hand, boys. It's always the opportunity. Has got Thrussian as well, so if he wants to lay that down and just start getting these spells a little bit cheaper for himself, it's always an option.
Well, let's see what he's going to opt to do with. Methinks he wants to save that Arcane Golem, and indeed he will. Hovering over that swipe.
So you got Feral Rage in hand as well. I think that's, yeah, 3 mana there, sitting there. So he can swipe into Feral Rage and then take out with the Evolved Spines.
Evolving Spines. I mean, I guess that's pretty cool. I myself would like to avoid Evolving Spines at all possible.
It sounds like something you do in StarCraft.
I mean,
My Zerg have Evolved Spines, boys.
Well, no, that's the Hydralisk range.
Oh, is it? See, I
It is indeed.
did not know that.
Got to get our cross-title references in here as much as possible.
So second rag here, this time of course not the Light Lord. Instead going to be looking towards the Lord of Light and burning your enemies with fire.
Also your insects.
Yes, but puny insects, you might say. This is good. Cairn gets the Death Rattle off, you still have N'Zoth in hand. You can take out that Arcane Giant and then look towards just hero powering up probably once again with the Reinforce, or you could wait and just kill it off with the Consecration instead. I feel that just going straight in to the Arcane Giant with the Cairn is probably the best play in all honesty, because you trigger your Death Rattle and then you can use it once again.
I'm trying to count exactly how long it's going to take this game to end, and whether or not this N'Zoth is really just going to end it. And it certainly seems like it is. Do you want to just play that immediately? Do you want to save it? I mean, it's going to be pretty cool whenever it does decide to come down.
So you have got your combo starting to form in your hand here for Egoist. He's got Malagos. He's got a Moonfire as well. Emperor this turn, and hoping to survive a turn is the play in all honesty. Maya Keeper into Taunts, into 2-2 Slime, sorry, to try and keep yourself alive. I'm trying to work out, if Rag hits face, you've got lethal, but that's pretty darn brave.
Right, well, so right now you've got really the perfect setup. You've got the Twisted Roots, and you've got the Moonfire, and a discounted Ragnaros. So really starting to get kind of scary, but with only 12 health left, I don't know. I mean, there is lethal if you want to search for maybe some Rag RNG, but looks like this game will at least go on another turn.
Jesus, isn't it? The thing is here, you chuck Cairn in, then you can activate Wild Pyromancer with the Consecration. That clears the board for you, and you still have a Cairn left and your Wild Pyromancer to swing in. So I think that's probably the best play here, just to clear the board. You don't need to be looking for lethal just quite yet. You could actually even play Rag and then Forbidden Healing to activate the Wild Pyromancer instead of using Consecration. He is going to go Consecration-wise. You wouldn't quite clear the board as well. Forbidden Healing to Fate, keep yourself out of Fate of the combo, and it's only 7 health left here for Egoist on the Druid. It's the final game for him. He has got his full combo, double Moonfire, Living Roots, as you say. That's 7 plus 6 plus 6, which is how much? 19.
19.
Yeah, and wouldn't quite be enough to take him down.
Maybe you still want to do it just just because it's.
You've moved your microphone away from your head. People cannot hear you, Reed.
Can you really? I mean, I was just trying to make it seem more ambient, right?
So no one could actually hear you.
I was just pointing it towards you so that people could hear you more.
Okay.
There we go.
Yogg's the play. Here we go,
All
boys.
right, and Yogg we trust.
Saron.
All right, we're going to lock and load on Circle of Healing. Conceal.
Good.
Yogg's still alive. All right. Thistle Tea.
What did he draw?
Be drawing.
I didn't actually see what he drew.
You can't really see it
eye.
Every Fin. Bane of Doom. Oh, it doesn't kill anything, so you don't get value. Shadow Strike. But you got the extra health, so it doesn't die. All right. We're still going.
Oh,
Hellfire. What?
Does play the free Arcane Giant out of it. I didn't actually see what he got spell-wise either. Let's see if we can switch over quickly to his point of view.
We actually could have just done that anyway.
Oh,
All
we
right.
should have just done that
Let's
anyway.
Nourishes, actually.
So he's got an Eye for an Eye, and he's got a Vaporize, but assuming this Rag YOLOs, here we go.
Oh,
There
straight
we
to
go.
the face.
King takes
What
the
a way to
game.
win. The IESF 8th Esports World Championship for Hearthstone resides in Austria. Round of applause for Game King, our champion, the winner. Making his family proud, living up to that legacy, and not only his familial legacy, but also his national one. Nice to see him come out here with a very strong performance. Came down to the wire, neck and neck. But in the end, it is the Austrian's neck that is slightly longer.
The ostrich of the international esports.
That's a nice
or the
homonym.
giraffe, I guess.
Well, and now that everyone can hear us, once again, we do want to congratulate our esports champion for Hearthstone at this World Championship. It is going to be Game King representing Austria in a 3-2 victory over Egoist from Azerbaijan.
Yeah, great play by Egoist all round as well. You know, Yogg sometimes a little bit unlucky, came out with the YOLO Saron, wasn't able to work out too well for him every time. You have to give credit to Game King, consistently good, went 1-0 down, was able to come back into it. And we will see him shaking hands as well with the Azerbaijani player in just a second. There is your winner, Game King from, oh, that's not Game King, it's Game King in the other booth. There's Game King coming out, that's Azerbaijan, that's Egoist of Azerbaijan.
And we
Here
will
comes
welcome
Game King
both
from
of
Austria.
our contestants
Great play, boys.
to the stage. Nice to see great sportsmanship between two equally amazing nations, the first and second place players for Hearthstone at the 8th Esports World Championship.
Thumbs up all round. Game King able to come through a couple of very difficult matchups. Saw him in the quarterfinals versus Urgot, struggling there as well as Urgot came back from 2-0 behind, almost to win it, but Game King able to hold his nerve and hold his faith in the heart of the cards as he does win out the finals 3-1 over
That's
Egoist.
very true. If Egoist had won, he would have been Shane King, but instead he is the king of games and
or Game Prince, as you called him.
Well, that is very true. Yeah, but he definitely got a promotion. There's a little bit of regicide going on, and he is in first place in Hearthstone. That's how you get.
Yeah, if he was regicide, he would have killed himself, though. He is the Game King.
Well, now he is.
Okay.
That's how he. Okay. All right.
Sometimes you've got to kill the ego to allow the id to win out, and that's exactly what happened here for Game King, taking it 3-1 versus Egoist in the finals. Next up, guys, is CSGO.
That'll be in a few
2
hours.
PM.
If you want to keep up with all of the esports action here at the Hearthstone or League of Legends or CSGO World Championships in Jakarta, Indonesia, then you can head over to ie-sf.org. There you can find brackets, placings, times, and teams, players, and every information you could possibly want. ie-sf.org. You can also download the official app of the IESF 8th Esports World Championships Tech TV on the iTunes store. You can also get it on the Android store as well. So anywhere out there, you can download that. And you can stick around for the CSGO Grand Finals. It'll be coming up in just a few hours. Do want to thank you all for watching wherever you are in the world, or if you're here live in Jakarta, Indonesia, we'd love to hear what you had to say. So you can let us know on Twitter at IESF_master, or you can let us know in person, or also personally on Twitter at RapidCasting and at Sona the Caster. We'd love to hear what you had to say. And we do want to thank you for watching. Stick around. We'll have the CSGO Championships coming up.
Transvision, TV berlangganan yang memberikan pengalaman berbeda, menghadirkan gambar kualitas super dengan tayangan 5 kali lebih tajam. Nikmati ragam channel pilihan kelas dunia dengan 50 channel high definition, ditambah channel eksklusif berkelas, tayangan golf dunia terbaik, dan CNN Indonesia, TV berita kelas dunia berbahasa Indonesia. Pilih Transvision, TV berlangganan yang memberikan pengalaman berbeda. Ayo berlangganan sekarang juga, rasakan bedanya.
Selamat datang hari baru. Tanpa terasa, kita telah tumbuh bersama. Membuka dunia tanpa batas. Bersama-sama merayakan sebuah nilai dengan akses digital. Kini kami telah tumbuh menjadi nadi bagi bangsa ini. Inilah bakti kami, Telkom Indonesia.
Transvision, TV berlangganan yang memberikan pengalaman berbeda, menghadirkan gambar kualitas super dengan tayangan 5 kali lebih tajam. Nikmati ragam channel pilihan kelas dunia dengan 50 channel high definition, ditambah channel eksklusif berkelas, tayangan golf dunia terbaik, dan CNN Indonesia, TV berita kelas dunia berbahasa Indonesia. Pilih Transvision, TV berlangganan yang memberikan pengalaman berbeda. Ayo berlangganan sekarang juga, rasakan bedanya.
Selamat datang hari baru. Tanpa terasa, kita telah tumbuh bersama. Membuka dunia tanpa batas. Bersama-sama merayakan sebuah nilai dengan akses digital. Kini kami telah tumbuh menjadi nadi bagi bangsa ini. Inilah bakti kami, Telkom Indonesia.
한 번 본 도시를 완벽하게 기억하고 그려내는 아티스트 스티븐 월셔. 세계적인 도시들에 이어 LG와 함께 서울을 그립니다.
이 멋진 서울을 빨리 그려보고 싶어요. 그럼 시작할게요. 와, 정말 크고 넓은 모니터네요. 정말 넓게 볼 수 있겠어요.
21대구 화면비로 더 넓게 쓸 수 있는 LG 울트라 와이드 모니터.
Selamat datang hari baru. Tanpa terasa, kita telah tumbuh bersama. Membuka dunia tanpa batas. Bersama-sama merayakan sebuah nilai dengan akses digital. Kini kami telah tumbuh menjadi nadi bagi bangsa ini. Inilah bakti kami, Telkom Indonesia.
Hello Jakarta, welcome back to ESF World Championship 2016, and now you guys with me, Dimas from Indonesia, of course. And now I'll having some interview with a player from Team NC. Did I spell it right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Team NC. Okay, how's you feeling today, Nico?
Feeling pretty good. We had a good night's sleep for the first time in 2 weeks almost.
Okay. So how's Jakarta for you?
Well, it's good. The weather is good, but we haven't seen much. Only the tournament venue and hotel.
Okay, and right to the point, your opponent is the best team in China, Tailu. How's your team preparation before the grand final start?
Well, we have seen some of their games,
Okay.
how they play, so not much. We're gonna do our best.
Okay. So, do you know how Tailu can play? Like, they're aggressive or similar defensive? How you gonna respond they can play?
I don't know. We're gonna adjust to how they play.
Okay.
I feel like they're gonna play aggressive, so we'll see.
Okay, we'll see. And before the grand final started, do you have any word for Team Tailu, or for encouraging yourself?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay then. So that's it, guys. A simple interview with Nico from Team NC. So thanks for your time, Nico, and good luck for the grand final.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Selamat datang hari baru. Tanpa terasa, kita telah tumbuh bersama. Buka dunia tanpa batas.
A storm is loosed upon the sea, whose eye is stained with tears. A wretch hell-bound and bent on blood, the makings of the fearful spheres. Tide it stole away her grace, but depths they wouldn't claim her. Toil begat by father's blood, this path was laid before her. Redemption born by brigand's blood, applied upon the darkness. The pact embraced the road unsolved.
Aha, welcome ladies and gentlemen, the IESF CSGO Grand Finals. We're just about ready to get going. The players are on the server, and I think it's time to do a little bit of introing of the teams, and of course, a little bit of plugging.
Absolutely. This is the World Championship event, and we won't be able to be here without our proud sponsors, one of which is Keck TV. Check out the app on the Play Store, on the... what's the tune one called again? The Apple one? I haven't used an iPhone in ages. On the App Store. Is it just the App Store?
I think so.
I think it's the App Store.
I also am an iPhone novice, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. So please download the 8th Esports World Championship official application by Keck TV. Keck TV is a social esports application that delivers various esports videos. Not only does it have alarm features that lets the users know of the match time and streaming service, but it provides a special event that allows users to actually post their predictions and keep count of their ability to call the games.
Yeah, it is actually really, really helpful to keep track of what's going on. Like, there's always games going on all the times, and of all the apps I've seen, Keck TV is actually very, very good at collating all that information in one place. I think the prediction thing, normally I think it's mostly for fun, but here there is actually a little bit of a giveaway type game going on.
Absolutely. For guys here live at the venue, at the 8th Esports World Championship, Keck TV, there is a match prediction event going on right now. If you predict the match correctly, various prizes will be given from mechanical keyboards to power banks. So please check out the Keck TV booth to see more about that competition, but it looks like we will be going into this opening round.
Yep, a pistol round. First one, best of 3, I do believe we've got going here. And, let's keep an eye on where people are going.
Absolutely, and just a couple of predictions here for this match. How do you think it'll go, based on what we've seen thus far?
It's certainly hard to call. Right now there is a bit of gunfire ringing out, nothing too much coming from it. Personally, my money is on China. It's on Tyloo. It's going to be pretty difficult for Finland/NC to beat them out. China have looked really, really dominant in every single game they played, except yesterday against Korea, but they got really taken to the limit. But right now, of course, NC, for their part, they haven't actually been struggling at all. This whole tournament, they basically just rolled everyone. So
Absolutely.
Maybe they've got more than we thought.
And here we see an aggressive push coming in from the Tyler guys onto their bomb site. Unfortunately, it is only Nasu here to defend that. And we see a bit of a rotate from Juho, but we see the frag coming out for DD on Nasu, and Alexib will take the frag. So great work there from Arvid to take down the frag in CT. And it'll be a 4-on-3 retake. The peak coming in. A little bit cheeky here from the two Chinese players, taking this fight early to the CT, so holding up that rotate, but we see the flank coming in and Juho doing huge work there, and somebody taking out 2 frags, so it's a 2-on-2 situation, all down to Sunny, and Sunny gets the one. It's a 1-on-1 for this crucial pistol round. It's all against, he knows exactly where he is, he finds the frag, takes him down, and the opening frag will go to Finland.
Nicely done there. They just managed to clutch that out, so down to the wire, and between the two teams, really, that could have gone either way. A push out came through, and China got their control of the site, but they just couldn't quite hold it. And I have to say, it felt to me like the swing there in Finland's favor came from what you said before, that little cheeky push into CT spawn. They just weren't able to finalize the kills from that surprise, and they ended up getting bowled over. But that is the pistol round, and of course we are now going to be seeing Eco coming out here. Quite a few Deagles in play. China obviously going to be looking to take this one away.
Huge hit from Captain Mo there. We've seen that all tournament from him with that dig in hand. Absolutely deadly with that. And we see a counter boost coming into the sniper's nest. Nasu taking care of Fancy up in the palace area, and Alexib finding DD. At that little nade comes back towards something. Not too much damage there, but somebody getting the dig. So a 3-on-3, not ideal. But here the big jumping down from Alexib, unable to find the second. We'll go in with the pistol and finish off somebody. So 1 man left, Attacker might be able to get this bomb plant. He's very low holding this ticket booth area, finds the frag. So a bomb plant will be ideal, but he's going to know the 2 Finnish players are coming right after him.
It's true, but the grenade is missed, so he's going to get that bomb plant. This is a very successful eco round for China. Attacker, I don't fancy his chances here. He's going to try. He's going to get the dink actually on Arvid there, so best keep an eye on him. He's not done yet. Knows the positions of both players now. Gets 1 kill, but will not be able to finalize on the second. This should be a clean defuse. That Molotov slightly awkwardly placed, but he's going to sit that one out. He knows he's got time.
He waits that out, and a wonderful 4K coming from Alexib, so going absolutely huge that round to stave off an anti-eco. But look at this, 1 player alive, so it's just signs of China showing what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, they are fearsome. This is China certainly seems to be a team that likes to play aggressive. Whatever side they're playing, you know, whatever map they're playing, that is the way they want to go. But on the pistol, I do feel like sometimes China is a little bit too tempted to over-invest, right? We've seen them go for these force-ups when it almost didn't make sense up against Korea. But, of course, that can catch people off guard. We'll see if Finland have done their research. Right now, though, they're forced onto UMPs.
Indeed, and that bomb plant making all the difference. China able to get those AKs up early up into the 3rd round here. So we'll see how this plays out. Funnily enough, the firepower in favor of the Chinese side.
Yeah, they have the weapons. For the moment, they're not finding anyone, though. Nasu going aggressive with that UMP. Gets get the trade kill from Sunny, but not clean there. Finland take a bit of damage.
Here we
1
go.
Kill.
Couple of UMPs still in hand. Not able to retrieve that AK as of yet. He gets picked by Captain Mo, who will open up this A bomb site. Juho taking the fight and actually wins against that AK. So a 3-on-3 situation, still very tight. Lots of utilities left on the Chinese side. Let's see how they play this out here.
Well, they could be making their way up with somebody through mid, but he's actually getting blindsided there. Goes down for the 1M4 on the CT side. Now it's a 2 plays 2 scenario, and they can surely call on Finland's side where China are, at least in the broad sense. They know which site this is going to be on. Alexib, though, coming around very much a mind game right now. Neither side has definite information. Attacker hanging out there. And going to get Molotov down. This should be a good setup for Arvid. He will finalize that kill now. They've just got to clean out. There's 1 player left. They don't know exactly where DD is, but they're watching for him. They know he's going to be likely here. But the spray down is good.
Great little crossfire there. And he does have a kit in hand, so that will be 3rd round. But once again, not able to bank any weapons, save any of them, but they get the all-important round. And very nice game starting out these early rounds.
Yeah, the UMP buy-up working out. Little bit dicey for them, and kind of almost nullifies that great eco round we saw from China before, where they did so much damage it forced Finland into a horrible situation. But of course, doesn't matter in the end. If you get the frags, you will be winning out. Juho now going to be picking up that AWP, and another UMP for Nasu. The AK is still in play though for China.
Absolutely, but yes, the AWP is in place, so it'll make a huge difference locking down these bomb sites for the CT side, and we see Alexiv trying to line up that nade, getting info from Arvid to see if he can see anyone kind of peeking around there. And we do see the bomb headed towards this apps area. It looks like it's going to be another B execute, almost successful the previous 2 rounds, but still plenty of time on the clock for these Chinese players to call something. But it looks like it will be a rush out onto the side. Fully flash somebody, totally misses Arvid in front of him, and eventually does find the frag. So it's a 3-on-3 situation, something we've seen so many times on this map so far.
But they're not willing to get this bomb plant in. They think there could be CTs still coming in, and that delay might actually cost them here, as it's giving Finland a chance to get into position. The flashes will come out to try and set this up. They should be able to get DD at least onto the site, but they know there's a player on short. They are going to peek, and they do get that kill, and now that makes it much more difficult for the CTs. Both coming from the same direction and being smoked off quickly.
Indeed, so it's now a 2-on-3. They've been quite successful with these retakes so far, but the numbers not in their favor this time. Unfortunately, Crossfire catching on one of the players, trying to get the spray transfer, but Sunny still on 67 health, but they know exactly where he is. Fancy and Sunny, there's no reason why he shouldn't go for this. He hasn't got a kit in hand, so he's going to have to play quicker. They know where they are, so it's going to come straight down to the mind games and the aim here. The early pick comes out, and Fancy able to take the frag down, not losing an ounce of health, opening up the round balance for Tyloo.
Yeah, he was predicting, you know, he had to actually basically pick between the 2 possible locations he was expected to be peeked from. Actually picked wrong, but then the flick was just so good, it didn't matter. Got the kill anyway. And this, as you say, now puts Finland onto the force up here. Gonna go with the, I didn't actually keep track of exactly how much money they were on before that one, so I'm gonna
whoever loses this round will definitely be ecoing, potentially even double ecoing, so a very important round coming up, and the firepower and utilities definitely outweighing the CT side right now.
Well, most likely Finland would have had to double eco anyway, so in this case they may as well hope to get the swing.
We've seen what they can do with these 5.7s. Absolutely deadly from these ranges, and we know how well these Finnish people can aim.
It is true. China, though, they're playing this very, very passively. Can be Captain Mo going for that little peek out. Does find Sunny. Cautious to that 5-7. They know the kind of economic state their opponent is in.
They're playing very slow, waiting out these small corners, playing very cautiously. You can see the bomb still back in T-spawn, so we'll see somebody go back to retrieve that and potentially make a play towards the safe bomb site. Just there as attacker finds an opening frag, and players will come flooding out of Palace there, and it will be a free bomb site for now. Players trying to rotate through the connector, but I believe all 5 players will make it there before a Finnish person can be seen.
Yeah, most likely you're not going to be seeing any more Finnish people. This is just going to be save the pistols. You know you're going to have to eco anyway. They're just as good on the next round as they are on this one, so try and hold on to them. And in fact, see, China, they're not even willing to let them save those.
They know exactly what's up, so we're going to see a bit of a gunfight happening down here. The jump coming out from somebody who knows exactly where it is. A little pop flash there. We'll see if he gets the frag, but Arvid gets the one tap onto Fancy, so he'll be able to retrieve that gun, and this may not work out in favor of the Chinese team right now. Alexiv gets another frag, so if they can retrieve that gun, this will be a great eco round for them.
It's always the risk. If you're going to go chasing after pistols, you run the risk of making it worse, especially when, you know, they know you're coming.
They may have almost given them the huge chance they require in this next round.
I mean, actually looking at it, economically speaking now, might be able to scrape something together.
Well, will they buy up to support these rifles? They're not really in a financial position to do so. So yeah, it will just be upgraded pistols there. They will be able to buy in the next round here, but they may be able to work something with this AK and UMP. And we do see the Mac 10 on Fancy. So money in interesting position here for both sides.
Yeah, I almost half imagine maybe like getting a Scout and a FAMAS to round out the guns, and then armor could be picked up as well. But right now, Nasu, he's going to be pushing up mid, actually going for Fancy. Someone gets the
That's a great opening frag from Nasu there, finding work with the P250. Alexiv going to pop flash himself out there with the 5-7. Perfect flash, but unfortunately can't make the frag onto Didi, but eventually gets him down there. So look at this, the numbers in favor. Eventually Captain Mo opening up the frags for the Chinese side, but not able to get Arvid down with that AK.
Ooh, attacker's very vulnerable in this current position, is going to get flanked. That's Arvid taking him down. They haven't seemingly got the call from Captain Mo's position, but he's going to get it. Will eventually land that shot, and now it's just one player left. Somebody trying to hold this off, but it's going to be very, very difficult. Finland, they just need to play defense, and they knew it. They defended that defuse, and they've managed to get the round on the board once again.
So there you go, the hunt costing them that round, you could say, giving away that AK and UMP in the previous round. So there you go, very sharp looking Finnish end side right now.
Definitely so. Obviously, CT-sided map.
We saw this yesterday. Sorry to cut you off there, but a bit of a force-up here coming out. Not full firepower there. I mean, we have seen this a lot from Tyloo guys. I don't want to say they play impatiently. I'll just say they play hyper-aggressively. That's how I'll call it.
Yeah, there is obviously there's a cost benefit to it. It's if we get this round, it does so much damage to the CTs. If we lose it, well, we just sort of end up ecoing a little bit more in return, but kind of relies on the confidence to say, yeah, we're going to get this. Even though we've got worse weapons, we're just going to do it anyway. Ooh, Captain Mo actually the one finding the shot there. DD gets another, and it looks like this force-up is going to work out really quickly as DD gets a 3K. Somebody coming around as well with the UMP in hand, and he doesn't even care. Gets himself that last kill and will secure them the round, 4-3.
A flawless round. Great work coming out from DD there in mid, just popping heads off like he's doing aim practice, really.
Yeah, phenomenal, actually. I'm really, really impressed by that, but still doesn't quite put Finland out of the game yet. They're going to be going with 2 CZs there. 3 M4s.
So they're trying to bring this game straight back. They don't want to let them get away with it too much. And Pistol's not working out too badly, so I can't see any reason why not to go for this bit of aggression down mid there from Sunny, but unfortunately not going to see anyone. But gets taken down by somebody. So there goes one of the rifles very early in the round. So unfortunately this force-up not looking too strong. Alexib going to have a peek, but he's smoked out, so not going to have to do any damage there. And somebody creeping up through connector is going to spot. Juho gets taken down straight away. And DD with the flank, so China coming into their own right now, all down to Arvid. He has got every possible utility and defuse kit you could imagine, so every chance, but he's probably going to save all this for the next round.
Yeah, and realistically speaking, the retake is ambitious, likely rubbish if he goes for it. So, you know, discretion is the better part of valor. He is going to hide himself away, and he needs to be very careful about where he looks. He knows, of course, that China knows where he is, and he's clearly very scared of that fact, but if he goes anywhere right now other than towards T-spawn, he's likely going to be finding Captain Mo's crosshairs, but Attacker will be going down. So now it's just about Arvid. Can he keep himself alive here? DD's going to go for this one. He's been on fire so far. Is he going to be even given the chance? Doesn't look like it. Arvid should get out alive. Oh. Saw the blood spatters. It's fine. No worries. I'm back to full now.
Yeah, it would have taken a lot of bullets to get him through that wall there with the AK, but manages to save the utilities and the kit. So every chance here they can work off anything that Arvid can do, and we have seen some of his aim today doing a great job. But look at the firepower over on the Tyloo side. Not looking great for the CTs at this current stage.
Yeah, they should be thinking that this round is, you know, do as much damage as possible. Probably a throwaway. One more eco will do it, as it were. Arvid, obviously, if they can keep that rifle going, yeah, that would be nice. They're going for the sort of well, I don't want to call it a 5-stack, but they're pretty much abandoning A site. It's, you know, 50-50. We're kind of hoping China will go for this. That being said, the way China's been playing with these very slow peek outs, you know, fancy doing it this time, but we've seen Captain Mo up in Palace before. Unlikely to be caught off guard by a 5-stack. But anyway, Finland have actually managed to find themselves 2 kills, and this bomb plant will come down. So this is actually a doable retake now.
Absolutely, but we don't see any armor on the AK. Nasu, a glass cannon there, and a great touchdown nade from Attacker. So we see a 4-on-3 situation. Nade's running low, 1 smoke left on Arvid. So the call is out. They look like they will be trying to pincer this site from all sides, but DD and Attacker shutting that down straight away. So all the rifles lost on the CTs. Juho does manage to salvage that M4, but goes down straight away to Fancy, and Fancy, look at him, he's just like a turret there, locking this site down. And there you go. Great work from Fancy to salvage the round. They look dangerous for a little while.
Yeah, I was actually not expecting the round to go in Finland's favor there, just because it would be tricky to go for that retake when you've only got the 3 guns. And the lack of armor would obviously be a critical factor, but it amused me at the end there, because you kind of, Sunny sort of like mentally, he looked around at the end in Palace, fired backwards, and then it's as if at that point he was like, okay, well that means I'm perfectly safe because I didn't see anyone. Still didn't matter because he just flicked around and
that's something
nailed
that,
him. But
I believe we processed just now having watched it, but that's just going through his mind straight away. Very instinctual player there.
Oh, yeah.
And that's obviously where all of his skill and reflexes come from. But here we go, rifle round finally for the guys on Ents. Utility's a little low on no head armor, but AKs and orbs doesn't really make a difference at all right now.
So, Tyloo, once again, playing fairly slow. Looks like they may be thinking about something. I was expecting them to go underpass there, actually, but not going to be bothering, it seems.
Like they've got to try and get some sort of mid-control here after they can't quite find an opening from somebody down towards that B bomb site, but we see the mid presence coming thick and heavy for the guys, but it looks like the bomb will go straight towards A bomb site. Captain Mo going to try and open up a frag there, and we do see Fancy looking to find an opening from high up above in Palace, so we'll see the smokes rain out, I imagine, very shortly, and only one player, Nasu, left there to lock down this site. We do see a couple players in the connector area, but bit of presence still on the B site, so we'll see where this ends up. The calls will come shortly after these nades rain in. And here we go. We're going to see the Chinese execute very shortly here.
Captain Mo going to be throwing out that Molotov, tries to get something started, but he's going to be watching what's going on in mid. It's just a 1 versus 1 that goes in the favor of China there, but China's gotten control of the site. They've got the numbers advantage, but there are still CTs really close up. That could be a problem for them, especially as Juhu comes out. He doesn't see somebody, though. I think he was visible, but and flashed as well, but still. 3 plays 3 now. Fancy Summer goes down. Sunny going to take that one away, but Captain Mo, they know where he is now. Smoked off the bomb, and it's going to depend. Can he judge where he is?
Oh,
they're going to fire into the smoke,
he
surely.
defends well. Look at this, all up to Sunny.
Oh, he stopped it.
Frag. Here we go, the flank's coming around. They're playing around the smoke. What's going on? Didi versus Sunny, and unfortunately, he gets taken down. Great work by Didi on 7 HP, so really unfortunate stuff there. But some great CS nonetheless.
Dead chuffed. He was, in fact, GD was so excited he won that clutch, he forgot to go and pick up the orb. But not going to be a major loss for them there. Finland, though, got to be feeling under pressure right now. They are setting up for a pretty lackluster half, honestly, on the CT side of Mirage. And once again, facing this eco, 2 CZs. And struggling to think what they need to be doing here.
Well, they are favoring this B site stack, and somebody quickly into snipers there taking down. Whoa, great shot from Juho, but unfortunately we'll get traded out by Fancy for all of his troubles, and Nasu going down with that CZ. So now all down to Sunny and Alexib. 2-on-4 situation, but they do have armor, and if they can retrieve that rifle off somebody, there may be a small chance, but it looks like they will be retreating there, holding for the exit frags is Sunny. And he's going to try and find something here. So a little bit of aggression here. The typical Chinese player would like to say, they don't like anyone saving anything on their rounds.
Yeah. Well, Sunny actually managing to get the better of that
Look
fight.
at that composure.
Man, it's AD. Just can't cope. I can't cope when that happens. Someone's just right next to me with a pistol. Attacker, actually not very important at all. DD comes around from the side. He served it as a distraction, I think we can say, Attacker there. And Alexid, last man standing here, may actually find Attacker looking the wrong way, but can't find the shots. 4-7. Bit of economic damage, I suppose. 2 kills. Again, not bad for an eco round, but it's the rounds that are going to count in the long run.
Indeed, absolutely. Every round does count. So the finances do play into it quite a bit, but we do see the AWP finally come out for Juho. So we'll see if he can lock down these bomb sites with one of those who will be preferring to play towards that A bomb site, potentially looking into main here, and the bit of a standard split here, trying to get mid control while a couple of players check out that main area. So the nades raining out, and all down to Sunny to try to lock down that mid area. We do see Alexib trying to come up short, try to stop off any kind of push coming from there. But the frag on somebody, unfortunately, Juho not able to utilize that. AWP finally gets it in hand, and he goes down with it very quickly. And look at this play from the Chinese team here. You know someone's in the smoke there, sprays him down, but unfortunately can't get the frag. So he trades back very quickly, but eventually gets taken down. So now it's a 2-on-2 situation here. Arvin and Alexib to try to bring this game back into control. And excellent work there from Arvid. So now it's all down to somebody, and we've seen what he can do with his AK.
Yeah, whiffed that shot there, though, Captain Mo. In fact, both AWPers this round whiffing crucial shots. Somebody, though, let's see. He's going to be slowly making his way, but Arvid is ready and waiting, and he's surely going to get the better of him. No! Somebody lands the dink.
He knew exactly where it was, but unfortunately somebody having that angle there. able to see him before he gets spotted himself. So now the call is out. Alexib knows exactly where he is, but somebody going to opt for this B bomb site. And Alexib wires onto it. He will be coming up short here. So interesting little one-on-one clutch situation coming up here. Alexib going to play up short. Somebody watching exactly. Has he been spotted? No, he has been spotted here. He's seen a little shot and a great shot from Alexib to clutch the round and bring it to 5-7, still in favor of the Chinese side.
Denies him the ace, denies him the round. That was a very, very good result for Finland in the end.
It's always a little cherry on top when you deny someone an ace, isn't it?
That being said, the money is going to favor Tyloo going into this next round. And it probably, after this round, even if they lose it, they can buy up again. So Finland, they've built themselves a bit of a mountain to climb in these last few rounds. They desperately need as many as they can. An 8-7 is very, very workable. You know, if Tyloo's getting the rest of them, no, it's going to be much, much harder.
It will be a lot harder, but Ents, I'm sure they do have confidence on their T side over here on Mirage. So we see the bomb still playing towards that T side. We're going to see if Fancy can find an opening pick here on this B bomb side, but it looks like they will be leaning towards hitting that A bomb side. But the Ents retake on the A quite formidable, actually.
It's been how they win when they win, but I still feel like they need to be doing a little bit more to avoid losing to these executes in the first place.
That's the other position. Can't do much work with their UMP, unfortunately. So the opening frag going to attacker. So we have a 4-on-5 situation. The players rushing out onto this A bomb side, and bomb going down. So it looks like it will be playing for a retake. Very aggressive there from Juho. Gets taken down. So unfortunately, firepower not working in their favor. Fancy gets away with his life there. Throws out the molly. So they know where he is. Aggressively getting the frag there. He's going to try opt for that AK, I believe. So we see 2 AKs on 3. Only a flash left. Then somebody going to get mollied out, but stays barely alive in the corner and eventually gets the frag as well. So very unlucky there for Arvid.
How is he alive?
He isn't anymore. So another one-on-one situation. He has no idea where attacker is, and he has the health, the flash. There's a smoke on Sunny, so he could go for a bit of a ninja fake, maybe a bomb tap with the bomb ticking away. Going to get away with his life, potentially. We're not sure. It's going to be a close one.
Should be all right.
The round going in favor of Tyloo. Gets taken down to 13, so he can save that AK, save the smoke and the kids.
Yeah, and as I feared, for the fans of Finland in many ways, right now, it just looks like this half is heading straight for a 10-5. We've got this one man with a gun, and it looks like Finland, they're not willing to accept that. They're going to force up.
They're going to force up. They're going to try to support this AK. They want to shut this down. They've already lost the half, but 8-7 is looking a lot better than 10-5 at the moment.
Yeah, it's what they've got to play for. It realistically gives them by far their best chance in the second half, and they have found that first kill there. MP9 on Alexib. Keep our eyes open though. Finland dropping more than a few picks when people peek out of Palace. It's become a real problem for them. Maybe a lack of adaptation to the way China has been playing.
So just holding these sneaky corners with these CZs and the MP9 there. Oh, gets spotted there. But Nasu getting the frag down into main. So the numbers advantage coming up. We've seen this before. They just have to capitalize on it. A great shot from Nasu there. So now all down to attacker with that AK. He does have bombs, so every chance to take this away. Does have a molly in hand, but the numbers severely outweighing any chance of him taking away this round.
Yes, indeed.
Ooh, great shot there with the CZ. And he's going to pick that again. He knows where else, so he's going to get pincered here from all angles, but unfortunately looking in the wrong direction. But the call will be out. They know exactly where he is, and just going to sit back and cover all these choke points here. They know how low he is. The dink, probably the call out with that CZ. Ooh, easy frag there for Alexib eventually. And 6-8, so there you go. And saving 3 AKs, because now they'll be able to get a nice little buy going to the end of the half.
Yeah, nice call, honestly, in the end, to just sit back and not get too over-eager. I know you want to punish China as hard as you can, but no matter what you do, they're going to be able to buy up in this round here. So, Finland, this really does determine the half for them. This is the round. No AWP in play here. Couldn't afford that one possibly for Juho. Yep, couldn't, I don't think. And Sunny.
The spray down from Sunny, unfortunately not doing that much damage, taking somebody down to 74. Who has that UMP in hand. But it is great to see these two teams in this grand final. Everyone expected them to be here, and here they are. The way the brackets work out, sometimes you see these teams meeting a little earlier, but everyone getting the final they deserve, I think.
Yes, indeed they are. Fancy summer, though. He's going to be trying to make this a quick final as fast as he can. Nasu, though, not willing to accept that. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and China are getting slowed down. The rotates are starting to come through here, but the players are dropping more on Finland's side than China's. So the grenades, how are they going to use these to set them up for this retake? The bomb plant should be coming through shortly.
A little bit nervous
they're
about that.
They're not covering. Oh, Arvid!
Oh, Arvid, huge work from him. Bringing this round straight back for the Ents guys to take this into a 7-8, but here we go. We know what somebody is capable of. He's got an AK, but no utilities, unfortunately, and bomb will be down. So the call comes up, and Alexi taking this turret position, just a little unsure of where this final player is, but little does know he is right on default on the A-bomb side here.
Is he going to just straight up plant it? No, coming away.
Can't imagine he'll take that risk. He may get spotted here by Alexi Interconnector. Oh goodness, the call has been out. He's not going to check jungle here, and a gun. He's caught out with his gun. Knife out, sorry. And there you go, the half, 7-8.
Yeah, not the score that Finland would have wanted, but not completely beyond hope for them either. They've managed to take out that last round, and that really is very important for them. But, of course, it's a cliche, but the pistol round will be very heavily influential in determining how this one goes. It's just, what are they going to be doing? We've got 4 chest armors, 1 flash and a decoy there on Nasu. While the team is looking like they are heading straight for B apps here, and indeed it doesn't look like they're even going to slow down. I don't think they're walking this. They're just going straight in onto the site, and it's going to be somebody who has to hold this one out.
So not too bad there, a 1-for-1 trade, but we do see the Tech 9 and armor going down, so that investment not panning out too well, unfortunately, and they will play for the retake, so we'll see how this Chinese retake stacks up against the Finnish guys. And a lot of players coming out through market here. They have been spotted, so a lot of gunfire, and unfortunately the trade's going in favor of this end side. And here we go, Nasu closing that up, and he will close the round out with that P2 Fiddy, so great work from him. No, it was a Glock, sorry, but great work nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed, Finland. Critical round for them. They've taken that away. Likely to see them go for another one, but it looks like, and this is the difference, right, between the two teams. Finland were, when they get their pistol rounds, they're not generally having to deal with these force-ups. I've phrased that very awkwardly, but what I meant to say was China is forcing up.
Yes, we saw this a lot against Korea, and it had absolutely no results and put them in a bit of a weaker position, if anything.
Yeah, it did indeed. This time, you know, makes a decent bit of sense. And you can see they're still planning for the future. Captain Mo not going to be buying anything. He wants that AWP when the time comes. Therefore, buy. So let's see what damage they can do. Finland slowly making their way towards B once again. Juho going to join them there, so most likely it is going to be through apartments rather than playing anything around mid. They are going to have to watch themselves.
There is someone on there, Juho. Just stay a little bit longer, please. Indeed, with the close angle on the 5-7. They're going to get mollied out. Faces gets taken out straight away, so great work from the Finnish guys right there, but look at this. Oh, look.
He hurt him.
Unfortunately, gets taken down. So look at this. The great work getting done by the Chinese guys, but down to a 3-on-3 situation. 2 AK still in hand, and attacker will get rid of one of those rifles. So now they know where they are. The touchdown there. Can that do some damage there? Great work with the nade there. Unfortunately, people staying alive. So 3-on-2 situation. Bomb still not planted.
Yeah, this round is coming down to the wire because this is 30 seconds left on the clock. Numbers advantage for China. Could be a very difficult retake. And Captain Mo hasn't even been able to find himself a decent gun anywhere. Somebody, if he goes down on short, that could spell the death knell for this retake attempt. But they're through the windows. They're coming in. Juho gets the first one, though. Alexiev gets the second. And that is a nice hold. They have managed to keep it. But plenty of damage done. 3 rifles lost, and that's going to be quite expensive.
It is going to be expensive, but not quite as expensive as the prior half of these guys. We all know how expensive it is to be a CT in this game. So the couple of AKs coming out and obviously playing for the anti-eco with that UMP and MAC-10. So we're going to see if Sunny and Nasu can build a bit of a bankroll. But you can't imagine much happening in this round. A couple of P250 upgrades for the players, but no utilities, no nades, and a stack towards his A side. So Arvid having to be careful. He picks early. Unfortunately, indeed, it gets taken straight down. So we see a person in main, and Sunny taking his fight in the sniper's nest, and will eventually take him down with after a little bit of difficulty. But Arbiter going to have to clear this area. He looks straight there and gets taken down. So this is a perfect round, what it looks like, coming from the Finnish guys. But you can't expect much from China with a buy-up like that.
No, indeed. And Sunny, quite cute there, just like, he's like, oh, well, I've only got a Mac 10. He's just going to go straight down mid. As there is no worries, no grenades, nothing. Just go for it and hope there's nobody there. It did work out for him. Did get that kill. They did manage to find one there, though, for China. So consolation prize. They won't be too unhappy with how that round went, considering the investment in. And now, of course, comes the full buy. Orp on Captain Mo, as I said before. Not a lot of equipment for him with that, but he's got the decoy, he's got the chest armor.
Here, these
sticky Mac 10.
So getting all 3 rounds again. So that's both pistol rounds and subsequent rounds going in favor of Finland, giving this a little bit of a buffer. So now it comes to game time. We see where this game will really go. Unfortunately, as you were saying, losing too many players, the gun's not quite in favor, and the AWP out on Captain Mo, and he is absolutely lethal with this thing, isn't he?
Oh, he is. When he's on form. That being said, yesterday against Korea, he had at least one map where he was really not that great. So keep our eyes open. 1-for-1 across the map so far. T-side advantage.
And, Fancy holding this angle on Palace in reverse firebox, so he's going to smoke himself out there and try to take a peek above smoke. So, oh, look at this, not even looking. So Captain Mo nerfed straight away with that AWP. And now the 2 players he had to lock down his bomb site. Players will come flooding in from all angles. The attacker, not much of a chance there. And look at that, Sunny, great work with that Mac 10 in hand. So somebody does get the frag there, but a lot of work to do here. Bomb goes down as we speak. And gets a trade, but gets traded straight away by Sunny. And there we go, first rifle round goes to Finland.
Yeah, China caught quite off guard by the window boost we saw there. And from that point on, they kind of couldn't cover that side as well. Following that, of course, nice play from Finland to just take the site simple and plain as you like. But once again, China back onto an eco round here. Deagle and chest armor picked up there by somebody. He's been getting quite a lot of kills, so that might be affecting his income. And in fact, keep an eye on him in general, because 22 kills for him. Closest on his team is 15. A little bit more even on Finland, but still not that close. Alexib, the man of the hour for them.
Absolutely, with that 20 bomb there, and he's somebody with this Deagle, and it's always a little bit scary when you see one of these great aimers with a Deagle in hand. Can do a lot of damage, and it's a bit of a tilt factor there when you get one dig, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like there's nothing you could have done about it when it happened, but
exactly what I was thinking.
It is very, very risky, right? It's so, like, even for the very best Deaglers, it's just sometimes it just will not work out. Otherwise, it would be kind of broken.
It would be.
It would
like
be an R8 revolver on release, is what it would be. But
like it was in Source, it was a little bit OP there. But I think it's kind of got a right balance here. You have that one shot to kind of do what you can, and then here we go. But as back to this game, we see the molly coming out for under, and Sunny trying to find that frag. Great work there. And trying to clear out this bomb site so the players will come flooding in. There's only a couple of players coming through Connector and CT right now. The shot's going through. Jungle looks like Crosshair's on, but China doing great work there with those pistols in hand. So it's a 3-on-3, but bomb is down, and they will have to play for the retake. And in these post-plant positions, you can't see China doing much more damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, realistically, unless they get a very nice dink.
Great crossfire set up there in post-plant position.
Looked like it could have happened, actually, because that took a long time for one of their players to die. But neither side could hit the other there, apparently. Stormtrooper Day. And 12-8 is now on the scoreboard. Once again, Tyloo looking to get themselves on the board for this half. So full buy.
Absolutely. Captain Mo, just like yesterday on the first map, he found some hot form later in the series, but 7-16 here, so unfortunately not able to do too much with that AWP. And on a map like Mirage, it is one that you need to be in form if you're going to lock down those sites on the CT side.
Yeah, definitely. I think that might be where a lot of their problems are stemming from right now. Of course, yesterday he was all right on train, where the whole team was wrecking Korea, and then second map, he was just kind of awful on Cobblestone, couldn't deal with it, but then he was just absolutely phenomenal on Overpass. So
ham on Overpass there, so we'll see a little bit of
ups and downs.
And the 5 AK setup, utilities coming out, so the smoke will be lined up for this. And look at this little boost from somebody trying to get this sneaky angle there. And we do see the bomb teetering towards the A-bomb site, so not finding the opening there. The players spread out across the map for the CTs here, so either bomb site probably will lead to the same result, but the bomb will be heading towards that main area. So smoke's raining in, and a couple of players are rotating. Pulled out. And look at this, Nastu's going to have to take this fight in fire, and only takes 5 damage, so a great result for him at the end. And look at this, Finland just opening up this bomb site. Bomb will go down on Arvid, who's only got 12 health left, and it's down to a 3-on-5 retake is on for China.
Yep. Pause timer called as well, so they clearly aren't feeling too confident on this round. That being said, this is not over yet. Nasu going to try and shut them out, going to find that first kill. Now a 2 plays 4 scenario, and they don't have a lot of information on Finland's afterplants. But they're not going to give up. They're not going to run home. DD, he's going to be running in instead. Sunny could potentially have hurt him, but he might think it's a teammate. He does jump down and get the kill in the end. So we will now see this pause timer come through. I imagine this is tactical.
Oh, definitely a good time for it, I believe.
Yeah, indeed.
Trying to structure where they can do, and we did see them actually in a similar position against Korea, take the tac pause and come back and eventually win the map. So much to be discussed in this pause.
But they've got to get things going for them pretty shortly. 6 rounds on the trot now. Well, 7 if you count the last of the half for Finland. They've gone from a very comfortable position to really, really losing ground fast here. So
if you guys are just tuning in, you're watching the IESF World Championships for 2016 held here on Angkor Beach in Jakarta, and not possible without our wonderful sponsors, one of which is Kick TV. So if you guys go onto your respective app stores and download the 8th Esports World Championship official app on Kick TV, it's a social esports application that delivers various esports videos, and not only does it have an alarm feature that lets you know when the match and time of streaming services, but it provides a special event that allows users to post their predictions for the ongoing game. So a bit of fun there for anyone, and you can match up against your mates and see how you go in predicting esports events.
Yeah, I know you've done reasonably well on that.
Oh, and so have you, yes.
Yes,
we
well,
both won mechanical keyboard. So anyone here live at the venue, if you download the app and go over to the Kick booth, I believe you get 4 predictions. You can get yourself a nice little mechanical keyboard. I got a lot of prize over there, so check out the booth. It's just over on the far right of the main stage. So this pause still coming out. And,
using the time.
I have to ask you, those Red Bulls just for commercial, or can we drink?
What?
Don't worry. That's a little...
I mean, I even know what you're referencing,
little throwback
but I have no idea why you're referencing
to Alu
it.
back in the day when he was on NIP, formerly of ENTS. Now he's on FaZe, but a bit of legacy there for this Finnish team. But anyway, bad jokes aside, we'll be getting straight back into this match. And 13 plays 8 after a tactical pause from China.
Well, here we go. Force up. Something we've seen before from them. Tactical pause, force up.
Oh, great shot from Juho there. Wonderful work with that AWP. And find that opening frag. So no AWP present on the Chinese side. But look at somebody doing this Chinese aggression. And he will retreat straight back. But look at this, Arvid and Co know exactly what's on right now. Gets spotted. He's going to bait himself. And look, he's going to get picked up by this AWP. But great teamwork there from Juho. That was just like a person trying to take a one-on-one that gets absolutely ganked by his friends.
Yeah, I'm hoping the call came out for DD like shortly afterwards. Please don't peek. There's literally 3 people pointing the guns.
Oh, look at that trade back as well. So all the mind games and the support coming in from the Finnish team to take this to a 4-on-2 situation. And Captain Mo, it's a 1-1 split right now. So not much hope, unfortunately, at this current stage. But look at this angle. Fancy trying to do some real damage there on this aggressive angle. Not too common, but only Nasu right now. So he's going to want to try to find a train. But if Nasu gets traded here, they will still get the information. Ooh. And there you go. Juho knows exactly where he is. We've got AWP and see what it can do from a close range. But oh, the train coming out. So he does find the trade, but now it's a 2-on-1. So great work there from Fancy, but numbers still in favor for the Finnish side ends.
Yeah, and you can tell Finland were like, okay, right, whatever. We're just going to... We know we have numbers. It's fine. We have reinforcements. We will just use them. Sacrifice a life to get that guaranteed kill. Now, the bomb plant will come down. They've got to deal with Captain Mo, but he's got a FAMAS, and yeah, that's just not... It's just like, not what you want.
Once again, I think you've given the perfect sound for the predicament. Ugh, you don't want to retake with a FAMAS.
That being said, okay, no, fair enough. He got the first kill, caught him by surprise actually. I think somehow managed to sneak around Alexib, but then in turn was surprised. So 14-8 now, and Finland are just running away with this game.
Yeah, they really are. It did look
they're
a little
forcing up.
grim.
Well, to be fair, it's like it gets worse because you force up and you lose some rounds and you're like, oh no, we got to keep forcing.
That would be the mentality, but this is a pro team, so I'm sure there's more strategy behind it than that, I would hope. We all know the dominating force at Tyloo is on the world stage, but finding their match here and then some in this Finnish side event. So these two guys have been the juggernauts of this tournament thus far, and a great final playing out before us, Spud.
This may be a bit of a read on Finland, who have been playing very heavily around that A site. We do see 4 players in that area, obviously covering mid via window and connector at the same time, but leaving just...
Oh, look at this. They're so close. They can probably smell each other right now. If only they could see what we could see right here. But we do see Fancy holding this angle there down on connector, so might be a bit of a meat grinder situation here if DD can he's maybe heard something, but look, Juho's aware. Nasu going to take the pick with the AK, and he's going to get spotted first. Oh, great reaction from Nasu. Unfortunately, DD unable to work. Captain Mo will get mollied out of that position, and he will have to face the players coming out of connector. With that FAMAS in hand, gets the pick onto one player, and unfortunately doesn't get down the second. So look at this work down from Juho, going great with that AWP. And now the 2 FAMASs again, your favorite gun on the retake.
Oh, I love it. It's just so great. The old sound effect was the best. It really conveyed how terrible it was. But Juho finds the shot. Now it's just,
nice little flash there from Alexib. At this stage, probably get away with that. Not a problem.
Yeah, it's fine. It didn't ultimately matter. That mattered, though. Nice shot from Attacker to get that headshot at that range. He's going to be now playing against the bomb timer, though, and this is going to be tricky. Finland, I think they may have actually heard he did jump when he went.
Yep, this crossfire should lock down this round for them. Attacker is going to be going right now and there. Not required. Alexib to bring up match point for the Finnish side. So who would have expected this? I'm going to say it. I did. I expected this. It wasn't because I was loved by the other guys. It's actually because I like Finland.
Okay, well, I mean,
but still very early days.
I like the Finnish as well.
Yeah, everyone loves the Finnish.
We have a lovely Finnish judge. Who,
great,
is very notable.
Voice.
Everyone has heard the judge.
The judge. That's a great. We should get a shirt with the judge written on it. Actually, reminiscent of James Earl Jones. Almost the Finnish James Earl Jones with that booming voice. But we digress. More FAMASs coming out, and obviously justify this round because it is the last round of this map potentially for the Chinese guys.
Yeah, but it sort of says something about their buying strategy, doesn't it? They've ended up
indeed,
with so many force-ups.
Maybe this will be a lesson. Maybe they were just confident coming to this tournament. They were like, we can stomp these guys with the lesser firepower, but now they're like, you know what, hey, maybe we can't. Maybe we need to take a step back, reassess.
If you'd think Korea would have been a wake-up call for them, coming down to 16-14 on the last map.
Oh, they're a superpower, though, China, so maybe that mentality does come into the esports scene. Probably unlikely, but you know what bothers me about the FAMAS is just the general design of the gun. It's a very unattractive weapon.
Yeah, it does look pretty, I don't know.
It's just not symmetrical. It's got that weird, dolphin forehead thing at the... I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I do not like it.
No, I'm saying that, and also the fact that it doesn't do very much damage
compared
to other rifles. But enough of my hatred.
Of the FAMAS.
We need to keep our eyes on what Finland are up to, and that is getting the 1-for-1 at the moment. Somebody is going to be trying to hold this one off. He's not getting pushed out that quickly by Finland. They have gotten the kill now, making the way on to B. They're not actually forced to go for this, but they will do so. Arvid hops down with the bomb. He's going to get that planted now, but the peak is in. Captavo comes in, but gets caught out. Alexib really on fire for his team, and now he's going to be throwing out the Molotov. Fancy Stomach going to run straight through it, and actually gets the better of him as well. This is going to be a 2 versus 2 scenario, with Finland bringing it down to a 1 versus 1, but he's got all the cards in his hand right now. Flashes coming out to slow this CT attacker. He knows time's on his side, but is he going to be able to beat Attacker? No. They
so
keep themselves in.
Wow. That was, he knew exactly where he was. He tried to play the more passive position, but unfortunately Attacker just attacking away. A lot of aggression in that round. We see the molly push and the push into apps that eventually wins them the round. But problem is money.
Yeah. I mean, if only that round had come, even 3 rounds earlier, it would have felt so much better for China as things go forward. But now, even if this is like suddenly they get into high gear and they really go for it for the rest of this map, I struggle to see how they're going to avoid dropping even a single one.
Absolutely, but it seems like we've seen it for Mass pretty much every round this half. That's what it feels like at least. But look at this, if you look at the T side train there, that was the first round the Tyloo guys have won on the CT side. And it was a close one at that.
Yeah, indeed. It's maybe this is their wake-up call, as you said. Maybe they'll start to really perform, but like I said, I'm not too sold on it working out for them, at least for this map. To keep our eyes on them on the second map if it comes to that, though. Well, it will come to that, but when it does.
So slowing right down again, and trying to play that methodical round, trying to feel out the map. We do see the bomb towards B, but it looks like it's going to retreat back into the T-spawn area, and we see a couple of players rotating out with it. So there's Sunny trying to feel out the Palace area, and we do see a very aggressive presence, both players in connector. So if we can clear out this Palace area and get onto site. Oh, the peek there from Alex knowing exactly what's up. Unfortunately, DD getting red block and book, and Juho not able to get the trade, but Ludo's know there's a second player there. Can he get the frag? Looks the wrong way. So it's a 2-on-3 bomb in control of Attacker in that main area.
Yeah, this is going to be real tricky for Finland if they want to take this round. It's not totally beyond them, but let's see.
Look at this. He needs to get that angle. He needs the angle. He can't find
him.
There we get him eventually. Sunny, all the patience in the world there to get that composed. So there's bomb control given back at this stage, but we do see Attacker there still kind of hovering around, so the bomb will go down and it'll be a 2-on-1 all down to Sunny. But if there's any player on the Ents team that you want in a 2-on-1 situation, it definitely is this man here. He gets the spray down through the box, so they know where he's in default. Unfortunately, gets taken down to the face by Captain Mo. Great read there, great firing through the wall. And Tyloo still a dream, and 5 rounds to go.
Well, 5 rounds until overtime, so we can't even say they're in a great scenario. And that's got to be so confidence building for Finland. I've got to remember, though, at this point, most of these rounds that we're seeing won by China, they're very volatile. They could go either way. I mean, that last one was down to, what, 2 plays 3? That's definitely winnable, right? And,
oh, indeed, yes.
You know, the more defuse signs you see, basically, the more the chance there's going to be sooner or later one that doesn't get that far. So,
just similar play here from it. It's getting to the point that maybe they're feeling that that goal line fever there, getting a bit antsy because we are not seeing the control and composure we saw earlier in this second half. But a lot of that would come to the off-putting aggression here from China. You don't really see this kind of stuff in the 15th round, and all or nothing kind of play working out thus far for the Tyloo side.
Yeah, true. That's definitely true, actually, in this case. I would say that, oh, hello, let's watch mid first, because there is a man pushing up, as you say, all or nothing play. Somebody actually managing to get neither. He's going to go
run
down.
Through the fire. It was fully flashed, and Nasu getting that tough flame kill, and Fancy there gets taken down by Arvid. So unfortunate, he had to jump on him there. He gets taken straight down. So numbers, the best opportunity we've seen this far to take out this first map. So they're going to try and slow it right back down, try to get that mid control, and work this A bomb site through connector, I imagine. But we do see DD coming up through that short area, so they're going to have to cover that up. And I think, oh no, it's from unders, I apologize. Gets caught with a nade in hand, so he has to get this frag, which he does. And the big frag there from Juho. Oh, great work from DD, bringing this straight back to a 2-on-2 situation. And now Attacker gets the frag, and it's all gone haywire for this Finnish side.
Yeah, this is some nervous jitters perhaps from Finland lining up for Captain Mo there. Has possibly cost them this round, possibly cost them this map if it goes badly for them in the future. But Sunny, again, the man of the hour for his team. Attacker and Sunny have both hurt each other. It's coming down to the aim. And China just clinches it once again down to 39 HP.
But you know, if this goes in this favor, that the Finnish guys are just 2 rounds away, it will be deadly close to that max round loss bonus. So if they keep going this direction, it will fancy the Finnish side based on how expensive it is to buy up for the CTs if they keep losing this many players each round.
Yeah, we may end up seeing Famus's new MPs again, even if they don't lose any rounds. The pause coming through for Finland, obviously, you know, that makes perfect sense here. They want to slow. They're taking a rain check here. They're thinking, okay, we thought we were full-on dumpstering, but right now, things are starting to look bad for us, and it does seem like China aren't as easily affected, I don't know, by momentum. They don't seem to care as much if they get onto a losing streak.
I think they're completely aware of the way they think when the game is in this situation. You do see them trying to slow it straight down. They got those 2 early picks. They slowed it right down the ends, boys, from Finland. But it looks like when they actually go to execute, they're still just in that sort of 15, almost match point kind of, temperament. They'll rush out. They don't have the same kind of composure they did earlier in the half, and it just all goes away like we just saw then. 1 out peaks. The communication kind of looks like it's not there like it was, and we're going to see a bit of composure coming out here if they want to lock this game down, because we do know Tyler, you can never count them out.
No, never can. They were well behind against Korea as well, and MVP Project is the name of their team. So, I'm not really... Okay, they're equalizing the money, and they're going to be looking for just 1 eco round here on the side of Finland. They're going to go for this rush straight through. Haven't seen this since the pistol round. They've actually managed to get onto the site. There's a lot of angles to cover here for China. They will be keeping it locked down very effectively, though. Somebody goes down in the end. Ace denied. But they kept the round, and that was actually looking a bit dicey at the start there.
Jeez. What work there, like a little defensive turret he was hiding behind bench, and now we see the guns come out, and maybe that pistol was all the Finnish guys needed to change up the pace, change up the momentum a little bit, maybe bring them back to their feet, and hopefully they can close out this round as the Tyloo come edging ever so close to bring this game to overtime.
Full AKs now, full grenades, full setups. Finland. What we've seen from them in the past very often is they've started in these positions. They've started with 4 players up on the B, sort of B apps kind of around underpass area, and then they like to rotate across towards A, and then they look to fake B, execute A. Right? That seems to be their go-to, and it's worked reasonably well for them so far, but you can see China's response to that has been playing more and more aggressive on A ramp and A palace, and this is going to work out for them. Sunny's going to go down, I'm sure.
Somebody. He does spot him, but unfortunately can't do much there in that position. So we do see the numbers advantage come out, so this can't be too good for the confidence of Finland right now. But, just trying to get that mid-control bomb hovering up above. So it's the kind of play we saw a couple rounds ago. They're in a great position to take the round, but great work by DD to defend that A bomb side. So let's see if he can do it again. Great little flash, and somebody going to hold this angle. So he's got a little feeling of what's up, but it looks like they may be going short. This fire may not put far enough, but look at that. Great work there. The spray whiffing and the cover fire there from DD. So now it's all down to Arvid on a 4v1 situation. Bomb is down on short, and he's not going to actually get that peak there. So he spotted one of the players, gets one eventually, and they know where he is. They're sprayed out from attacker. So here we have it, 15-13. What are you thinking if you're Finland right now?
Oh, you're thinking this is looking really bad now. We're going to have to either half buy or eco this round.
I think they will almost definitely save for 30th there. We'll see upgraded pistols.
And then it comes down to just one, right? Then it's just us against them. We've had this huge advantage for this whole game for so long.
You never know, though. These Tech-9s can be OP in certain circumstances, so we'll see if they can execute anything. We see smokes on all but one player here, and this Orpa, he's got a feel there. Ooh, if only he knew what we know.
He may fire out a couple of shots there. It's not uncommon.
You do see a couple of pot shots coming up, but unfortunately, Captain Mo opting not to give his position away. Smokes out to defend from bottom, but he gets smoked nonetheless himself in snipers, so nullified there for a little bit, and we'll see a bomb lurking towards the A bomb side here, but we see the heavy presence of bodies towards B, but as I say that, we see Juho making that long rotate through T-spawn, so we're going to see where this play ends up. I see a couple of players clearing unders, so just I feel like they're feeling out the map, winding down the clock at the moment.
Finland seeming like they've adapted a little bit to China's increasing aggression on A, and they had players in there from an early stage on ramp. They didn't commit quite so many, but we're seeing 2 of them sneak quite close up, and this window boost, we've seen it work for them before, could be very, very dangerous for the players of Tyloo, who have 2 AWPers and don't want to be dealing with many angles at the same time. Fancy is in position. Rotates are starting to come through. They clearly smell what's in the water. It's blood, but Finland, they've managed to get that window boost kill. Captain Mo is surely going to go down here. He's taking damage. He's actually still alive, though. They have not got control of the site, but they will do so now. It's going to be DD to try and get this all back in his hands, and he's got himself 2 kills there. It's coming down to it, 2 versus 1. Arvid, the only man standing. Tech9. Don't think Tyloo have information on him, though, and it must be playing on their minds right now. Where is he? What is he going to do? Can he keep this bomb from being defused? It seems it's a no.
Wow.
China keep it going. One more round, one after another. They've knocked them down.
Speechless, absolutely speechless. What a round from Finland, and much credit to the Chinese team to shut it down on that retake. Just wow, look at this. It's going all the way here. This is exactly the kind of grand final we wanted to see between these two powerhouse teams at this tournament. And it looks like we're going to see a full buy from both teams. Money not an issue for either side, so we're going to see the real test. Who can handle the pressure? Both have everything to play for here. A 1-map lead in the best-of-3 series, absolutely huge. Heading into Cash, if you weren't aware, for the second map, and we'll be bringing you that straight after this one. But at the moment, we are in the 30th round of China vs Finland, map 1.
Yeah, and Juho taking a little bit of damage there. Captain Mo, all or nothing play once again. What's going on?
Oh! There we see what he's capable of. A huge frag. You thought Juho could have seen him eventually. That smoke dissipating, but Captain Mo getting the jump on him. So AWP down for the T side. And Tyloo looking ever so close to that 15th round, and Captain Mo getting aggressive. There you go. This is like what we've seen Captain Mo is capable of doing and is really delivering in a pressure situation.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. He's been performing very, very well in these rounds where Tyloo have been winning. That's what we highlighted before. It might have been the thing to get them to step up. But Alexib's found 1 kill on Captain Mo there. And now it's 3 plays for 47 seconds on the clock. Bomb moving towards A. They've got a man in connector. 2 from Tyloo are on B. This could well work. They have to be really quick on these initial kills.
They do, and we see that. Oh, fancy taking down Sunny, but Alexib trades straight back. So a 2-on-3 situation here. Alexib with almost nothing there, but opts to pick up the AWP. So this is interesting to see here. And Arvid with the AK, so they're going to try and play for this bomb here. It's a 3-on-2, and China have been absolutely flawless with these retakes thus far, but everything to play for both teams. Somebody gets mollied out, so buying enough time to get into a decent post-plan position here. So we haven't seen an opportunity like this so far for the Finnish guys. And we see somebody trying to clear out all the angles, giving his position away, unfortunately, with those sprays. So Alexib holding the line and would get this frag. Should get this frag, gets the frag. And we do see DD getting taken down as well. They know exactly where Arvid is. Both players know, but look at the health of DD. He is so low right now. You're playing passive position. And he gets the close frag by Alexib. Has he just saved this game, this round, this map for the Finnish guys? Bomb ticking down. They're out of time. He's on 22 health. This round will go to Finland. They take it down. 16-14. Look at that. They eventually edge out the Finnish guys. Well done. What a way to start off this grand final series.
Oh, and how gutting for China as well after such a good comeback. Losing it in the final round. That is painful for them, but still, we've seen it. These two teams are very close matched up against each other. Cash is going to be the next one. Can't wait to look forward to that one, but it's I think we've got about a 5 to 10 minute break between the games.
Yes, I believe it is a 10-minute break between games, potentially a little bit longer because this is a grand final, but we will be back very shortly with the second map, Cash, on this grand final, China versus Finland. Stay tuned.
Oh, what a game. Oh, that was really good. Jesus. Unlucky China.
Check.
huh?
Alan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Surprise, surprise. We are back, ready and waiting for map 2 of this best of 3 grand final. I believe we are getting all the players. In fact, we have all the players now on the server, and they are just readying up. So we should be ready to go any second now. Second map is Cash.
Absolutely, it's Cash, and what a map to be playing after that first one, Mirage. This is an aimer's dream, this map. Very puggy style, so we'll see these two powerhouses going at it. You are watching the ISF World Championship Grand Final for 2016 Counter-Strike Global Offensive. The two teams playing are Finland and China, and we should be crossing very shortly for the beginning of this game. Just waiting for the players to ready up here in Cash. The first map, if you happen to miss it, was actually a very tight one. It went 16-14 to the Finnish guys. So probably the underdogs in this tournament at the moment compared to the kind of hype that's been around Tyloo at the moment.
Yeah, it is interesting. That was my prediction, certainly going into it, that China would be the team to come out on top.
Yep. I'm going to be impartial as a caster, but like I'm saying like
they've just
there is a team
your
that
loyalty.
I want to win, but you know, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's flank bribery.
They could call it bribery, or you could call it bribery. But just waiting for the players to ready up there. We have a couple of wonderful booths here from our great sponsors like Asus and Razer. But one of our main sponsors here is actually Kick TV. If you want to tell us a little bit about that. We've both been lucky enough to win mechanical keyboards here with a little promo they have going here live in the venue. Okay, so I'm not sure if you've heard that, but the air conditioning in the Chinese players' booth is broken, and the way these two teams have been playing, it's definitely something that does need to be corrected, so perhaps a little break again then.
Yeah, I think we'll go to a quick break. Don't want to delay things too much, but I have absolutely no idea how long that's going to take to fix. So
air conditioning
we will be back with our very unbiased casting.
Yeah. Totally. I'm so impartial. I don't care
as soon
who
as
wins.
we humanly
That'd
can.
Be crazy.
Bear with us.
All right, we'll be back soon. Cool.
A storm is loosed upon the sea, whose eye is stained with tears. A wretch hell-bound and bent on blood, the makings of the fearful spheres. Tide it stole away her grace, but death
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to get started with the second map. The players are on the server. In fact, I think we are, in fact, already in game.
So here we go. Yeah, it was very quick, and Tyler opting to be on the CT side, the favorable side on this cash map. And we'll get game sound to you very shortly, but not a single frag bullet fired yet on this second map cache. Finland, the team of Ents taking out the first one, a very tightly contested 16-14 on Mirage. So now China trying to keep their grand final dreams alive here at the ISF World Championships for 2016. And a very slowly played out first pistol round here. And here Nasu with the first pick there and gets traded straight down by Arvid. Bomb down, so a little bit of information there for the CTs. And there we go, we get the game sound back. So we're going to see them play towards a bomb site. But the call's coming out from the Chinese guys to come rotate on this call.
Yeah, indeed. They will be in position to hold this one off if they can. A bit of team fire there from Arvid, but it doesn't matter. They get there onto the site, and they've managed to get the better of the kills so far. Fancy Summer's the only man on site, and he's gone down. It's only DD left. He's coming in from truck, but I think that's going to be really tricky for him to get that one done. Let's see what he can do.
So a great positioning here from the Ents guys. It shouldn't be a problem locking down this bomb site with DD trying to take that retake. He takes a bit of damage there, but not finding the frag. And there you go, the crossfire comes out, and DD gets taken down. So the Finnish prowess on these pistol rounds really coming through in this grand final here.
Yeah, and indeed, that may be, well, if we're counting sheer numbers, that's what won them the last game.
Absolutely.
Statistically, it's one of the worst things you can do is lose both pistol rounds. It's really a bad setup, whatever else happens. So maybe something that Tyler is going to need to work on as things move on. Of course, they are down a map in the series and are facing second place if they don't.
Indeed, which isn't too much of a disappointment in results at all. But here we see a force-up, and not too surprised from Tyler at this stage of the competition.
Yep, nope, they are the force-up kings. I struggle to think of a game where they haven't at least forced up 3 or 4 times.
Indeed, they really like to tend to really push this pistol though when they don't get it and try to bring the rounds back, and I haven't seen it succeed as of yet. So interesting that they would still stick to this tactic. Maybe it's something that's ingrained, it's just the way they like to play. But Arvid, he's trying to get a spray with that MP7, but not going to do too much damage there, and he's actually given away his position. Does a little door flirt there with somebody, and getting it shut in his face, actually.
Yeah, much like my flirting. Tyloo, they are, right now, they play so fast and loose. It's almost a little bit difficult to kind of criticize the force-up just because it sort of fits their style. I mean, it is, I'm criticizing it all the time, but it kind of fits the way they're going to play. Like, you never know for sure what they're going to do. You can't tell if they're going to eco, even if by all logical means they should.
But look at this, Finland reading this perfectly. A perfect flash comes out, but the trade's coming in, and that will be a free bomb site. They probably might, no, they will rush on there, which is much to their benefit, because they'll soon realize that not many people are there, but the rotate's coming in. Captain Mo trying to do some damage from heaven with a CZ, finds the frag, but he's going to run out of bullets soon enough. And Alexib still trying to clear this headshot area, but looking great little play there, but unfortunately the numbers in favor of this Chinese side.
Yes, indeed. The retake coming through, though, would be very, very difficult for them. Got somebody coming here from Vent, applying a bit of pressure there, making them think twice here on Finland, but he's got to come through and they've got to find these kills. It's actually Alexib who's doing it all here. Somebody's going to surely fall here. Tech9 will get that kill.
So there you go, Alexib continuing on that hot form from Mirage. Great little halt there, looking like a bit of trouble. You think it should have been a lot easier for Finland to take that B bomb site as they read the play perfectly. 4 players stacked onto the A, but the quick rotate coming in. Numbers are falling, but Alexib able to bring that round back for his team.
Yeah, they certainly made it costly, though, on China. Once again, like, this seems to be the thing we see, the force-ups. They never quite clinch them, or rarely at least. But this time, we may need to keep our eye on...
Oh, he hasn't seen him. The timing, they're working. Captain Mo takes a peek, but gets fragged. Unfortunately, AK a bit too much to handle with that pistol in hand. And a little bit of an angle here for somebody, but not really going for much of a mid-push at the moment. The bomb kind of lingering in that area, and most of the bodies of the end side leaning towards that A side. But it is cash, so anything is possible. And still a minute 20 left on the clock, Spud.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to be playing this one. It's actually the first map of Cash we've casted so far in the tournament. Arvid here going to be spamming away from the door, can't land anything, and is now down onto 6 HP, so he's going to play it safe and back well off. Fancies his chances. See a gap in smoke. No, not to be. Attacker is going to be the one to hold this aside, but it looks like, yeah, nothing doing here. UMP's going to be claiming a large amount of money. And somebody just got spotted, so his life expectancy dropped rather significantly.
Absolutely. So another clean 3 rounds following up from that first opening pistol. What we've seen, so that's a 9-round bank for Finland in this grand final series so far, winning all 3 pistols available to them. And we see the guns come out. So Cash lending itself to that aggressive forward play of the CT style. That is the Chinese team, and do you expect to see that in this map?
Yeah, China... Not sure if Cash is going to suit them too well. It's not very easy. I mean, okay, there are a lot of options on Cash. Oh, hello. They are clearly aware of their options, and they're willing to do things like that. But what they like to do is to force these aim battles and these small fights where they can come out on top of their team play. But DD right now, he's going to push straight through the smoke, finds Juho on the other side, and actually gets the better of him. So now it's a 3-plays-3. The DD being behind could have been a problem, but wasn't. Arvid takes him out. Gets another to boot, so now it's just Captain Mo. Molotov coming through. He's going to push straight out of that one. Yeah, no information on this. This could actually be pretty lethal if they don't
know
twig.
Where he is now, and he'll die in midair. So great little play there from Captain Mo. Great at doing those little aggressive pushes through mollies, through smokes, through the choke points, but unfortunately just the numbers are not working for Captain Mo just in that scenario. So here we go. We see another eco, and upgraded pistols, the CZ on Attacker, and a couple of deagles for Captain Mo and somebody. So round to be lost by Ents, if anything, here in this. Not too much investment, no utilities, and a bit of armor for the guys that got frags in the last round. So we'll see a buy up by the CTs next round, and we see that kind of split happening towards a bomb site. Not too keen on getting mid-control, these Ents guys, at the current stage of the game.
No, it seems they're quite happy to just go for these side pushes, and that's defensible at the moment, especially considering, I think, dealing with the pistols, they're just a little bit concerned in case someone's pushed up very close to the doorway. Sunny now flanks around, and this is going to be a lot of angles to cover for the remaining players of China, but they've actually got one who came behind. He's right there. Nasu flicks around.
Nasu coming to the rescue for his teammate, and picking up a couple of frags there. So look at this money building up quite nicely, and Tyler unfortunately left with a couple of $100 amongst them all. So not looking too well, but we did see a very similar start by Finland in the last map, and Tyler just bringing around this point in the game.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, this is now Finland starting on T-side on a T-sided map. That's potentially a bad combination, because we saw what they did on the CT-sided Mirage as T-side.
I think Cash is CT-sided as well. Obviously not the case at all by
I think there's a debate to be had about that by wiser men than you and I. But I've heard opinions in both directions on the subject.
Absolutely. Obviously it does depend on these play styles here. Different meta for these kind of not quite tier 1 teams at this current stage, but there could be an argument made. But Arvid doing great work there. He can control his bomb site, and Fancy will make his way up from truck there. And Didi, he's got to look down to pop the back of Juho. So now it's a round 2. Great frag there from Didi with that AWP. Bomb will go down, so they will get that money, not that it's required. But opening round for Tyloo and aka Team China, and look at that DD with that AWP work. Usually it is Captain Mo, but delivering for his team there with that double.
Yeah, definitely shut down any attack there from Finland, and any defense as well. So now we are going to see the full buy up once again here. Juho going to be taking away an AWP actually on his part. Keep our eyes open. This might be when they start to play around mid. Obviously, it's a lot more tempting when you've got that AWP available. Boost is an option, mid is an option.
So we see, yeah, definitely. But as we were speaking about Captain Mo, who was on hot form yesterday, found some form towards the end of the game last time. But obviously, this close quarters AWPing, not maybe his flavor, maybe he's not feeling the form right now. So it looks like Didi has taken primary AWP responsibilities. He did pick that up, so we'll see what happens when they do buy an AWP. But we do see the AWP currently on Didi there. And obviously, that slow grinding pick and mix played by the Finnish guys. And I had a thought to say before, but I've forgotten. Look at this line here by Didi. He picks up that frag, so maybe the all coming to his hands are absolutely beneficial for this Chinese team, as Nasu will retreat with that bomb, not wanting to take any fights there and drop it in an awkward position for his teammates. And here we go. We see a boost up here. Arvid boosting up. Who is that? That is Sunny, I believe, having a good little pick around mid. So it looks like they'll be leaning towards this A bomb site. But great little start here for China.
Yeah, Finland does know the position of that AWP, or at least they did, and that's probably why they were willing to risk the boost now. They can reasonably assume there's no double AWP in play. But having dropped those players, I'm not sure if these setups are going to work out for them as they make their way onto mid.
Absolutely.
Looks like they're going to be very exposed. They do, of course, have a man in Squeaky, so it looks like it has to be an A play unless they're going to go for some kind of distract on A and straight through vents to B, but not to be. Finland setting themselves up well here. Looks like they're going to be running up highway, if anything, but Captain Mo's there. He's just shut down one, and he's going to come around now to get more. Found himself a second there. Now Sue firing out from main, though. Will claim one in return, so it's a 2-plays-3 scenario. Attacker firing in.
Oh, they lined up for him.
Set him up well, and he knocks him down. So, 2-5.
Crucial round there for Tyler to win as well. Just banking up that max round loss bonus. So they're going to have to string a few of these together, otherwise their economy and their round loss bonus will be completely reset. And as we know, it has been a detriment to them on the CT side of Mirage last map.
Never let them get the money going at all. So, of course, if you never stop winning, you don't have to worry about your force-up.
You have to worry about a lot of things, actually.
It's all good.
And here we go. Here we see the forward play from somebody. We've seen him do this so well. We'll see if he can utilize it. Captain Mo flashes. They're dancing the smoke. They're not sure he's here, and he gets the one. He's going to find the second. The calls come out, so he does great work there in this forward position in mid. So trying to get mid control. They're getting shut straight down by Captain Mo. An attacker coming here to back him up. So the spray coming from Nasu ends up finding him, avenging his friends, but somebody there on the other part of the map taking out Juho. So 2-on-4 situation here, and just as I say that, Nasu does get taken out. So Arvid with all the utilities, bomb in his area, so he does pick that up. So he's got every chance to get a plan here and maybe try to fend off and try to save this round for his team, but it's going to be some task ahead of him.
Yeah, realistically speaking, he's just going to chill out and hope somebody peeks him for now. If he gets the 1 kill on A, he can think, okay, well, there's probably 2, then I get a 1v1. So he's going to play the time, I think, for now. If he's forced to, though, smoke out, flash out, go for it, maybe.
Or
not, get taken out.
Down straight away. It's a great work from Attacker there, taking that crosshair positioning. And 3v5, so very closely emulating the trends of the last game.
Yeah, it is. Well, Tyloo, of course, again, on the CT side here, doing a lot better than we saw on Mirage.
Absolutely. I believe it took them like 7 or 8 before they could get their opening round.
Yeah, and once they did, they were actually pretty good. So maybe it was just, you know, a psychological block type of thing. Maybe this will be where they show us what they've got, what they're made of. Mo firing off over the smoke, doesn't manage to finalize the kill, but you can see Attacker is clearly suspecting there may be some kind of A-split coming through, but he actually counts himself, puts away the Molotov at the worst time. Meanwhile, we've got somebody and Attacker claiming kills. Attacker unassailable, it seems. And Captain Mo cleans up the last highway.
So a perfect round coming up for Tyler. When look at their bank looking quite healthy. And it looks like it will be an eco coming out. Maybe upgraded pistols and armor for the Finnish guys. We'll see soon where that goes. And there we go. We see the Tech-9s coming out. Armor on 2 of the players. And a couple of Deagles there. So we're going to see what they can do in 2 smokes. So I believe they will have an execute plan for this exact scenario. Whether they can stave off this Chinese hold, which is beginning to catch momentum, will be another question altogether.
Definitely building up the money as well. I'm actually somewhat surprised we're not seeing an SMG pick up by as a replacement gun, but Finland, they're going to be making their move here, going to be going straight through if they can. That's what they need. May have mistimed that a little bit, and Captain Mo's all too happy to oblige in taking advantage of that one. So the push has kind of stopped before it ever got started here from Finland. They've only got one person left, that's Sunny. He's going to be throwing the Molotov, but losing the duel anyway. Captain Mo there to back up his teammate, so it wasn't really a duel in the first place.
Indeed, nice little 3K there from Captain Mo. So actually kind of delivering the results without that AWP in hand. So maybe going 12 and 7, actually topping it for his team, next nearest being 7. So maybe the way to go is not quite that AWP. So here we go. It scores all tied up. Guns coming out. We do see Juho with that AWP. Utilities coming out. Juho a little bit short on that, but I don't think it'd be too much of a worry at this stage. And double AWP setup, and Captain Mo is not one of the AWPers, so very interesting here to see Tyloo with their versatility in AWPers, I guess.
Ooh. close. That was
Very
a
close.
foot. That wasn't even a leg. Arvid.
Oh goodness, look at that, just cleans him up, doesn't even require his primary weapon there. And the pot shot's coming out, so it looks like Finland are struggling to find an opening on these bomb sites now that the Tyloo guys have built up that economy and can afford these guns. And a bit of a TK through the wall there, unfortunately. No, oh, it's a team assist. Sunny getting the final frag there, and Attacker finishing off Alexib. So very clean, precise rounds coming up from the Chinese guys.
Yeah, it's all going well for them now, and they're not even dropping many players in these rounds, which is the crucial factor. Normally when for instance, when we saw Korea versus China, a lot of the time we were seeing these rounds that were super close all the time, and the CTs never got to build up any money. In this case, though, we've got Tyloo building up 10k plus on multiple players, which is a disaster for Finland.
It isn't good at all for them, is it? But you know what? It doesn't really matter because we've seen what they can do with these Tech 9s, and hopefully they can cause some damage and hopefully hurt that economy. Maybe even take the round here. So we're going to see a little bit of a different execute. All players committed towards that A bomb site. The nades will rain on, and somebody who is AWP has been doing great work there. Rush comes out, but unfortunately facing the wrong way and gets deagled. And now here we see Attacker cleaning up the mess. And he's going to back it up with another frag there. So big work coming from Attacker. We'll pick up that second orb. So they will stick to this double orb setup. And chasing Captain Mo down at the top of that ladder with 12 and 6. So good numbers coming out from the Chinese team.
Yeah, definitely so. Finland seem to need to work on their executes. I think they are not having as much effectiveness with their grenade placement as they could be. And Kashi is a very execute-dependent map. You need to have those things nailed down and be really crisp as you get them. Get the grenades down and you just rush straight out after them. There was a bit of a time delay, I feel, between when they started that execute and when they actually ran out.
Absolutely. I find it very interesting that they're playing Cash right now. They're not really opting to get mid-control. I've seen them try maybe once or twice and they got shut down straight away, but I believe one of them was even on an eco, so opting not for that mid-control because it is such a powerful spot on this map, not unlike any others, but Cash especially. So not too concerned with mid at the moment, just trying to open up these sites, going for a standard pick and waiting to see if anyone can find an opening, and they're getting shut down in these more recent rounds.
Yeah, it's usually a hard fight for mid, but I agree. I think it's something they need to look into. If they're going to shift up their pattern, and oh boy, it looks like they need to, that would definitely be a way to do it, and maybe that's what they're trying to actually maybe bait out here. That's a couple of grenades thrown. Oh,
he's been spotted. He's sticking out a little too far for a player like Captain Mo not to capitalize, and Alexib trying to get the refrag. But unfortunately, DD here with the angle onto B main. Arvid might walk straight into that, but the timing goes away. And he might still find the frag. He's seen him spot him. Great work from Arvid to take down DD with that AWP. So there's the opening they needed. Will be a 4-on-2. Retake will be coming in. Bomb, I can't imagine taking too long to get down on this site. Will be planted quite deep there. So the molly missing, unfortunately. Could have held off that bomb plant there and done a bit of damage. But now all down to Attacker and Fancy. Alexib taking him down mid-air, not even able to hit the ground. And all down to Fancy coming from Vines here. And they know exactly where it is. So the crossfire has been set up. He's been spotted from main, and Nasu will finish him off to bring the first round in a little while for the Finnish team.
Yeah, definitely. It was starting to look like they were going to struggle to get any rounds after the pistol, frankly. It was 2 that they've managed since then. Now, of course, they have to keep this going and for 2 or 3 rounds if they want to be really capitalizing, because Tyloo have built up just that much money and it's going to be difficult for them to deal with that fact. Now, making their way up B halls at the moment. Grenade comes out from BD, doesn't do anything. A little gap in that smoke, but I think Finland are looking to go pretty hard and pretty fast here. They are setting themselves up, and all it would take is a few flashes and smokes to set them up well as they went in. That being said, China could rotate pretty quick.
Indeed, they definitely can. And here we go, Nasu taking the frag down onto DD, and an interesting little exchange here in the smoke, and playing that little ninja spot there, but call has been out. Nasu knows exactly where he is, finds the frag onto Fancy, and the bomb will go down in that similar position, and the post-time positions. The molly missing again in the air, and Tyler missing the... Sorry, somebody missing the shot there, coming out of vent, but eventually gets the frag on Juho, so taking down that orb, so it's a 2-on-2 situation. Nice little frag there from Nasu, so all down to somebody who gets taken down from vent, so there you have it, a nice little 7-7 scoreline. to take us into the last round of the half.
No, that's going to be not a bad round for them. Going to keep this going. Still haven't been playing around mid, but doesn't seem to be mattering as much anymore somehow.
Not mattering at all. That's an interesting little word, isn't it?
Mattering. Like the word mattering, but
mattering,
I think is also a place. But what we have got to consider at this point in time is this double orb coming out once again from Tai Lu. They have a lot of control over the map with that op, because it's so strong, double orb on cash, because you can have somebody in mid and you can have somebody on B halls and basically shut down B halls short of a quite a lot of grenade investment. It's very difficult to get past that. So at the moment that seems to be what they're doing, and that's why you're hearing the shots ring out. I think that's possibly a smoke was deployed on B halls. Not quite sure. Couldn't see it, but that would be my guess.
So here we see somebody getting a little impatient, going to go for a little bit of a peeky, and if he does, he will see a couple of players hitting up the back of A main there, but he's holding this kind of angle, and Arvid not feeling right. There's something in his waters that's kind of telling him, let's not go down there. It's a great call. They'll be going up to boost and trying to clear that area, and all CT players on side. So once again, Finland calling this perfectly. Going to try to get control of mid here. They will be uncontested, and then from here they can go absolutely anywhere on the map. He gets spotted by Captain Mo. The call will be out, so Rotate's coming through trying to shut this down, but once again, you don't know where they're going to be headed, but it looks like the bomb will be planted, not planted, but heading towards B side. Nasu going to try to open up the fray, a couple of sprays through smoke there, and a perfect flash takes down DD towards CT, and now there's a player back aside. He has to go huge right now to go for his team. He finds one, but they know exactly where he is. They should clear him out very shortly, but slowing down quite a bit. Alexis get a great shot on attacker, and Fancy doing some great work on the side here, trying to keep this team in it. CZ goes huge, takes another one down. And there you go. Fancy had to come up large, and he did, but Sunny knows exactly where he is, knows that he's lit. He sprays around, panics, but he sees playing and goes huge to clutch the round and take the lead in the first half. Some great individual play there from Fancy, and thereby Sunny to take this in Finland's favor, 8-7 going into the second half.
Yes, indeed. Finland looking pretty good for themselves right now. That scoreline is going to carry them forward if they continue to win these pistol rounds, which we've seen before. They could be looking at 11 rounds, and that is a big number to come back from for Tai Lu.
That is a good lead indeed. I know we did have a little bit of an argument over this, a discussion I may say, but I do fancy the CT side, especially for a team like ENCE. So if they can lock down these sites and Juho can put that orb to work, I feel like this is every chance they can end this grand final right here and take the title away here at these World Championships.
I don't understand how it's an argument when you're wrong.
Oh, please. Twitch chat, someone shut him down. Okay, so here we go, the all-important pistol. Tai Lu, no better time than right now to take out their first pistol of the series.
No, indeed. No, indeed. Finland.
We love stating the obvious on pistol rounds, don't we?
Oh, we love it.
We love it so much.
It's our job.
Captain Mo, geez, really making that Glock look like a USP or something. Great work there. And here we go, Alexi trying to find the frag.
Oh, come on, there's the Glock.
Whiff, whiff, whiff goes the P2000, and Captain Mo using that burst mode to his advantage, but eventually not finding frag. Go for a knife here, and does find the knife on Alexi. Those shadow daggers getting put to work, but Finland refragging straight away, so it's 3-3. Bomb is down, but luckily there is a kill on Nasu, so a little bit of time to play with. And these Glocks obviously overpowered by these USP, but we'll see. They're going really close quarters battle. He's trade for trade. We're going to see what happens. Great shot by Juho there. One person left. He's been spotted towards Fork. Great fragging from Juho with a 4K in the pistol. And that will be 4K for Juho and 4 pistol rounds for ENCE.
Saves the round for them there. That scenario should have been won by China sort of 8 or 9 times out of 10.
Goodness.
And yet Finland turns it around and makes it their own. And now, well, we're looking at that 10-11 scoreline. Of course, they did get the bomb plant, so this is arguably more defensible than it would be normally.
In the second round.
It gives you almost equivalent weaponry.
China 4-star after losing the pistol. Is that shocking to you at all?
No.
No, not at all. We've seen them do this at least a dozen times now in this tournament. They just do not want to give away any free rounds, do they?
No, they really don't, but I do think it costs them in the long run.
They do. Inadvertently, they do end up giving away rounds later in the game, but they want to shut this down, backing themselves. Having not learned against Korea and the earlier game against Finland, so we're going to see if they can put this to use, but already not the best start. But there is an AK on Captain Mo, so superior firepower to these UMPs on the CT side, but he does have to find those battles, and he's already taken down 57 and gets killed, so the AK gets shut down straight away. They're going to go for a little sneaky high boost here onto A main, so if they do head towards this area, I can't imagine they will can't imagine, good use of imagine, that he will be spotted up there, but it looks like the bomb is heading toward that B side, and Alexib going to back up his mates on that, so it should be shut down in its movements here, but we will see what happens. China with very little utility, a single smoke, a single flash on attacker, but he does have that AK of his dead Captain Mo. And the Juho, unfortunately, not making a frag there, getting a nice little spray down, picks out the USP, takes him down as well. So look at this, he's doing exactly what Fancy did earlier and just shuts it down, doesn't even need help from nobody.
Nicely done, gets that kill, shuts it all down, and that's the cost, right? When you go for the force up, you cost yourself an extra round on top. And I said they have equal weaponry. I didn't highlight the fact that, yes, they have equal weaponry, but they don't have equal grenades. And that's why you see at the end there, Tai Lu is trying to force this play when they've got very few grenades left. And even worse, they only had grenades on the guy coming in from vent, who basically has to be independent.
Sunny trying to do some real damage there with the UMP, but unfortunately not doing enough. Nasu will do some backup there. So not too bad an aggressive play, but the individual play here from these CTs and this Finnish side, it's just been absolutely phenomenal, just carrying the rounds for their team.
Yeah, they've been performing very well.
Oh, that's just a little bit of flair.
Yes.
To add to the flavor.
That's rude, that is. It's a jump and headshots.
But here we go.
SMGs.
So,
but yeah.
You could say this is miraging Mirage there. We saw an early lead by Finland, taking out both pistols. Early lead again in the second half, and they will break away a little bit. But Tai Lu can't cut the match, so they did almost come back in the second half, didn't they?
Yeah, it's true. Finland must be aware of that fact. So
oh, I imagine they're more aware than anyone else.
I imagine they'll find it very hard to forget. But the thing is it going to go that way? You know, the round is a lot closer, and our Spec PC is doing something interesting.
One dig there, so great work from him with the Deagle, opting to cover that distance with the pistol instead. And here we go, we see Finland. Oh, goodness, the spray down through doors. Great work from Sunny, and look at the confidence coming out from these Finnish players.
Yeah, well, that speaks volumes of their state of mind. They are a team that is always going to be doing well for themselves if they are in good shape.
Oh, very unfortunate there.
Yeah, no way he was winning that duel. Juho, ooh, just whiffs there. Arvid's openly finding a kill elsewhere, and this site is not being taken quickly. DD and Attacker, though, both managed to win their duels. So they're going to be easily able to get on the site now. The bomb plant will come through. Finland's positions, though, unknown. That being said, they're going to be hurt as they jump down from vent. One player there, that's Nasu, but the other still has to jump down and may catch DD out as a result. You'd never expect two from vent, right? So Molotov comes out.
Great little molly there. It's going to molly him straight out. Just blind spray, taking him down to 27. And the frag does come out for Finland, so very nice little retake there.
Yes, indeed. They're going to get the defuse. That is a fairly simple round once again. And Tai Lu, what's their money situation? It's going to be this buy up. I'd imagine, right? They force up all the time.
Well,
they've actually got just about
what
enough
I've
money.
seen them buy with, this is just like cash money to them right now. They're just.
I'd really have liked to have seen at least one player go for a Galil here and then pick up some nades, because they got no utility.
Won't have a bar of it. They do not want to give anything away too cheaply, and like I said, it inadvertently ends up giving away a lot more than if they had just ecoed those 1 or 2 rounds. But we're going to see them bring it back. It did work for them in the previous second half, so hopefully they can bring it back again. But Tai Lu, the strong favourites, you might say, in this tournament, staring down the barrel of a 2-0 defeat here in the grand final of the World Championships.
Yeah, that would be quite a turnout for the books, actually. Honestly, Finland, not the team I was expecting to have come out on top, but China, we know they've got that potential. Individually, they are phenomenally good players. I just think they let themselves down a little bit sometimes. So maybe they'll step it up. Maybe they'll just get so good individually it stops mattering that they force up every round. It's you know, it's an interesting possibility, and we've certainly seen few individuals doing better and worse. Captain Mo actually maintaining his form, doing very, very well. But DD, the one who's kind of dropped off, I think, since the previous game. Somebody going to be leading the charge here as he goes through, catches Nasu totally unawares. DD is going to be finding another one there.
It's a nice little refrags from Alexib there, holding sandbags and inadvertently defending that A bomb site there. So it's a 3-on-3 playing for the retake, and going to be a bit passive here, and I'm not sure what the call out is. there's no reason why they shouldn't go for it, but I guess the economy is... No, actually, there is absolutely no reason why they shouldn't go for it. So here we go, a little bit slower here, maybe calling out a couple of strats, how they're going to go about it. Maybe the locations kept them on an interesting little position here up in heaven. And we're going to see the nades rain out. They had a couple of utilities left and see what Juho can do with this 8OT bomb ticking away. Frags going down, so unfortunately, it gets shut down straight away. So I'm not sure what that little pause was there. Obviously, maybe talking about the save, maybe tossing up the options there. I'm not too sure.
Most likely deciding where their grenades needed to go and likely positions. But, you know, as you say, they kind of didn't have the read on that scenario, I think. And
not at all.
Lost the duel critically, so all three end up lost. But, yeah, no problem. Got all the money in the world. It's fine. Keep buying. Keep buying. No AWP picked up on this load.
He could have afforded one, but decides to opt out of that option, maybe trying for a little bit of a switch up here. And we do see a couple of players playing very forward towards B. But they will retreat back there, and it looks like a 3-2 stack mid. Obviously not very important in this game for either team.
Yeah, neither side favors it. Not sure why, honestly.
It's interesting, but
perfectly valid place.
Perhaps a new meta on the international stage. Great little shots from DD, finding that minuscule head through that tiny little angle, and numbers advantage to China.
Well, they've got small edges. One player is fairly large. This health bar on Juho is maybe going to play against him in the long run in this round. Grenade comes through on mid. I believe that was a smoke, just to keep an eye on it. Finland, they've positioned themselves, you know, fairly far back, honestly. They have got one player, though, and that's A main. He's covering A main. Nasu on this boost spot could be a big problem for China if they don't check it, which, let's face it, is quite a common problem.
It is, but there could be that one-off round. And just missing into the vents there, but does get traded, not traded, fragged eventually. And Nasu here, they're not going to clear the spot here. There's one. Hopefully he can find a second, but no, Captain Mo not having a bar of that. But a 3-on-3 situation nonetheless, and somebody may pick up the timing. And very unfortunate, he's going to get pushed here, and he's going to need some sort of reaction. But unfortunately, Juho takes him down. So there goes down the AWP and the bomb all by itself on the A-bomb side. But coming to back him up is Fancy, but look at the health, 16, not too much they can do there, 5 seconds left, so they're going to opt to save the guns, and a nice little patient round played out by the guys on Finland. It gets the frag anyways, so I'm not sure about the timing on that, and I believe he did die after the clock.
I'm not quite sure. I think he's got money, so I'm going to place a wild guess. He didn't die after the clock. That'd be my guess.
And here we go. The very intimidating Tyloo timeout. Tyloo tomb out. So what happened last time was that they're in a very similar position, and they clawed their way back from the timeout, actually. So a lot of things to discuss here. What do you think is going on in that booth over there?
It is hard to call. They are a team that plays just so aggressive. I think maybe they'll be talking about, you know, coming up with an execute on the fly. Maybe they're going to be sort of thinking, oh, well, you know, I know this smoke, you know, that flash. Let's try something. Because we haven't really seen a lot of that from Tyloo. That may have been, in fact, the weakness that we've, you know, been seeing from them so far. They haven't been exactly setting themselves up for success on a lot of their pushes in. And Finland, always, they are pretty disciplined about making sure they've got the flashes and they're counter-flashing when the pushes come through. And there's no setups because there's no smokes to cut things off.
Absolutely. So just as they're going through the old timeout there, it's still remaining. So the buyout's coming out. So I imagine this will be ending very shortly. And we'll be, there we go. It's ending now. So another force-up. Another force-up from the Chinese guys there. Not willing to let a dime go to waste. And very confident in this strategy. They just keep beating away at it, no matter how many times it does put them a step backwards.
Yeah, this time they can't even afford a full-on Tech 9 on one player, although he's gone for 4 grenades. So maybe this is going to be the execute, actually. They've spent a lot of their money on these nades, so I feel like smokes over the wall.
I feel like a lot of this game, a lot of this series, a lot of this championship is banking on China winning this round. I feel like if they get shut down here, it's not going to do all too much for their confidence. And A lot of this does have to do with the psychology of the game, so they come steamrolling out of this B side. It's given very cheaply away, so they're going to play for the retake here. And the spray through by Nasu almost gets one down, but unfortunately he gets away with his life. Fancy, very lucky to not go down there. And look at this, so they've got the site. So they are very forward. I imagine Bomb will be going down very shortly. There it is, and now the retake. One of the most important retakes, but here we go, somebody lurking around with that P250. He could do some real damage here if they're not switched on to finish guys, and the frag coming out to a lot of these players low, eventually gets him through. No, the fire takes him down, and here we go. Oh, wow, that is disgusting. And they will fall like dominoes, and unfortunately, Captain Mo has been spotted. He's on 6 health, does get a couple of frags, but it's a 3-on-2, Bomb ticking away, and they know exactly where he is, gets taken down, and so it gets shut down straight away. Finland, it's now officially your game to lose.
Yeah, wow, great retake from them. Honestly, just...
That wallbang by Juho through smoke.
Oh, that was pretty dirty. They guessed quite a lot of the positions correctly. There was the Molotov that forced somebody out, I think it was somebody, out from behind Forklift. And of course that shot as well.
Yeah, and a lot of firing through smoke there, doing a lot of damage. Not quite finding the frag, but obviously making the round a lot easier in the end. And forcing up again, so they really just want to stop the momentum of this Finnish team, and I feel like they might just force their way out of this game here. And Molly towards Vent, I imagine, but somebody waiting for a bit of an aggressive push, so you're going to think this may be the strategic collapse of the Chinese team at the moment. They're going to walk to the grinder of Sunny. Sunny can't find one, but Arvid will back him up. So Molly will go out to try to stay off some time. No, he puts it away, decides to take out the gun, but not a bad option there. And look at this, Arvid just holding down this bomb site, takes out the USP. Can he find the last? He knows Fancy's on site, gets taken from the site. So a one-on-one situation here with Nasu. Nasu does have a couple of utilities. Unfortunately, UMP in the hand of Fancy, and Bomb has been dropped towards the middle of the site. So Fancy has no idea where he is here. Nasu can play this out all the way he likes as long as he doesn't catch the rotate. So he's going to make sure he knows where he is. But Bomb will be going down to this. Oh, a little bit of a fake there. He's going to peek. Did he spot him? No. Did he see him? I don't think he did.
Yes.
So the Bomb will be going down. It's Nasu with the superior firepower nades in hand. And gets the UMP. So no, actually, they're going to play a little bit of ring around the Rosie. And a great work from Fancy to clutch that round. Definitely odds not in his favor there.
Yeah, not in favor of China on any aspects of that push. Honestly, they were charging into 3 players. They got flashed as they came in. Frankly, it should have been a slaughterhouse. As it happened, though, the clutch came through, and this is what I mean. They're individually really talented players that can make plays like that.
Absolutely. So CZ's coming up, and what better map to have CZ's than Cash? A lot of sneaky corners to play in. And finally, the AWP coming back to Captain Mo. So we do call. Oh, he gets there quick enough, but he does get spotted. He picks a bit too early, so they will retreat 2 players in Squeaky, trying to get the aggression here. But the counter boost by Sunny gets a great frag down onto Attacker, and now it's a 4-on-4. But look how low Sunny is for all of his troubles there. And Arvid going first. So gets a great shot onto Captain Mo. So the orb does drop, so we don't get to see that late game prowess that we are so common in seeing Captain Mo with that AWP.
Yep. Seems to take a while to warm up. But right now, 4 players still alive is not a bad number for Finland.
Definitely better than 3.
3, in fact, going to be there to stop this push coming through. DD going to be distracted. Does actually eventually get Juho, and somebody got the other kill there on Nasu as well. The danger was always that they weren't going to be able to push on quick, and we're going to end up in close quarters combat. Arvid has found that orb somehow. He's going to circle around. I'd honestly be tempted to just say save it.
He's found an AK now as well, so if he can manage to get back to his team. But
he's going for it then.
Are they going for it? You imagine so if he's got the AK, but maybe even just call Sunny back and save those 2 guns. But look at the frag here. Early frag found, so every chance to go from it. Here we go. We see Fancy in this very likable spot from his...
Oh, he's giving it.
Not going to check Heaven. He's picking out. He's going to get an easy frag there, and obviously very low health. Sunny will get taken down, so 14-10. And God, you got to love that fight in the Chinese team.
Yep, they always seem to dig in their heels right at the end. You can see the edge. The loss is right there, and then they start to really pull things back. So now they've got full complement of grenades, and it's actually Finland that's kind of having to skip just a little bit there. Sunny going to be lacking on flashes. Now, positioning-wise, looks like it's going to be fairly standard, but a bit of a change up here, I think, from Finland. A lot more heavily focused on mid. They're going for this 1-3-1.
It's very different here that they all of a sudden think that mid has come to the game so suddenly, but they know they do have the firepower, so maybe they've done some homework here on the Tyloo side, but looks like the bomb will just be kind of lurking around there towards the mid, just filling it out, and very heavy presence. So if they do go for this mid, I don't fancy the Chinese side. The counter boost coming out, but Captain Mo is onto it. So Sunny not feeling quite right to peek, but just he's going to get mollied out there. So they have made their way into checkers. And it looks like the bomb will be creeping ever so slowly too. There you go. Captain Mo finds a frag onto Sunny, so very unlucky for him. But Alexim in a great little position. Unfortunately, cannot capitalize. He has been spotted, so pushing that choke point would be detrimental. Trying to get the spray to the vents. He finds one, so great work for him there. And Captain Mo trying to frag and flank around. He knows exactly where he is. He's going to look towards vents, and he's going to find the one. But little does he know, is there a second player in there? If he peeks out, he may get frag from the side. Oh, he sees him. Turn around. Oh, okay, gets a no-scope. Captain Mo with that late game AWP prowess. And the numbers in favor of China.
Yes, indeed. 1 now playing against 4. So this should be a round that China's going to take. But Arvid will not let that go easy. But China going to play this smart. They're going to back off. They're going to get this plant. Great plant position as well. Gives him so... Oh, wait, what? He cancelled it. Oh, no. He might die as well. Oh, God.
Oh, the timing is unfortunate there. But Fancy getting a great frag. On to Arvid, so close round there, and that doesn't help the economy of the CTs.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be another round most likely here where they're going to eco.
And should Finland calling a pause.
Yeah, indeed. They should be able to buy up after this one. Right? So it's probably 2 more full buys they've got in them, Finland here. If they, you know, if Tyloo is able to just, assuming Tyloo just keeps winning and winning, which we saw them do last time. So let's keep our eyes on that, keep our eyes peeled. But, just waiting for that pause timer to tick down.
Absolutely. While we're in this pause break, we'll just tell you about
the... We didn't get to intro, did we?
We didn't too much. You were watching the 8th Annual International Esports Federation World Championship. This is the Counter-Strike Global Offensive Grand Final between China, otherwise known as Tyloo, and the Org of Ents from Finland. So this is the second map, first going in the favor of the Finnish guys, 16-14, and this event would not be possible without our wonderful sponsors, one of which is Keck TV. Do you want to tell the people at home about Keck TV?
Yeah, so Keck TV is obviously it's a program that you put on your phone. It helps you keep track of esports. It kind of aggregates a lot of matches going on in different places, lets you set yourself alarms, keeps you aware of when the games you want to watch are going on, and it also lets you place some predictions. If you happen to be at the venue, of course, you can place predictions on the games that are happening here, and you can potentially win yourself some fabulous prizes.
Absolutely. So check out the Keck TV booth here just towards the end of the audience arena, and we'll be going into this 26th round.
All right then. So China, how are they going to play this one out? Well, looking like it's pretty aggressive. Finland, they're actually going to stack on the B site, 4 people there, and this could be playing it right into their hands, actually, as China's just going to go straight in for this one. That being said, they've had the better of it.
Oh, the great little spray transfer from Attacker. That wasn't close at all, and somebody finished off that frag, so very quick round, and we see that's the kind of round Tyler want to play on their T side, I imagine. We saw a lot of it when they were dominating the lesser-known teams, but maybe thrown out of their comfort zone against such a strong team like Finland.
Yeah, they've been forced to play a slower game, and I think they are the kind of team that does do these rushes occasionally. But you can't do them all the time, and Finland is going to start to predict them. Of course, right now, this is not the eco round. This is not a relatively throwaway sort of scenario. So we'll keep our eyes open. Somebody, and I believe that's DD, going to be playing from Squeaky. 2 people in there. A little bit unusual, especially with the bomb still committed way elsewhere on the map. That's Summer actually going to be finding himself a kill for free off on B. Nasu boosted up on A. So Tyloo, they've created that advantage. They've got that 1 man down. Are they going to be making a move over towards A site? Might well be advisable, though. We're actually seeing a lot of play around mid. This is Finland counter boosting. Sunny, he's going to be in position. Kwon backs off. It's quiet.
Very, very Nice little play there, dropping the bomb, so lots of information coming out. 50 seconds left on the clock. He can peek again, so they're going to know he's up in this area. Captain Mo wires onto it, keeps his crosshair on the position, but Sunny drops the bomb again. So huge play coming out from this counter boost, but unfortunately Fancy taking down Alexib. So Sunny going to push out here, trying to go for the flank, but he might get spotted. Great shot onto DD. 34 seconds left. Look at the health of Fancy. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Bomb is down, but not unreachable for these T guys. And Sunny doing a huge job right now. Got a 4K. He is on to take his team to match point with an ace. So that would be one hell of a play, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would. He'd love to see that happen for himself, but I think it may not be an opportunity presented to him, because it looks like Fancy, he's going to be running straight up halls, and he is going to get shot in the back. Ready and waiting. Juho, all too happy to take that one.
But great little forward play from Sunny. They had to change something up, and he did some great work there and gets a wonderful little 4K. And a match point to Finland.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
We've been here before, though, haven't we?
We have. And indeed, with less rounds to recover. Tyloo managed to, if they got the same number of rounds now as they did before Tyloo, we'd be seeing overtime. So, how are they going to play this one out? Are they going to adapt their play style? Are going to see this little boost up, which we haven't seen, come to think of it, I think at all from Captain Mo.
So here we go, Alexib playing a little bit forward. He's going to spot their Fancy. No, he doesn't. The angle's just not quite working. Did he spot him?
I think his elbow poked out, so if he was quick.
We'll call back, but Juho playing in this sunroom area. So quite far forward onto the B side, but the bomb kind of lurking towards that mid area and a couple players towards the A side. We do see DD with that Tech 9 kind of making some noise there and squeaky, so I imagine this is going to draw some attention, but the bomb is not faking away. It does look like it is heading towards, but lots of time left on the clock. 6 seconds, and Captain Mo missing that shot. You don't usually expect him to miss peaks like that.
I think it was a wall bang, actually. He's taken him down to 50. So Alexib...
There, I apologize. So he does land a shot, but just not quite well enough. So here we go, nades are out, so they're expecting something coming soon, and the bomb's still a little indecisive. It does look like it will be heading, so Juho in this sunroom area could do damage, but it looks like they'll be taking mid-control, so unfortunately gets spotted straight away. Good. It's a free upgrade of the gun, and it looks like they've got complete mid-control. It looks like they will be playing the B site. It's a free start at the moment, holding very passively from CT, and he's going to flash through the smoke, a little bit of still 2K. He does 1 damage, but gets traded, so maybe not that advantageous. Unfortunately, it's a 2-on-4 situation, and it looks like they're not going to leave the A bomb site.
Yep, they're going to save this one. And it looks like hope for something in the next round. I don't think they can buy up, even if they do wait it out. But the force-up might be an option they consider here on Finland, because the alternative, I think, would be ecoing twice. So they're not going to want to do that if they can possibly avoid it.
I imagine
they might force up next time instead.
It will be an interesting call to see how they go about this. They do have the AK and the UMP. It'd be nicer if they had another rifle, but it's a lot better than going out there with nothing at all. And we're going to see if they'll change it up. But might be a nice little momentum change for the Finnish guys, because we know they can get stagnant in their ways. And chasing that win, I had one of the Finnish officials come up to me and say for the last match, it's very typical of Finland to get that little bit of that 15th round fever there, and he called it a melting point, I think. So hopefully that doesn't happen again for the Finnish guys if they can lock this down. But all the more, we will have a third map that will be trained if Tyler can lock down these 2 rounds and get into OT, which is an MR3 10K, I believe. So a couple of CZs coming out there. And then Nasu's going to flash himself in here, try to get the early peek with that UMP, but no one's picked themselves, so he's going to molly out there and hold this angle at lockers. And Tyler just feeling it out at the moment. Bomb towards Squeaky, but I can't imagine he will push too aggressively, seeing as there's not too much support around him, just waiting for the push. Maybe an easy frag coming his way. Arvid over at Forklift with the CZ. So very, very tense moment right here. They do not want them to get to 14. It'd be nightmares all over Mirage again, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes. And they're even worse than last time, so you start getting really, really antsy at that point. But I think in this context, it's going to be a possibility of a push in to A main here. We've got 2 players from Finland really up close, and of course they're going to want to take those risks, play that aggressive style when they've got pistols on their side. Let's see what they choose to do. For the moment, somebody slightly dangerously, living dangerously, is going to take that bomb alone into Squeaky. Push did come through Finland, but it didn't work out too well for them. That's a 1-for-1
There you go.
so
Just as you
far.
said, the bomb is down on the A bomb side, so the rotate, depending how fast it'll get out there, not the best positioning for the T's right now. And they have every chance to take this game down. Like you were said, Captain Mo very boldly taking the bomb out and unfortunately dropping it to them. Oh, great work there from Fancy, but the players are low and they do have that 1-8K. He's going to get spotted in through the smoke there. And Captain Mo taking down Juho, so Sunny. There's 16 seconds left. Can he hold this off? A player is low, and Captain Mo does have it, so know exactly where he is, unfortunately. Bomb needs to go down very soon, so he will hear it. He will flash himself out and try to cut it off. Unfortunately, it's very safe in the default position, so Sunny here. The weight of Finland on his shoulders as a player real low, so it's every chance he can do this. They've set up a little bit of a crossfire. He's got to pick this corner. It's just there. He sees him. He takes him down. The other player solo is going to check towards quad. He hasn't got a kit, so he needs to find this frag quickly. But it doesn't look like time is on his favor, and he gets picked by Attacker, so it takes him down, and here we go all over again.
4 HP Attacker was on, but he was still alive, and the doubt. The last player there didn't know where he was. He could not catch onto that, so he could not take the risk of just going straight in, abuse that 4 HP. Now it's down.
This buy-up is in tatters. It's nothing like this 15-14 we saw in Mirage with the full buy. There is barely any firepower on this CT side. So in this situation, I do like to see a bit more of a forward play, maybe try something different. They do look like they're changing their setup, but nonetheless, it looks fairly default to myself. And we're going to see the molly out to Nasu, the only player with a rifle in his hands. He has to do some big work here. Looks like the bomb will head towards A main. Somebody coming around here. He's heard the footsteps and will take down Sunny quite easily. And Arvid all alone, but he will not be pressed by anyone. He's heard the call, so they will be coming up. Attacker taking down Nasu, and there you go, somebody. It's all falling apart, unfortunately, for Finland. So Tailu not making the same mistake and taking this game into OT. There you go. You can never count them out. We were giving him a little bit of shtick over their force-up, but they got the result. Maybe not the result, but a result nonetheless.
Well, they've got themselves to overtime, which is a nice recovery from the scenario they were in before. OT, first one we've casted in the whole tournament.
Absolutely.
Should be a bit of a doozy. So, we are going to see Finland taking away that CT side first here.
So this is an MR3 10K. They start with $10,000, and the first 4 rounds will take out the map. And if it happens to be Finland, they'll also take the series.
Oh, yeah, casual addition to the overall equation. But let's keep our eyes peeled right now. Tailu going to be going with this execute again. Last round they actually used this as a fake and then went for the mid play instead. Then went on to A, but now it's going straight in. Vanilla as you like. They trade 1-for-1 so far, but get an extra kill off Fancy Summer playing aggro there. Juho though, he's on quad. He's going to get Molotov down, but can he get another? Yes, before he goes down, he takes another. That being said, 3 players left on China. They've got control of the site. There's 2 here for Finland, and that is a very dangerous scenario.
It is indeed. So money not too much of a problem here in the third round. If they can't pick up the second, they will not be able to afford too much. But here, there is no reason not to go for it. Unfortunately, Arvid gets taken down by somebody and gets faced. He does take down 2.
Wow.
So it brings it straight back to a 1-on-1 situation. Captain Mo with that AWP. He's playing the same spot. He's been spotted. They're both so low. Such to play for. And he gets a no-scope. A huge play from Captain Mo to open up the opening round of overtime. Wow, if you need someone with an AWP in your hand late game, give it to Captain Mo. What a clutch.
Wow, I am mind blown that that worked out that way. But
it was very fortunate that the Finnish guys could bring it to a 1-on-1 situation at all. It looked like China had control, but luckily Captain Mo saving that from becoming a train wreck.
Yeah, he clutches in a situation he, in theory, shouldn't have needed to. So a bit of kind of loose play from China as they were holding down the site maybe, but now they are circling around to B. This flash has come through. There's a man in vent here. That's Sunny waiting around. Maybe they heard the first vent pop. I'm not quite sure, but they've certainly seen him now. And he's going to get blindsided. Shot in the back. Fancy Summer making the moves there. Somebody trying to set this up. Molotov comes through. They know that first one whiffed a little bit, and there's probably somebody on the side. It is indeed Arvid. He's going to be able to claim one, though, and Alexib came in from the side to get another. So now we see this 4 plays 3 scenario. Arvid here going to be getting this flash down target. It's actually Alexib who claims that kill, and Nasu comes in for the finisher.
This game is just ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. So there we go, 1-1 going into the last round of this first half of the first overtime. And nothing left to say for here. We do see full utilities out on all players. The AWP on Juho and Captain Mo opting for that lane game AWP, as we did see DD and somebody actually AWPing earlier in the game, but he's been doing some great work with that. And very important round going into the second half of OT. And great frag there from Juho, taking down that opposing AWP. We've seen what it can do. So a lot of pressure relieved there by taking down Captain Mo. So it's a 4-on-5 situation in favor of Team Finland.
And it's got to be tempting now to just sit back, play very, very defensive. You know what terrorists likely... Literally, there's one execute that we've seen from Tyloo. And if that happens, you can play for the retake. Try and do as much damage as you can, obviously, to hold them off as they come in. But play for the retake, and it seems like it could work out for you. So what are Tyloo going to do? I feel like they need to try something they haven't done previously.
So here we go, just slowing it right down there. Still plenty of time left. The bomber edging ever so closer towards that A side. It looks like this is going to be a little bit of a boost, perhaps. No, they just opt to kind of lurk around that main garage area. And they do look like they will be edging closer as the clock ticks into the high 40 seconds. Arvid watching this mid area. There is a player on boost, I believe. He's just kind of peeking around, but he's not going to reveal himself into vent. So it'll be lovely to see how this plays out. We do see a bit of a stack here on the A bomb side. So DD getting that opening frag, as we know, who does so well. Molly's raining in. Nasu getting that frag back, so it's a 3-on-4 situation. Great work there from Alexip. So now a little bit of trouble there, 26 seconds. They have to execute onto this A bomb site. Nothing to lose here, 20 seconds left. DD trying to find a frag, unable to do so. If he just plays passively, he can wind down the clock, but it peaks. Arvid goes down. 13 seconds left. Somebody needs to win this fight. The bomb will go down, and that should be the round there with DD on 2 health. No utilities, gets taken down by Nasu, and there you go. Finland 17-16. What are you thinking right now, Spud?
They've got the advantage on the half, but I just don't know. I just don't know.
You would be a madman to try to call this game.
It's been so back and forth between the two teams. Like, it's just going blow for blow. And there's these crazy clutches every other round, so it's super hard to predict what's going to happen. And it almost seems like the map isn't decided at all. It's just almost down to who has the better clutch that particular round.
Yeah, we could just really just go up to the 2 boosts and be like heads or tails. Probably have equal chance of each team winning. But nice little flash out there. And we see the CTs coming out of it. So no double op setup like they opted to earlier in the match here. And we're going to see what ENCE does. The bomb dropped outside A main and presence towards this A bomb site. But a little bit of a lurk happening towards mid and B. But I think no information given so far. So they're just going to try to slow this right down, as we know they like to do. Potentially try to work their way at the minute mark and try to go for an execute towards 40 seconds, as we have seen ENCE with that kind of playstyle. But right now, not much going on. We see bodies and bomb towards A, so we'll be heading in towards A main there.
Straight out on the site, actually. He's just walked out the door there, and I don't think anyone stopped him in the process. Sunny is going to find the first kill off of that. Somebody goes down, and now Attacker is pushing through this smoke, but he is going to get only one.
Ooh, very close. So he's on 10 with the bomb in hand there, so we'll plant it in the default position, and Captain Mo gets the boost, so he knows the second player's there, and he gets the second frag, so big work with that M4 in hand. We see Fancy trying to refrag, so Lexib is so low right now, and Arvid left to clutch around in a 3v1 situation. Captain Mo's quite low himself, but they know where he is. The molly's running out, so he has to be forced out of that position, and the retake, very well done by China.
Yeah, pushing straight through the smoke really worked out for them. 2 players basically in positions that were not at all accounted for by Finland, so they've ended up basically falling apart off of those quick kills that came out. And I like the way as well that I think it was DD, after he got his 2 kills, he just backed away into main. He was quite happy to just wait for the rest of the team to join up with him and set things up to take the last guy cleanly. It seems like they're playing a little more tight than they have been previously.
So we see all-important round. Whoever wins this will have the first overtime match point opportunity. And a little bit of fire coming out through those smokes, trying to land a couple of shots, but all players still on full health, not a bullet landing. Nasu actually on 99, so not sure where that came from, but nonetheless, negligible from 100, and we'll see them lurking around this A area, but a lot of noise made, so they might be trying to dupe them here. We do see a boost coming up to mid, and the mid presence is not too heavy. We do see, I believe that is Captain Mo with that M4 at headshot, and kind of heavier presence towards main garage there, but it looks like they're kind of edging towards, just trying to feel them out right now. Not too much happening, and all for ENCE to call this play here.
Sitting back for the moment, waiting for their opportunity perhaps. Looks like it's going to come soon, if ever. It must come in the next 47 seconds. That's actually a man being spotted out though on mid. That's just a fake, I think. So somebody gets the first shot, and that's going to make this so much harder for Finland as they push in. The flash is starting to come through, the Molotovs to cut people off, and this is just getting cut down. Finland are not going to make this one happen unless they have a hell of a clutch, and it's just not happening there. Alexib falls to the AK-47 of somebody.
There you go, we're entering into the final round of this overtime, this first overtime with Tyloo, the opportunity to take this map away after Finland had multiple match points in regular time, which is not the best feeling, I can tell you that for certain. But here we go, Finland trying to save their chances of taking out this tournament in this second map here. And unfortunately, Juho unable with those 2 AWPs in the prior rounds to afford a rifle, so we'll opt for that Deagle. And a little slow push with bomb in hand towards this squeaky area. We do see 2 of the players just kind of lurking in there, but somebody locking the site down with that AWP. And a couple of players lurking towards mid there. So Sunny's actually out in mid. He makes spots down Captain Mo. So great opening frag there for the Finnish side. And looks like the bomb will be in. Oh, look at that. It's a free site.
Oh, yeah.
Easy days.
Pull them away. And the Tyloo defense was playing very, very far back there. So they have to retake this, or they're going to be facing second overtime here.
Indeed, they will, but obviously a little bit far from site, trying to catch the rotate strictly. But Juho with a great 1-dig there, and this Chinese retake is getting shut down, so it looks like we'll be heading into a second overtime.
Yes, we will.
Could we have asked for a better grand final, Spud?
I really don't think we could have done. You know, I thought we were going to get as close as we'd gotten as close as we were going to get with Korea versus China, but now it is just going down to the wire between these 2 teams. So, what's going to be the play here? Finland now on the T side. They're going to have to change something up, perform a little bit better, do something different, because it just hasn't worked out for them in that last half.
Indeed, but do you favor the Finnish guys on this T side starting out? Because you're going to realize that the side swaps do play into this overtime system.
It's true. I still favor Finland basically as their CT side, because it just seems to, I mean, to be honest, it seems to have been working out a little bit better for both teams, right? I know I had my discussion about the sidedness of Cash earlier, but I think in this particular matchup, my theories go out the window, and China perhaps forces such a chaotic game that it just doesn't apply in the same way. Right now, though, Captain Mo is hanging off on mid. That is actually where the focus for Finland seems to be.
And we do see that bomb a bit deep in that mid area, so that bomb could go absolutely anywhere right now. But not favoring that heavy presence toward the A bomb site, changing it up a little bit in this second OT here. We have 2 players in Sunroom, and I'm not too sure if they've been spotted yet, so the bomb will creep towards that position, and I don't think they have been, because we see DD and Attacker here playing very passively on the bomb site. So here we go, Alexi will opening up the account there with the frag on Captain Mo. So nice little opening there. Nasu to Molly outside, so this will move the players off their positions, and if they can take the peek there, they should spot them, and they're just going to play very passively. So there we go, someone's been spotted. He's got a nade. Oh, goodness. Nasu gets taken down in a great little defensive play from Fancy, and Juho will find the refrag. And a nice little spray through smoke there from Alexib. And it's a 3-on-2 situation. He's right there in the smoke in front of him. Eventually gets his gun out and takes him down. And somebody here with that M4 in heaven spots down Alexib, takes him straight down. He knows someone's in checkers, so he shouldn't win this fight, but does a great job. He does take his P250, and the spray almost missing, but luckily he will lock it down. So opening round to Finland, not the easiest opening round, but an opening round nonetheless.
Still my beating heart, though. When that spray was off target on the first shot, I was just about ready to call it as a clutch.
Yeah. We're probably more used to seeing sprays like that than they are, but he did recover and eventually took the frag down.
Maybe nerves starting to have an impact on this game. I think there's very, very few
Would
players.
you be nervous if you were playing for the King's share of $20,000?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think very few players are seasoned enough, even if it's like matchmaking, right, to get to overtime.
Oh, someone in a great position for a meat grinder here. Takes down 3, eventually gets traded out. And great work from him, but it is a 2-on-3 situation, and the bomb site is open for the taking. So we'll see if they can lock this down, but a very interesting position in that smoke there, just outside of it actually. And we see DD trying to lurk. He's been spotted. Great opening frag to take out, and Sunny will take him straight down, so it's a 2-on situation. Captain Mo with that AWP is going to frag. You can't expect him to miss shots like that. And he delivers to get the second round in favor of the Tyloo team.
So kill totals now starting to break 30 on multiple players on the same team. I think Fancy Summer's 29 is Captain Mo on 34 there for Tyloo. So the game length is starting to have an influence on these KDAs. But all the players now getting much closer together, I feel, in terms of their performance. Everyone has had their moments in this game, and Captain Mo maybe a few more than others, but even so.
He really does just like to save his best for high-pressure endgame situations, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really,
it's when he thrives. But here we go, Sunny taking that presence. We see a bit more of a standard default bomb leaning towards that B area, but with 1 minute and 40 seconds, it'd be foolish to call where that would be going. But Sunny here trying to make some noise, maybe trying to bait something out here towards the A bomb site. The CT player's not buying it, so we see a bit of presence there. Good old Captain Mo with that AWP actually holding mid, so a bit more of a default from him. The AWP kind of shutting down that mid area. But once again, Ed's not too concerned about taking control. He sees a frag there, but unfortunately doesn't make it count. He gets tagged down to himself, but only to 74. So great little flash there, and missing every bullet, so doesn't get traded out himself. So Fancy coming to the defense of his friend. So a 4-on-5 situation here. Looks like it will be a plan to the big bomb side. Sunny just going in, balls to the wall there. And Captain Mo getting that frag on Juho, so very unfortunate timing there for him. So a 3-on-4 situation. And it looks like the bomb will commit to this B bomb site.
They're going to go for it. Finland is just about ready to go. They've found themselves one. They have not got the bomb onto the site yet. It's going to get cut off if they're not careful. But Sunny's going to go through with the pop back there. Gets one, not the second. Captain Mo still alive, though, from above. Half health, though, on these players. China in a bit of a difficult situation. Let's see if they can find one. No. Attacker goes down, and Captain Mo goes down.
So great work from Finland there. A little bit messy towards the middle. Great forward play from Sunny, almost finding 2 frags through the smoke in the CT area, but get taken down. But nonetheless, Alexib and Arvid able to back him up and take the round for him. So here we go. Lead to Finland going to the second half of the second OT here.
And that's a very solid lead, to be honest. As we said before, CT seems to be the favourite side between these two teams. And Finland, they've gotten 2 out of 3 on the T side. Now, let's keep our eyes open, though. Overtime, very, very volatile. One round, one way or another, can completely change things. And right now, it looks like
this Chinese train heading towards B main there. So a lot of work coming the way of Sunny and Alexib. The flash coming out. He gets too aggressive there, so now only one player to lock this side down. It is all down to Alexib to try to defend this bomb site by himself. We'll get spotted and the molly comes out, so not too much to do there. 3-on-4 situation. And bomb site in control of the Chinese Tyloo side. The easy frag from Mo there, catching Nasser dropping out of vents. And 2-on-4. So it is only the first round of the second half, so a lot to do here, but a save not out of the question.
Yeah, OT3 is... It's an interesting one because CTs can actually run themselves out of money.
Absolutely, so that AWP all worth too much on Juho there. So it looks like the call has come out, and they will be saving, and we will see a 20-20 scoreline. That sounds good, doesn't it? 20-20.
2020. Oh, if only I had such good eyes. It's definitely a case now where we've said almost all there is to say about these two teams. It's just coming down to the slugging matches. Bomb will go off there. Somebody witnesses as things go by.
So here we go. Map point up for grabs now. So Tyler not doing too badly, but being fairly evenly matched, hence the second overtime. Well done stating the obvious there, DK. But here we go, the Tyler team, they've been playing this kind of aggressive train stack, but they look like they will be kind of splitting up and slowing things right down. So loving the change of pace there from these guys. Not giving Ents an inch, not knowing what to expense. That damage does take him down to 95, but unfortunately not landing where he'd like it to. A bit of fire coming through the smoke. Bomb lurking out towards that T-sided truck there.
It's much slower and steadier on this round by China. Sitting back, waiting for those picks once again. Finland going back to their sort of standard distribution, actually. A little bit undefended on B, but I guess they're not expecting the same rush twice in a row. And had 2 players on highway before, one at each end. A site fairly well defended, but now it seems like they're starting to feel if it was going to come by, it would come by now. Straight A execute. Tyloo maybe looking to try and go out on mid here. This smoke would certainly set themselves up to get out of the door, and that gives them a lot of options in this scenario. But the time is starting to get actually pretty low, and Tyloo still hasn't really done anything.
Indeed, so I can't imagine that this isn't part of their plan, but it looks like they will be heading towards that B bomb side, taking control of mid and popping through. And Sunny will get mollied out. So let's get Frag, takes out Captain Mo. Unfortunately, attacker looking in the wrong direction there, and DD will clear out the site, so it's a 3-on-4 situation with 22 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to get that bomb down, and now it's all for the retake for Finland.
No cover there as they were throwing out that Molotov, but...
Yeah, he could have gotten 2 there, really.
Yeah, it could have gone really disastrously wrong, but even so, China's advantage in this scenario. 4 plays 3. Finland not willing to let this one go, though. They don't really have the rounds to play with. Oh, they are going to do it. They're going to save again. So they're playing for OT3.
They are playing for OT3. If you have a look at the money there. It's not the best. And unfortunately, Juho with that AWP will get taken down. So unfortunately, I'm sure someone will be able to drop him there. But financially, if they do save those rifles, the player will be a tad short. But they should be able to have adequate firepower to try and take this into a 3rd OT. So China right back into it.
Yes, indeed. And suddenly now T-side seems to be the favored side between the 2 teams. You know, it's a hard life sometimes trying to play analyst in these scenarios. But it's certainly, what I can tell you definitively is there's plenty of money available for Finland. They are slightly suffering this lack of chest armor and 2 grenades, which is a minor thing there for Nasu missing. But
Only
we're gonna have
one player has a kit as well, so you'd hate for that to come into play due to economy. But unfortunately, Juho losing that AWP has been a little detrimental for the ability to get these guys fully kitted up. And we see the bomb. Great little shot from Juho there. And unable to force their way up the boost. Obviously, China a little bit nervous based on that play from Sunny earlier for the counter boost, and Captain Mo might spot Alexib here on the nice little nade coming out there on the molly to follow up. So it takes him down to 60 health, but very keen onto the counter boost. Not going to let that happen again, which did bring them over to the match point earlier in the game.
Well, it's do or die time. I think China's going to be doing in for this one, and Finland has to hold it off, but they've not had a great luck with it so far. They're losing far too many players far too quickly. Nasu is dead. And we're seeing Sunny and Arvid as the only players left as they have to come in. Obviously not a lot of information here, but plenty of time for afterplants. All this favors Tyloo.
Indeed it does. So attack is very low, but flashes and molly. So they'll be able to molly that bomb off if it so calls for it, but still heaps of utility there. He just goes out, not using the 1, but not really a great trade in this exact scenario. So molly will go up, but there is a smoke. Unfortunately gets caught out with nothing, and there you go. Tyler will take out the second map in the 2nd OT. And looks like we will be headed to a train.
Map 3. We've actually seen Tyloo on train before, and it seems to have been one that favored them. No idea how Finland's going to cope with that one when it comes. But for the moment, we are going to have, I think, a bit of a slightly longer break than we had in the previous one.
Absolutely.
20, 30 minutes was the estimate I heard. So guys, do not go anywhere. We here at the IESF CSGO Grand Finals will be back after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IESF CSGO Grand Finals. We are just about to get going with our third and final map, no matter who is able to come out on top. But it's sure to be a doozy based on the last two.
It's looking like that indeed. We do see Tyloo War, aka Team China, clutching that second map in the second overtime on cash. So it was Finland's to lose there. They had it at about 13-8 and 15-12, I believe. And unfortunately unable to seal the deal and losing it in the second overtime. So this is exactly the grand final we hoped for, wasn't it?
It really is. It's what we were expecting from the start, and it's proved to be a really good game. Because I know a lot of people going into this tournament were saying, oh, you know, ENCE is good, but they're not Tyloo good. You know, they were saying, yeah, definitely they'll make it to the finals, but there's no way they'll beat Tyloo. That's an opinion I heard stated.
Well, when a tier 2 team takes scubs like Na'Vi and Astralis, you got to think, wow, they're definitely destined for some sort of greatness. And right now they look like they're every chance to take out this World Championship Grand Final. So it looks like the players are readying up in the server. This will be trained. This will be our third map. First going to Finland, 16-14, and then the second to China in a second overtime. Obviously from 15 all, and now we go to train. So I do believe both these teams have had a strong showing on train. I know that ENCE is quite confident on train, having spoken to a couple of the guys from the organization a little bit earlier. So it'd be wonderful to see who takes this map out. Do you think we're in for a close one? I think actually this map here might lend itself to a bit of a landslide in one direction or another.
Yeah, to my mind, actually, I'd say this does favor China.
China?
Yeah,
I'm going to have to bring the mouse pad out again. Yeah, bring the mouse pad out again.
I know.
China, huh?
I know who you love.
I don't like to be biased, but like, I just, you know, whatever.
Look, just because you love someone doesn't mean they're the best.
No, I don't. I'm completely impartial, and I hope at the end of the day, the best team wins, and Counter-Strike will be the winner.
Which will probably be China, in my view. You see, I'm trying to assess which is the best team. You're just trying to assess which gives you the most swag.
Oh, hey, if anyone in the Chinese organization has any swag, I'm not saying I can be
It's
bought.
very cheap to buy this man.
You know, I like free things. But no, I do like the ENCE guys here. But China, obviously, who doesn't like a team that has a showing like those guys do? Tyloo so close to breaking into that Tier 1 MLG scene. And hopefully we'll see them in there next year.
Yes, indeed. I think we have actually got a knife round coming in on this one. So that will be presumably being used to determine the sides. And hopefully we can show that one on screen coming up in just a
So we'll
second.
try to get that up to you very soon. And looks like they're just readying up. So obviously a map like Train does lend itself to be favorable to the CT side. And obviously this knife round is also important. This knife could actually determine the winner of this World Championship Grand Final here for 2016.
Well then.
So we see all the players heading out to the outer bomb site. China, they're taking the early frag, and unfortunately Captain Mo getting the refrag there, and a lot of Chinese bodies going down, all down to Captain Mo with 61 health and those shadow daggers. And I think if you're wielding shadow daggers, you don't deserve to win a knife, I think. That's my opinion. And as such, he does not. Not a fan of the shadow daggers, but there you go, an all-important knife round on a map like Train, going to the Finnish team represented here today by ENCE.
Well then, we'll see which side they pick up. Doesn't look like they are opting to swap. So it's going to be the T side takeaway there from Finland. The CTs on China side. So just about to get ready, just about to get going.
Actually, the other way, there was a bit of a title. No, they were staying the same, but I think the top names were a bit
they reversed.
confused, yes. And also, Finland is named Finland now, and Tyloo team is named Tyloo team still. But you do see the respective flags. The Chinese team represented by China and Tyloo, sorry, I just said China twice, will be on the T side, and ENCE winning out that knife and taking the much more favorable CT side on this map. So here we go, all pistols so far, all pistols going in the favor of the Finnish side. They've won all 4, and they've won all consequent 3 rounds afterwards. So it's been a free dozen rounds for them this series.
Yeah, and China really do need to work on that. That is a serious aspect to their game that is causing them problems. But, of course, doing as well as they have, in spite of losing all those pistol rounds, is in its own way admirable. So
absolutely, a testament to their ability to bring things back. But what better way to win your first pistol than in the deciding match of the World Championship Grand Final?
That is definitely true. At this point in time, though, they're going to be playing this very Slow, standard. We've got one man over towards Ivy, but he's backing off now, and 3 players from Finland there. They're actually going to not go for this 4 people we've seen on A site with a rotator, maybe fearing that Chinese rush down that we've seen them use to great effect actually against Korea.
Absolutely, and we do see China just slowing it right down, obviously wanting to win this pistol, knowing that the rushes have not been working as the superior pistol aim has gone to the Finnish guys so far in the series, and we do see people coming down this B ramp here, and we do see 2 players in Nasu and Sunny locking this site down, so we see a heavy presence which may fall into the favor of the Chinese guys. Flashes, nades coming out, so it's all down to Nasu holding this drop down position. He will find the one with the 5-7, he can't find the second, drops the bomb down, still alive for some reason, and Fancy eventually does take him down with the P-shooter, also known as the Glock. So a 3-on-2, both players very low. One will get spotted by Arvid, and it looks like another pistol will be in favor of the ENCE team. So huge things here. Fancy just seeing an onslaught of players. I was actually a little bit scared there for a second.
Yeah.
They were just in a bit of a cluster there, but luckily they do get away with it, and Juho with the defuse.
Yeah, and a nice hold there from 2 Finland players that were on the site. Nasu was kind of deliberately delayed just a second or 2 in order to get maximum surprise when he saw his teammates survive the initial...
Maximum surprise, eh? I like it.
To disrupt them to the maximum, if you will, as he came out at a point where they were still trying to focus on killing that initial player who had survived longer than they had expected. So then...
So we do see Juho with the M5. No, what? No.
Going.
This is crazy. This is the first finals match we've seen China lose a pistol and not force up. So maybe a bit of change of strat here. They don't want to give away so many rounds. Because I do feel like a lot of time that Finland got the lead, it was due to these force ups and them losing those consequent rounds after that. So unfortunately losing the frag there, but maybe happy to throw this one away. China not forcing up. So that's huge in my eyes.
Possibly shows their, really starting to feel that maybe actually winning would be quite nice.
Potentially. And potentially giving ENCE a bit more credit than they have been in the previous 2 games.
Yeah, well, can't disrespect these guys. ENCE have definitely proven no matter what happens in this game, they are a force to be reckoned with. They are...
Captain Mo gets 1. You could call that a vengeance shot for the rest of his team, straight to the face of Sunny. So unfortunately, that will drop the FAMAS. So they're going to try to recover that, I imagine. But the UMP is still reigning supreme with Juno with that M4 in hand. So Captain Mo going to find another one. Oh, tries to get, does the WA, but he finds another one in Arvid. So look at that. It's just an exhibition for the people here, and I'm sure at home, on how to dig. But does have bomb in hand, but doesn't look like he's going to get too far with it. So going to try and frag away here, but gets taken down by Juho. And some damage done there by Captain Mo, but not quite enough to upset this Finnish side at the moment.
No, but it was about as effective as their force-ups have been previously, so...
Except now they got money in the bank, and look at this, Captain Mo with the early AWP. We have seen what he does endgame, but maybe he can consider the whole 3rd map an endgame and bring that hot form in from the opening rounds.
Yeah, there's a real surprise factor to having the AWP this early as well. This is quite scary for Finnish supporters here. This could very easily lead to that first pick if he's able to employ that correctly. I'm kind of curious where he's going. It's Ivy at the moment.
We do see a very passive hold from Alexiv, holding that for Mass, and obviously the firepower now in favor of the T side. And Nasu opting to hold on to that SMG there, maybe trying to bank a few more. Maybe he'll hold the closer angles, but right now he is holding that bomb train area. There we go, we can see him there. So we'll see what he can do with that. A little bit risky, but I would definitely have opted for the upgrade. He definitely has the money for it, but I'm sure he has his reasons. Here we go, somebody trying to peek through Pop Dog, trying to find an opening for this bomb site. We do see the bomb dropped close towards, and 3 players holding the main area, but we do see a 3-stack kind of lurking around bomb train there, and one holding deep back of Ivy, and very close to Z is Juho with that M4, so they're going to bide their time. We're not seeing the typical Chinese aggression we used to early in the game.
Yeah, and I think there may have been a quick grenade thrown out onto B there just to try and draw some focus over, and that's going to be to enable them to get in on the side, but they're not having a lot of luck with that. Sunny is there, and he's found 3 off the back.
Raining terror from above, but it does get down to a third situation. Bomb plant gets denied by Juho, and he knows where somebody is, takes him down. He's on very little health, so great play there. And Sunny, a terror from above, great hold from him on top of the old green train there.
Yeah, surprise once again. catch people out is to defeat them. And so China now face themselves on an eco round and not forcing up. So.
And yeah, so a little bit more patience and control there from China, or maybe a different strat altogether. But you know how I've been incorrectly calling things extremely early? And I did call that I thought this would be a landslide to one side. It's 3-0. I'm going to call it. I think Finland take this out simply and easily.
I'm glad you have faith in your own predictions.
I don't, but I got to get one right. I'm due. I feel like I'm due. I feel like I'm due for one. Due, yes, due. G-U-E for a correct call.
Oh.
Yes, yes. A little bit of a language barrier there between the Australian English and the much more formal and probably correct British English. But there you go. I do feel like I'm due for one.
No, I must concede. You did make sense there. I just didn't understand a word coming out of your garbled mouth. Anyway, Finland.
Finland, Nasu doing great work with that AK and locking down that inner bomb site, only losing Alexib in that exchange. So we see a very controlled Finland, but you know what? It has been the trend. If you're just tuning into a certain final map, it's been Finland with the pistol, taking control, then Tyler come back towards the half, and Finland retake and grasp the edge to just take out the first half. Then Finland with the pistol again, a bit more control. They get close to match point. Tyler comes back, they get to match point, and then Tyler comes back again. So it's kind of this back and forth, but it always seems to be going the same way. The last two maps have been almost exactly the same in the way the scoreline's been going.
It's that early performance, that early advantage. Maybe Finland a little more practiced on the maps, and Tyloo adapting on the fly. Somebody goes down there from the aggressive push-up from Finland. This is actually something that I haven't seen too much of them previously. Like on Cash, they didn't really like to play aggressive on that CT side.
Indeed, we did see a little bit of it on the first map, but obviously giving all credit to China and knowing that taking those aim duels may not be the wisest decision, I guess, is very sharp Chinese Tyloo team. But we see the numbers advantage again falling for the CTs in ends. And you know what? Can't be counting your chickens, because we have seen this fine nil scoreline multiple times before for the Finnish guys.
Now we keep our eyes on Ivy, I think. That's where two players are. They haven't actually made any moves through Ivy so far, actually. Tyloo, they've always kind of gone there and pitter-pattered around a little bit and then thought, actually, no, let's not bother, which it's quite an important place to be able to take. If you can get that, you have so many options available to you. And this is a good scenario for them potentially. Elsewhere, DD is getting that first kill. That should surely signal this A play coming through. The rotate certainly coming from Finland.
There's a little bit of a dance happening out towards Ivy. The smoke is the spray through coming through, taking the play right down, and eventually finds Fancy, and he's tagged down a player super low. Great little angle from Arvid, and that Ivy hold almost determining the round for this Finnish side.
Wow, they just got totally shut down.
That little smoke dance, we only got to see the end of it, but really forward play there, throwing the counter smoke out and just spamming through smoke. Finds one, tags the other down low, and stops that counter play coming from the Ivy position. So there we go. Unfortunately broke again, and an interesting little buy here. DD almost being like that guy in matchmaking, going, you know what, I'm buying a gun, just follow me. I find that extremely interesting.
Yeah.
He literally, it's not a balance of the money, yeah. Miscommunication, or maybe just arrogance, but interesting stuff, because the money is completely skewed now. He's on $150 where the other guys are closer to 2, one closer to 3. So maybe it's been caught. They're going to try to play up his AK. Maybe he will find those opening entry frags like he's done so well in the past. But here we go. The fire taking down Captain Mo. The spray down from Alexib. The AK still in play. DD looking everywhere for an opening here, but can't seem to find one. He will find one on top of the green. He will try to get the spray transfer, but gets taken down straight away. Fancy with a CZ trying to find him on top of the drain there, but unfortunately whiffing most of his shots. It does get him down to 28. And the AWP coming down from Juho. So solid stuff from Finland. 6-0 will be the largest margin we've seen in this series thus far.
Yeah, Tyloo having no luck with these attempts. They are not, I think, playing the map as effectively as they could do. We're not really seeing any fakes from them. We're not really seeing any, you know, movements. They're just picking a site and then they're saying, okay, we're going for this site, go. Sometimes they set themselves up with a lot of smokes and flashes. Sometimes they don't, but neither way seems to have been working so far. So really it would be nice to start to see them do that. Alternately, of course, just wait until Captain Mo catches on fire and starts murdering everyone around him.
Great opening frag from Juho there. Catches the feet and flicks him up. But yes, exactly what you were saying there. A bit of a struggle in terms of strategies for China.
Indeed. Where are they going for now? Somebody, Pop Dog, DD. I think that's the bomb leading the charge. I'm not totally sold on that particular little plan.
Indeed, we did see him do this earlier on Cash, and it did cost him the round. So look, great little flick there, Captain Mo. Who knows, but his name's Captain Mo, and he definitely knows how to go, doesn't he, with that LWP in hand and the spray coming down. DD finds Alexip, and Juho trying to find the frag there. He's so low, does take him down. That will be bombed down for the T side, and these two AWPers facing each other in the wrong angle there, and the clock fight comes out, and he will take down his opposing AWP. So great work there, and somebody getting the frag. So this looks like it is heading towards the direction of the opening round for the Chinese side.
Love that cleverness from Captain Mo, jumping on the ladder and coming down with the Glock. He knew he was in an AWP fight, so make yourself as impossible to hit as possible and you'll win. Now, Sunny, as the only man standing here on CT side, their economy being actually pretty good.
Very good, so no reason not to do some damage.
Yeah, go for it, but
the clock is winding down. So factoring in a great reactions from Fancy there, doing an almost 180 to take down Sunny, and there you go. Will we follow this trend? It's so crucial that they string together multiple rounds here, otherwise their max loss will be reset and they will be on struggle seat, where we may actually see that forced buy-up coming back into play and costing them more rounds in the future.
Yes, maybe so. I would say, actually, in hindsight, it sort of occurred to me after he died, although there was no reason not to be aggressive there because of the money situation, I do feel like Sunny might have been better sitting back and waiting for an exit frag rather than going for the round clutch, because that's kind of an unrealistic scenario.
Here we go, Sunny making up for it with these opening exchanges in Ivy, shutting that move down. They know exactly what another player is, so lots of information there as attacker will retreat, avoiding that grenade by a huge margin, and Sunny takedowns 24, but getting those 2 frags, so it's got to be happy with that.
Oh yes. Now then, he's kind of broken the legs of this China attack before it's even begun. In so doing, going to try and get that Molotov comes out, so just trying to get bait some grenades in response, but it's going to be a measly HE from Nasu. There's nothing really for them to worry about at this point in time. It does look like the attempt is going to be on B when it comes. Players lining up for themselves, but I feel like in this scenario, Finland is too well positioned to stop them if they just go straight in on it.
Absolutely, we do see a little bit of the classic split there, 3 and 2, with player clone close into that Z area, but he will come around. Players, Nade's coming out onto the B side, so we'll play closer towards the B. He's actually going to come all the way out onto B, and that is Juho with that AWP, so he may be able to shut this down, coming straight down ramp. The spray coming out, so nothing exchanged yet, gets tagged down to 41, but look at this, the crossfire coming from Sunny. He eventually gets traded down, so look at him getting the all the work there in Ivy, and now taking down a player on the B bomb side, so great round for Sunny there with that hold 3K.
Yeah, they managed to basically win off of the back of that initial couple of kills. And
well, he does the boost up onto Ivy, and then he hops over to B side and just shuts that down as well. So
yeah,
just a little Johnny on the spot, isn't he?
Neat little thing to be doing.
I still haven't had a chance to play with the spray yet. I'm so upset. I just like one of my favorite things in like 1.6.
I mean, to be honest, they don't look that.
Yeah, no, they don't. But I bet you if you throw really, really good money at Steam and
I mean, I dare say,
you know, like I have thrown lots of good money.
Don't they only have limited charges at the moment?
50, I believe. And I think you can get them dropped and you can get some really crappy default ones. But I'm sure there'll be some shiny ones or something. But I remember the days when you used to upload your own picture. And when you used to play online pugs, it'd get a little bit saucy there with the spray paints, if memory serves. But let's not go into that too much.
Saucy or cheaty sometimes.
Cheaty? Yes, with the body sprays.
Yeah, not the biggest fan. There's a reason it wasn't put into CSGO. Anyway, we have had a pause there briefly and an unpause. No reason stated, so mystery to me.
At 7-1, you got to think it is attack pause. Looking into the booth there, doesn't really have too much problems, but we shall see.
I mean, it only lasted about 40 seconds though, that pause.
I've heard that sentence before. But anyway, we do see the push coming down onto the side, and the meat grinder by Nasu, huge work there, and Juho will support him with that LWP. So 3K already in the round, and great work for him. Just in complete control there, just shutting it right down. So look at that. If that was a tactical pause, you'd hate for a round to go like that straight after.
Yeah, it's a great tactic. Run straight at the guy with the gun.
Holy cow, Alexib. Just stop, please.
I love the faith there. He knew he was hitting him. Like, you couldn't see, but he was just like, that guy is there. I'm hitting him, and he's just going to stay there.
That's what separates us from these guys. That's a keen game sense. But here we go. Juho will have the AWP and guns out finally. And guess what? Looks like China kind of forcing up, but you know, they do have 4 rifles, that UMP, little utility. So it's one of their better 4-subs, but I would consider it a bit of a 4-sub nonetheless. But at this stage, 8-1, what else are you going to do, Spud?
Well, they haven't really been making a whole lot of executes happen. We did see them on Cash, although they only had 1 execute. They did at least use it in multiple ways. They did use it as a fake. They did use it as a direct attack. And
oh my God, Sunny just turning away. Just Alexis gets that 3rd one, but he will get a 3rd one for himself.
Oh,
and now the UMP comes down. Unfortunately, he can't deliver. But look, once again, like early Cash game, these huge solo plays from these Finnish guys.
And they are just absolutely butchering them as they come in. This is so uneven. It looks like it's not even the same teams playing.
Yeah, it's worlds away from what we just saw in that double overtime. So, you know, China maybe needs some reassessment, but you know, maybe they like the CT side as well. Maybe they can lend themselves. I have seen one time a 14-1 comeback on this map from actually 2 Chinese I-Series teams. I don't think Tyler was one, but I have seen it. So let's not discount it too much. But at this stage, you got to think, right? What do you do, somebody? 12 health, no utilities. He has got bombs, so that's one thing that works for him.
Somebody help me.
He can help himself. No, you know what? He can just go out there and clutch the whole round, I think. Why not? 12 health.
There are 4 very good reasons. I can name them. They're on the left-hand side of the screen.
Indeed. So maybe just winding down the clock, trying to find a frag, do some eco damage, which at this stage will not make the Finnish guys flinch too much. And just wanting to save that AK. So I imagine, you know, there's just a throw into the dark here, but China might force up around this AK. Maybe. Maybe.
May well do. And in this scenario, he needs to make sure he dies before the end of the round, because otherwise he's facing a huge amount of risk in this scenario.
Oh, no.
Okay.
So that's the one of the habits of the old gun switch there. He could have peeked him with the rifle, but I think he was getting out a nade or a pistol or had his knife out something, but unfortunately couldn't take the peek early enough. They go down, but it is costly. But you do see Nasu there on almost 16k, so and Arvid on 10, so not too much damage done. And you know what? Looks like China didn't really force up. Some upgraded pistols, no nades, no armor. So it looks like they would just be playing off the back of this AK, trying to support it, and the rush will come through Pop Dog or SL, some people like to call it.
Some people are keeping their eyes on that from Finland, though. It's going to be real tricky. The Molotov comes through just to kind of force people back. And actually, this may be a little bit of time for China as a result. Didn't matter, because even if they'd managed to get that first kill, they were going to die. Yeah.
Just I'm pretty sure Alexi hit him through his mate there, but his player stays alive. DD making some sound there. Unfortunately, could have gotten the frag on Sunny, but a bit too keen. And now we see Captain Mo with the dig. We have seen what he can do with this gun, but he gets an AK instead. But that aim punch is going to be huge. And potentially just running for the hills with that gun. The wall bang is coming through, so the knowledge of this map, incredible from these Ents guys, and unfortunately just missing him by a hair, but he's on full health, so it's very unlikely he would have gone down. And will the hunt be on, do you imagine? The last one not ending too well, but there you go, no need to hunt. Nasu will take him down on the B-bomb site. 10-1. Who would have thought this? I would have. I'm going to say it. I did say this may be a landslide, and it is a landslide, so patting myself on the back. But you know what? It is still very early days. It is early days, and the look on your face, I wish people at home could see it.
Don't buy your pick while it's still in the bag.
Don't bite your pick?
Buy your pick.
Buy your pick. I don't get it. Is that a British colloquialism?
No.
No?
It's I'll explain later. It's too complicated later.
Okay, I'm really excited. I'm sure people at home are excited as well.
Thrilling. We have another pause. I'll get on it. But yeah, this is just at the moment absolutely crushing. Finland are nailing it. So maybe we're waiting for the meltdown point once again.
It is a big meltdown point.
It does seem to be their strategy at the moment on Tyloo. Wait until Finland gets far enough ahead that they start to tilt.
Indeed. So one round. What was it? Was it 15-8 or something? Or something ridiculous on the first, 14-8 or something ridiculous on Mirage there. And they got away by the skin of their teeth on a 2-on-3 situation in the last round, take it 16-14. And 15-12, I believe, on Keish, and double OT losing it there. So Finland need to work on some of that Cloud9-esque 15th round play. But right now opening up this first round beautifully.
with 1 kill under their belt. China really needs to go for this.
What a molly. What a molly.
Oh dear, that shuts them out completely. The flash did come through as well, but no kill to follow it. Fancy Summer fancies his chances as he makes his move. I think Alexib here is well positioned to stop it. There's a crossfire if they go in, and it doesn't even matter. He gets the kill immediately.
So somebody here, and the bomb will come out. So he's going to get pincered here in the middle, and unfortunately does damage, but the bomb will go down. But the quick roads are coming out. But so somebody stop him, please. The players go down, and DD is on literally no health. I correct myself, he's on 9. But he might as well be on 9, and I'm pretty sure they know exactly where he is. Oh, he takes down Arvid, so he'll speak too soon. He will get spun, and the bullets will rain in. And there you go, Alexib clutching. Not an easy round, but on 9 health, you did favor him heavily. He picks up the AK for his troubles and will defuse the bomb.
But again, it's a scenario, that one, where China should have won. And yet they don't. Finland clutches that one out. Getting onto the site in that manner was, you know, they got a couple of kills as they got onto the site. It was equal numbers. They had the defender's advantage. And yet, Finland just kind of walks in and gets all of the frags they needed. So,
absolutely, yeah, something to ponder there for the Tyloo side. But the all drops coming around from Nasu, who's been sitting on 16k for a little bit now, and here we go, China going to upper B there. Maybe going to find some of that aggression that found them so much success towards the end of the last map there. But slowing right down, the fire raining in to stop that push right there. So they will stay at the top of Pop Dog towards Shower and just kind of wait for someone to push. But at this stage, you can't think that ENCE will play any differently to the way that it's gone them to this 11-1 scoreline.
No, they're not going to need to change anything up unless they start to fall apart. And,
even if they do, I don't think there's enough rounds in this half for them to reevaluate, right?
No, realistically speaking. And speaking of which, China desperately needs these last 2 rounds. If they, you know, if you get to a 14-round half, I don't care. It will take a lot. Unless it's old Nuke, it's GG.
Oh, you gotta love Nuke. We've not seen a single Nuke. I think it's one of the ultimate. Look at this push by Alexib. Unfortunately, he doesn't capitalize. Probably should have got more than one there and comes off for worse. And the site will go. And Arvid in a sneaky little position. Their bomb will go down. DD not able to take the frag. So there you go. Jeez. And Juho now with the AWP, no reason not to go for it. They're incredibly rich.
They don't know. They don't know where he is, and he's going to find the first. Now looking for the second. Fancy, he's now the one with the advantage of information, and he can Molotov the bomb.
When you have a molly,
does he have a smoke? No.
He doesn't, but that's a bit early, that molly, so we'll have time. Oh my goodness! Oh. He stands in the molly and defuses the bomb. So absolutely nothing going right for China.
Oh my god.
Wow. That is if you're China, you are crushed. He was actually trying to put himself in a better position.
Now.
There was literally no reason he would lose that round there. He had the molly, he banked it perfectly, and timing, I guess, along with just the way the map is flowing at the moment. But that defuse call coming out would have been devastating for him there.
Yeah, it was a one. Very, I mean, not to take away from the Finnish player that got the defuse, because that was quite clever, thinking, okay, he's actually been a little bit slow on this Molotov. He hasn't done it preemptively. I'm just going to go for it. But still, yeah. Ow. I'm feeling his pain right
I actually thought the molly went out too early. I would have just maybe a couple of peaks, bit of spray down, and then thrown out late. But obviously he was later than even I thought, so not early enough. So
well, the Molotov is the no-risk option. That's the thing.
Indeed. But I'd love to see that footage. Unfortunately, we're on the wrong person there, but I'd love to see when he actually got on that bomb and how much damage he did take. I think he ended up on about half health.
Approximately 5 seconds before the defuse came through.
Oh, that would be a very calculated guess indeed. But here we go, a 5-on-5 situation and everything to play for on the Tyloo team. 12-1, even if they do scrape together this last couple of rounds, I don't favor them all too much, unfortunately.
No, it's going to be a very tall order for them to put down a performance just like this. This is an absolute clinic, but Arvid is here to make sure they don't even get one more round. Let's go down in the end, but these players from China are not having an easy time getting on the site. That's a lot of damage there on somebody, but he can get the bomb planted. And Finland are not easily dissuaded, though. They come around. Nasu gets the kill, and now it's down to a 2-on-1 attacker, the only man standing for his team, and he doesn't even have the health to work with.
You know, I said one of the Finnish officials told me that train was their map. I don't think he was lying.
Makes you wonder why they didn't pick it.
That's actually a great... It's blunt, but so very, very true. Yeah, so obviously third map, we're not too sure how the map system works, but obviously third map being random. Who knows, maybe they bank themselves more on the other maps. But obviously a bit of fortune coming the way of Finland.
Yeah.
And Tyler really struggling to get a grasp of this train.
Yeah, I'm afraid we just weren't privy to the whole veto. We don't even know which maps were banned. So
we don't know much.
No.
But we try to bring you the cast
we are
as
casters
we know it.
of very little brain. it's sad. But
Harvard just locking this down again. And then finally
Come on, China.
takes out Juno. And there you go. We see a little bit of underdog support coming from Spuddington here. But is it enough? I'm going to just say no.
It's 3-on-3. It should be, but you're right. Like,
look at this. They just
every fight.
They know this map. You can just tell and China just really don't. If anything, it seems like it's China's weakest and Finland's strongest in this matchup based on the other maps we've seen. It's just.
But we saw China put on a clinic on train against Korea. This was the map where they wrecked them.
That's true. That's so true. But. I got nothing. I got nothing, man. I can tell you something, but I got nothing. Let's just watch some beautiful train play from this Finnish end side here. And unfortunately, maybe not the way we want to round out this grand final. And it's still early days, but we did have two great matches. And you can't say either team don't deserve to go home empty-handed, but that's the way it is. But he's trying to be a bit sneaky there, but Nasu flipping around, so can't get more information. He has to take that frag. Now 30 seconds left. DD absolutely nothing to hold for here going into the second half. He's going to get spotted here by Sunny, and Sunny will take him down from above again. So 14-1. I know there is what we have now come to learn in this series as the Finnish meltdown, but you cannot ask
to be a Chernobyl level meltdown.
This would be, oh goodness, you cannot ask for more of a buffer. Melt all you want, guys. You literally have like so many rounds. Or take the pistol. You know what? If they lose this pistol...
You see, they can't take the pistol because that puts them on 15 rounds, and then they lose. That's
they
how it
haven't
works.
lost the pistol yet, so
I know,
maybe it's
right?
the easy way to go. Maybe that's what they needed to do.
Tactically lose the pistol now, Finland. I think that's the way forward.
So here we go, a heavy commitment of bodies to this A bomb site, and we do see Finland coming through this IB area. It's a little bit unattended right now. Unfortunately, we do have Captain Mo trying to stand there, but he will get taken down straight away. So this aggressive push, the Glock train will be coming out attacker with all the work to do with AUSP. Takes down the one, a jumping duo trying to take the fight. Will get traded, but Fancy getting the frag there along with somebody. And here we go, quickly turning around. So this is the first pistol that they close look like losing, but the bomb is down in the middle of the side. TA's got the Tech 9 and armor, so superior firepower right now, but the armored up USP is finding that range. So he's going to take the range fight to them. Unfortunately, he has changed position here, so Sunny, you can't put this past him at this stage, but now you can. He gets shot in the face, and there you go, second round for Tyloo. So, you know, strategic pistol loss. That is the first pistol Tyloo have won, and what a time to do it. It can either mean everything or almost nothing at all.
I'm going to go with not a lot, realistically. I'm not going to start calling comeback until 10-plus rounds for China. So you can expect me to be over here being Mr. Buzz Killington.
Oh,
that's just how it's going to be. I'm sorry, I can't be hopeful.
No, you would not be blamed for thinking that way, even if you are English. But we do see the FAMAS is rain out, so they really want to lock down, use that range against these guns. But here we go, Sunny with an interesting buy using the old MBK. Scout straddle against those pistols, but they're sprayed out. Captain Mo. Oh, no, actually doesn't get the second. Gets traded out by Alexi, but Nasu getting the frag onto with the Tech 9. Oh, no, it's falling apart here for China, unfortunately. It's a 4-on-2, and Nasu will close out the round. There's one player left. It's Fancy to keep match point away. It will be 15-2, and I know there's meltdowns, but I don't think they're going to lose 13 in a row.
No, it's not looking too likely, and this round now is... it's absolutely hellish for Fancy. He is in such a difficult situation, and he can't check every direction.
Now we have a championship point, 15-2. It's been gone the distance here. 3 maps, and now Finland, the coveted 15th round. Maybe that was a strat. Hey guys, we've got to get to 15 as fast as possible. So if we do meltdown, we can reassess and come back. Maximum buffer. You can't really ask for more of a buffer. You obviously can't get the dream, but 15-2, very comfortable. I can't imagine we'll see a meltdown. And you know what? they don't even have the firepower to put up a fight right now.
No, we just need to keep our eyes open, see if China can pull off a miraculous play. But it's going to take more than one, and that's the problem here. They need to keep themselves alive and take it one round at a time. Keep themselves chilled out, don't panic. Bring their towels. Somebody is going to be firing off, not able to claim a kill. Captain Mo, though, coming in from above, gets himself one attacker another. So this is actually not too great for Finland.
So DD here with that UMP in hand, a couple of CZs, but the firepower still over on the T side. We see somebody rotating to that B side, but the bomb is still lurking in main there, so it looks like it may head towards that A bomb site there with 50 seconds left on the clock. A little bit of time to call it. Alexiv does spot one, but they're not landing the shots, so we are seeing a bit of those nerves there coming in to this Finnish side. So the buffer potentially good, but not quite enough. So it looks like they're a little bit flustered at the moment, but I'm sure they have every chance to close out this round. His attack solo is going to hop down to get the frag, so eventually it evens up the numbers, loses their one gun, but look how low two of these players are, 30 and 13.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky if they want to hold on. Like, the retake is a horrible scenario if you've got pistols on this bomb site, because there's so many long-range scenarios. However, China coming through, I think we could say there, as Alexiv is now the only man left standing. He's going to leg it, 7 HP. Just wants to keep that gun in his hands and should be able to do so. I don't believe there's enough time for the few remaining players here on China.
We are saying the buffer, but that was a collapse. There were those one-on-one duels that have been winning literally the whole entire map. A couple of spray downs that you don't usually see them miss, that you know, battle down in Pop Dog there. They really have an issue with 15, don't they?
They legitimately do. It's concerning, actually. If I were if I was an org, right? Fortunately, they're already picked up by an org, so I can say things like this without jeopardizing future career properties. But if I was an org, I'd be thinking, oh no.
Yeah, it's.
Do I want to pick this? Oh, I mean, they're good, right?
Yeah.
I've just got to get like a coach or something.
So
really
yeah,
good
nothing
one.
against this Finnish side, but obviously a lot to play for, playing for the King's share of $20,000 here at the ISF World Championships in Jakarta. It's the 8th time that these championships have been playing out, and Finland taking on China, ever so close to winning the inaugural time CSGO has been played at this event.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, it's not just CSGO we've got here. We have a variety of other games. I believe the League of Legends tournament finals are after us. In fact, we're holding them up pretty significantly at this point.
Quite a bit, unfortunately. But here, the nades are raining into his bomb site. Bomb making its way through Pop Dog. So Finland opening up the account there, but he will get taken out due to his troubles there. But obviously, the M4 doing some great work. So 1-for-1 right now. 3-on-3 situation. Bomb is down in control of the Chinese there, but Duo doing a great job there. So 3-on-2, every chance to close it down now, but DD will find a very close range battle in there. He will get the second there. So Juho with the AK has got full armor and a deagle. Unfortunately, no utilities, but they know exactly where the bomb is. So a lot of work to do here from the
Finns. Or the
Finns?
Finn? Just the
from
Finn.
the Finn. Is that what you'd say?
I would say just the Finn, yeah.
Oh yeah, he sounds like a professional swimmer. But he's going to have to clear out the old alleyway there in Z. So he has a good inkling of where these players are, but to have to come from multiple angles where you get caught in the crossfire. And there you go. God, if it wasn't for this, I'm not concerned yet, but to be honest, there is a little bit of worry happening, I think.
I know in your head it's there. In my head, it's also there. I'm not going to, like, this is the thing. In a 15-4 scenario, normally I'd be saying, okay, right, I don't care who the teams are. It's a wash.
It's a...
But we have seen this trend with Finland. And, you know, if it gets to the point where it's a meme within the team, then you know they've got a serious problem.
Oh, and a great aggressive push from Fancy. Pretty risky then, knowing that they're on an eco, but goes for it nonetheless and will shut down that push. DD will frag as well, and attacker and DD doing a great job shutting down a bit of an eco slaw there towards the bottom of B ramp. And here we go. Guns coming out. 15-5. Can they push? Can they evacuate the power plant before it all goes to hell? before it.
I just don't know. What are they going to do?
So an odd little buy. We do see the AWP out on Fancy, actually. So Captain Mo opting for that Swag 7. Maybe going to hold the old Pop Dog area. He sees player poked out, but he does have a smoke in hand. So player being spotted there towards main. And somebody with that UMP, so firepower not optimal for the CT guys, and Fancy doing great work with AWP. AWP floating around quite a bit on this Chinese side, and another one, so absolutely justifiable. Gets a no-scope to the face, and Nasu eventually gets trapped by Juho, so very unfortunate there for the Finns. And you know what? Oh no, I can't watch. Oh, what are you doing, Finland? End this now, please. Come on. What is this? I can't watch it anymore. Just win already. Oh man, if this goes to 15-15, I'm walking off this stage. I'm done. I'm dropping the handset and I'm done. But still a huge buffer. Any other team, you're not worried at all.
That's the thing. It's just such a monumental mountain.
Oh goodness, and there we see why Captain Mo didn't purchase an AWP, because he wants the Daka.
Oh boy.
He wants to lock it down.
No, what he's doing is he's fermenting the tilt. He's going to age it like a fine wine. He's going to brew it and then he'll bottle it.
We've seen a couple of Dak options here, but no one's really ever put it to use. And DD is going to find this fight here with the superior firepower. There puts a Dak to use. Really putting it to use there. So some great plays, and really, I think you said it perfectly. He is fermenting the tilt. If you're going to buy a tilt gun, it is the Dak.
Yeah,
and
literally, matchmaking, this is a valid strat. You buy an auto sniper when you think the enemy is maddest, and you make it worse, and you make them all worse by extension. So
oh God.
May as well.
Finland, that title is in your grasp. It's inches away.
And
just leap out and grab it.
And yet they still need as many rounds as they have already got again, and then one more.
So it does seem like it's away from them. So
I think the monsoon's arrived.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a storm brewing outside, but luckily we are safe and sound here in the Yancoal City Beach Amphitheatre. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the IESF World Championships for the 8th time held in Jakarta for 2016. This is the grand final of CSGO. Finland taking on China. And we're trying to watch a collapse be prevented from the finish 15. We've got to find it. We'll call it the finish 15. Yeah. The finish can't finish at 15.
Man, the Ocean films really went downhill.
So here we go, a slower, more methodical play. We have one player out through Ivy, that is Alexi with that AK. Juho is scoping in and out towards that main area, so it looks like the bomb will be sitting towards A. And just kind of hovering. We do Captain Mo with that Dak again. He does spot a player, but unfortunately can't take the flick because it's not his opted AWP. He has opted for this gun, so maybe in that case he could have actually taken that frag, but see again, doesn't opt to take the flick because it takes more than one bullet with that Dak, so maybe that will come to bite him on the behind.
Definitely still worth taking the tag. He just didn't react fast enough. But right now we got somebody holding off against two players there. Did in fact manage to get himself one, but then went down in return. Captain Mo needs to be a little bit careful here. He knows he could get blindsided, so he's going to go on the offensive. Gets one, gets traded back. Now we got Juho going ham, and he gets one. Get another now, looking for his third kill in total.
Oh, they swap positions in the smoke.
He's giving him the old switcheroo. And then they give him the business from behind. He didn't want the business.
Indeed, so they have the max round loss bonus and a huge buffer. And a pause comes out from Finland at 15-8. Oh no.
Throwing ice in the cooler.
There is some concern. I'm going to go look over to the Finnish contingent over there.
They've got a man actually giving them a massage behind them, so I think they're trying literally any trick in the book.
So biting it out, we do see the whole left side of the studio audience being taken up by the Finnish contingent watching this game in anticipation, and they're having a bit of a laugh about it, but I imagine if the rounds keep slipping away, the laughs will soon turn into tears. I'm just going to call him outright. Marcus, how are you feeling? How the Finns feeling right now? Good? The old meltdown. He gives me a thumbs down. So that's our head referee and jury member there for the IESF. Marcus watching very intently, like a little child watching a sporting event. We'll see where this goes soon. So it is Finland with the tac pause, with such a huge buffer.
You can't complain about the tactical pause. That's absolutely the right decision, but
what
it's
is that
always not
outside?
about. It's I think it's rain, but
That's a lot of rain.
well, yes,
Yes.
it's a lot of. This is a tropical country.
Oh.
You get rain here. Well, I think there's nothing for it. We're going to have to ask the crowd here. For those of you out there who'd really like Finland to take this home, please give us a cheer, give them some support, get them going again.
So there are actually a lot more people in the audience, but I imagine English may not be the first language, because a lot of times I've asked for a cheer and it's gone to hell.
Look, it's always safe appealing to Finland because they've got a very loyal and dedicated group supported by the jolly 7-foot giant.
I wish we could get a camera on them right now, because they're looking in hot anticipation. I've never seen someone look so nervous with the scoreline being 15-8. But let's call it that finish flop. So here we go. Freeze time has been cancelled, and the buy-up not happening for Reds as of yet. So they will be opting to use the buffer, use that money, get full utilities, and play out for the 25th round. So hopefully, maybe they can just make magic happen here with these Tech-9. So the round will begin, and here we go. You know what, though? We have been talking about Finland a lot, almost too much. So much credit to the Chinese team, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fending off match point this many times.
Really, China is immune to tilt.
It is. They're just like so disciplined. It's just that kind of Chinese stereotype. Look at this, just absolutely flawless. So the 3 down. But you know what? They did not invest at all into this round. So Alexib there with a single Tech-9 and a flash in hand. And not much to do there. If you can get a little Axel frags, but obviously doing damage to the economy, not too much of an influx out now. So they are facing match point. If they do lose, they will be out of the tournament. So there you go. He does get a frag on Fancy there. But 15-9. And we have been talking about Finland a lot, but Tyloo hit China. These guys are absolutely cool, calm, and collected in any pressure situation.
That's the thing, though, right now. Like, China, they're doing their jobs. They are doing everything right now.
One round at a time.
Yeah. That's always what everyone says. Whenever you ask a pro player, what do you do in this kind of scenario? They just say you just try and relax and you play like you would always play. You just take it one round at a time. Of course, you don't normally expect quite this level of success from it.
Oh, there you go.
First kill.
Opening kill. There's a great work there, and Captain Mo tries to get the frame down. And no, they've gotten it down, so the best opportunity right now. It's a 4-on-3 situation. Spray come from Nasu does take down Fancy to 13 and a frag. Oh, goodness. Sunny getting taken out from behind. So 2 players coming out. They're losing control of the situation, but look at the health of 2 of these players. They are so low, and they do have a molly in hand still. So Bomb still in control of the players, and Juno will get it down on DD. So the best opportunity. Look how low they're on 23 health in total.
Surely this is it.
This is
Surely it must be.
We will see a champion being crowned very soon, surely, I imagine. They're so low. To come out of this situation, you'd have to... Oh, God, it would just not be good for the Finnish psychology, would it?
I think
mentality.
It would literally go crazy at that point. But
so they're slowing right down, though, which I like to see. Just take control. It was a bit of a cockfight there in the middle there. And
can see it. Surely.
No, that's his teammate. That's his teammate.
I'm going
crazy.
crazy.
You're getting excited.
Okay, Arvid.
Okay, so 40 seconds left. We know that Ents like to play
now,
slow.
like, frozen
they like
up.
to ground
They don't know what
it
to
out.
do.
They're literally playing for the lion's share of 20k right now. Oh, whoa, a little bit of nerves here. What's going on? Relax. Relax.
Please.
It's not the case right now.
Don't panic.
The bomb will go down. Oh, no. No, what is he doing? No, attacker will defend it. This is terrible. It's all gone to hell again. What are they doing? And walking to the crosshair.
How is that possible?
What is going on right now?
Oh my
Finland,
God.
what are you doing? Oh no.
I really feel for these guys.
Oh my goodness, it was there. They could taste it, they could smell it, they could feel it, and they just threw it away. They lined up for them on 10 and 13 health respectively. But once again, we talk about Finland too much. China, what does it take to keep composure in a situation like that?
So good.
Holy cow, what a game. And the Tech-9's raining out. And it's just a bit of a throwaway around here, but the buffer is getting dangerously close now. It really is. And the spray down coming from somebody.
Oh, man. Well,
and it is a bit of a meat grinder. Captain Mo with that Dak again. And they will shut it down. Holy moly, this is actually, I know we were joking, and I'm sure 90% of us wasn't serious at the time, but 15-11.
Look, remember, I said, right, I'm not calling comeback is real until 10 rounds. They're on 11 now. China, they're doing it. They're actually doing it, and that is just nuts to me.
Indeed. So we're just gonna grind it out there. A little bit of in-joke here in the auditorium, but we will bring this game to you still here. If you are watching on TV or live on the stream, it's 15-11, Dak and Orp on the CT side. We see 4 AKs come out for Ents, and this is the round. You said comeback may be real.
I'm suddenly doubting myself.
Let's not say that. The 5 AKs coming out. So we'll see what will happen here. Bomb moving towards Ivy. And the buffer getting dangerously small right now.
Well, Finland, they've got 3 players on Ivy. Looks like they're just going to go for it. Relatively simple. They get the first kill. That's somebody out of the picture.
Oh,
Captain Mo
this is a huge
ready
choke
and
point, but he
waiting.
gives it up. He gives it up to throw the molly down, so he probably should have maintained there a little bit longer, but it is a 3-on-3 situation here. Captain Mo with that Dak. Juno clearing out the bomb train. Spots a player. Can get the angle there through the lower platform, but Captain Mo holding this kind of passive angle towards the main area. So DD going to come around through main, so they're not going to be expecting this at all. But look at the spread on all 6 players right now. Oh, great shot by Nasu there. And here we go, it's a 3-on-2. Captain Mo, not ideal to have a Dak in this situation. He may opt to pick up a rifle, but Fancy will get that frag onto Juho. And it's a 2-on-2, so tense, but nowhere near the 2-on-2. The early frag coming up by Alexib, so here it is. It's a 2-on-1, but the players are very low. Fancy, he's on 73 with the weight of a Chinese nation on his shoulders. Will pick out, Molly comes out, footsteps will be heard. Takes the early frag, and there you go. GG to Finland. Congratulations, they had the buffer. They dropped 8 rounds, but they will take out the first time CSGO has been a part of this IESF World Championship. So audience, please put your hands together for the 2016 CSGO champions, Team Finland.
What a performance.
What a Let's
performance.
not take anything away from the Chinese Tyloo side. They fought valiantly till the death. And to be in those pressure situations and carry out the round is definitely something else. Definitely a team to keep an eye on. I know they had a bit of visa issues, so they couldn't attend the major they made last year, but I think they've amended that, so definitely keep an eye out for the top tier pro scene. Tyloo will be coming at you very soon, but for now, Spotlight is definitely on the Finnish side. Ents. What a game.
What a game.
What a game.
I think there are some clear... Yeah, all right. There are some clear things that Ents in particular may need to work on their psychology side of things, but I've got to say as well, Tyloo put in a really, really good performance to recover, but they could maybe look to improve, tighten up a little bit on their team play overall.
Absolutely, indeed. And there you go, the proud Finnish boys of Ents are really reeling in that hard-fought battle. I thought the last was going to be a whitewash and we weren't going to have much of a game in our hands, but that comeback just as entertaining as the previous 2 maps to watch there. And I think that will actually be it for us here at the Caster's Desk.
Sadly, we have run out of tournament, run out of games, and for you and me, I think that's it entirely.
Indeed.
That being said, League of Legends is coming up next, and that will be their grand final as well. So guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back with that game very soon.
those fears. The tide, it stole away her grace, but depths they wouldn't claim her. Toil begat by father's blood, this path was laid before her. Redemption born by brigand's blood, a blight upon the darkness. The pact embraced the road unsought. The maiden of death won't be unwrought.
Well, hello and welcome back everyone to our esports broadcast here at the 8th Esports World Championship in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm Sona and I am joined by Reed, Rapid Melton.
And what a good place it is to be joined together for...
it makes us sound like twins.
Or married, but either way, we are here for the League of Legends Grand Finals of the 8th Esports World Championship, coming to you live from Jakarta, Indonesia, where we've had 4 days, this being the 4th one, of incredible competition. The Grand Finals about to start right now between Korea and the Philippines.
Korea yet to drop a game this entire tournament. Philippines have only lost 2 themselves, though. 1 to Korea in the group stages and 1 to Serbia in their semi-finals. We are actually into pick and ban. Korea on the blue side, Philippines on the red side, and already Akama has been locked away here by the Korean side.
So let's go ahead and get into our first game of this best of 3 grand finals. League of Legends finals start right now. Korea versus the Philippines. This is the best part about casting to a huge live audience. We get to interact with you guys and have some crazy, insane cheers. Let's go ahead and start talking about these picks and bans. So Korea on the blue side, they banned Karma and Lulu, which if you guys got a chance to watch any of the Philippines games earlier on, you know that Lulu ban against them is actually very relevant.
Yeah, Lulu really strong for this Philippine lineup. Also pretty strong on 619, which is the patch we are playing on here. Kennen taken away here by the Korean squad as well. They don't want that big, strong engage tool in the top lane. Rumble and Graves locked away by the Philippines.
Now, the big ban that we're looking here for from the Philippines is going to be an Elise, targeted at the Korean jungler Ming. We've gotten a lot of chances to see him play, and he's just incredible. Snowballs all of his lanes, gets very, very strong, and so I'd expect an Elise pick. Yeah, no questions asked, locked in. Very, very strong champion for Korea.
Elise easily the strongest jungler on this patch as well. I mean, you can play something like a Graves or a Nidalee or a Lee Sin if you're at that sort of level, but Elise is safe, very strong early game, great gank potential with the Cocoon and the Repel to get out of tower aggro, and it's very difficult to match up into the early aggression she can put down.
So this is actually a really interesting pick that, if you're not familiar with the Philippine lineup, might seem a little bit weird. Morgana, going to be played most likely in the mid lane role. We've seen it support sometimes, but with the Jinx lock-in, you might be able to tell where this is going. By far, the best player on this Philippine roster, probably their AD carry. He's rank 1 challenger on the Philippine Garena server, so very, very skilled, but he does require a team around him, and that's what that Morgana is there to do.
It's a composition we were seeing a lot in Season 5. In the end of Season 4 and the start of Season 5 was this protect the AD carry comp.
Right.
You know, you run a Lulu, a Janna, a Morgana, usually a Kog'Maw alongside that, or the Jinx as well. Very, very powerful if you can keep your backline threat alive. The risk always is something like an Elise here, something like an Aurelia to jump on the backline, a Jace to give you long-range poke, makes it so difficult to actually keep your AD carry alive throughout the entirety of the fight.
Also very good against Elise, and there's a Braum Jace locked in for Korea. We've seen an increasing amount of both of those champions, but only very recently has Jace come back into the meta.
So Jace actually has been played a lot on the world stage, you know, with TSM playing him today. We saw C9 playing him last week as well. He does a lot of work in lane, but can really struggle when it gets to late game if you're able to keep your backline threats alive, because he has a lot of poke damage, but if you're jumping onto the enemy backline and then having someone like a Jinx sitting at the back of your team and just harassing him down from range, you can actually really struggle to win out these fights.
Well, and especially if you're going up against a very tanky lineup with a big front line and Jace doesn't get very far ahead, then you can start to struggle. So hover on the Trundle here, but really looking for Philippines to pick up more peel and utility champions for their AD carry.
If I were to pick 2 champions here, I would have gone Poppy Zac. I think Zac makes a huge amount of sense for jumping on towards that backline. As long as you can keep him safe in the jungle versus the Elise and have vision of that Elise in the early game, it can be incredibly powerful. But you're going, oh, ho, 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 because it's a Vayne lock-in for Haram. Alongside that Braum, that is a deadly, deadly lane.
It certainly is, and especially for Haram and Hoyt, they have a lot to prove. If you all got a chance to watch our quarterfinal matchup between Korea and China, you'd know that the Korean duo lane can struggle sometimes. I think going 0-13 in game number 2, that was a little bit of a struggle, so we'll see if they can maybe redeem themselves. Of course, they did wind up winning that due in part to Haram's insane late game hyper carrying, but he's going to have to do it again here tonight.
So here the Philippines do have a little bit of a flex pick. Of course, you can rotate that Morgana down into support instead of playing him mid. The Trundle also can go into that support role, keeps that Vayne locked down because you put the pillar down, means that she can't tumble around as easily, means that you can lock her up a bit more safely. And into the Braum, you can stop him from being able to engage onto your AD carry too much. So gives you a little bit of flexibility. Picking into an Echo top is a really difficult choice because, of course, Korea could still be flexing that Echo mid and running the Jace top lane as well. I'd really like to see a Poppy, but it looks like it might be an Anivia lock in here for the Philippines.
Now, this is very interesting, especially with Vladimir in as strong a place as he is, able to proto belt, dash, flash, whatever you want, into the middle of the enemy team and blow up the squishy AD carry. We've seen that a lot, especially out of the Korean lineup. But it's very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see this Anivia lock in, especially with her more recent nerfs.
So bird is the word for the Philippines. Trundle's going to go up towards the top, Anivia mid, and it is actually going to be the Morgana support here. So that really strong into Braum, of course, because you can stop the concussive blows. If you do have some focus down in the bottom lane, which we have seen Ming do on that Elise, you're going to get that black shield up. You're going to be able to protect your AD carry a little bit better from those cocoons as well. However, I have to feel that Ming and the rest of Korea here have a very strong early game, and if they can get those jungle mid ganks going off or those jungle top ganks going off, they should be able to start snowballing away from this Philippine lineup, who will take a long time to scale into this matchup.
And we've seen this composition almost champion for champion from Korea earlier on this tournament. The combination between the Echo top lane and Elise in the jungle, you land Cocoon, and you've already put out that parallel convergence. So much CC to put down. Early dives are incredibly potent from this Korean roster, so we're going to see a lot of action, and I hope you guys are ready for our grand finals. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of a feel for how this crowd is looking at the finals. So if you are here to support South in the League of Legends Grand Finals, give a cheer. And if you are supporting the Philippines in their League of Legends Grand Final run, cheer for the Philippines.
Have to admit, sounds a little bit more Philippine-sided than Korean-sided for me at the moment.
I mean, I do live in South Korea now, but no bias. Very impressed by both teams' run here to the Grand Finals. Cannot wait to go ahead and load into our first game now, our first game. Now, this is a best of 3, but it's not just national pride on the line. There is actually a very sizable prize pool as well. I believe it is $10,000 for first place and I think $6,000 for second, but I'm going to confirm that. It is in fact $4,000 or $6,000 for, so $10,000 for first,
you're going to get this out eventually.
$6,000 for second, and $4,000 for third. Okay. There we go. And here we go into game number 1. So without further ado, let's get started with game 1. Korea versus the Philippines. Philippines coming around the corner. Already a lot of action with those flame choppers starting to lock things up. It's first blood for the Philippines, possibly second. Hoyt very low, but able to flash away to safety. What an explosive start to these grand finals, Sona.
Yeah, first blood going across towards the Zac as well is really powerful for him. Means he can start scaling into those jungle items ever so slightly quicker, mitigate some of the early damage coming out from Elise with the counter jungling. We do see Yongsoo trying to get some aggressive warding in the enemy jungle, but actually didn't place a ward at that red buff, so I expect to see Ming going for that red buff after he gets his blue, but we'll need to be a little bit careful. However, even though Philippines do get first blood, Eiko has burnt both of his summoners in that gank, does still have egg, but Ming should focus on towards mid lane now. It's an easy cocoon to land. It's easy for Lion to follow up. He's taking Ignite as well on this Jace, so they need to be looking for that early kill on the mid lane if Korea want to get back into this game.
And if you're able to kill off Anivia earlier through her egg, then it just really, really hurts her pre-6 laning phase. Yeah. Very easy to gank and kill repeatedly, and that's something that Korea know all too well how to do.
They definitely do. Good lead here for the Philippines, though, and can't take that away from them. Anivia obviously slightly nerfed in 619 as well. Her E not doing quite as much damage as it used to do. Still pretty powerful, but you need to get your combo off correctly to be able to actually harass down the enemy laner, and that's something she's going to struggle with before she hits level 6. Jace puts a lot of harassment down and will be able to continue to push her out of lane for a while until she gets that Glacial Storm up and is able just to wave clear effectively.
Now we are going to see a little bit of action up here at the top lane. Looks like Yongsoo kind of a little bit the worst for wear, losing out on that trade, but overall should be fine. He does have Actually, he has no more charges on that corrupting potion, so we'll be at a pretty sizable sustain disadvantage against that Trundle until he goes back to base to pick up his Dark Seal.
It's one of the strengths of Trundle, perhaps over a Poppy pick, a little bit more inherent sustain with the Chomp because you get lifesteal off it. You're getting your King's Fury, which is your passive as well, gets you a huge amount of health back when minions die around you. So I think it's actually King of the Trolls or something along those lines. Can't remember the exact name. Cocoon not going to connect in the bottom lane, and Mirmo should be able to get himself away here. We did see Ming go for an aggressive jungle path. You know, he went his own blue, then straight to his red, looked for that bottom lane gank, but wasn't able to get anything out of it.
Right, very good defense. We've seen a lot of first bloods from Ming almost consistently. Definitely the merciless here when it comes to IESF's tournaments so far. Just going to go ahead and confirm exactly what the name of Trundle's passive is. This is where it starts to get
Tribute. I knew
confusing.
it was something along those lines.
And that's what really matters.
Yeah.
But in the end, nice first blood, a little bit of an early lead. And what's interesting, at least for me, is to see how closely this mirrors Philippines' earlier games. Their first time that they faced off against Korea in the group stage, they actually had an insane early advantage. They had a lot of kills, and then thanks to a pause, it broke their momentum. And now let's check out this Kang Pongsu with a double stun. Walks away in style.
Yeah, pretty easy for Youngsu to escape from there. Still had his splash available and the phase dive to try and jump himself away. Moray did a good job of coming in for the gank, you know, trying to pressure out that Echo a little bit into the Trundle matchup. You know, Echo can farm pretty effectively, but went a bit deep early on onto Jensen, so it meant that Jason was actually in pretty good position. And once again, we're seeing Moray going for the gank in the mid lane.
Oh man, but it's a 2v2 there. Echo broken into Egg. Oh. There's the burst damage. Lion so much able to turn that around, but there's double revive passives here. Looks like both of them will not be enough, and it's going to be not 2, not 3, but 4 kills through double revive passive. And he's going it through a minion. Okay, here comes Jason just in time to maybe stabilize this mid lane, but Korea, explosive trip to the mid.
Oh, Jason. So what he was trying to do there was teleport onto one of the passive blobs of Zac to keep that Zac alive. It makes it immortal.
Oh, going for the dive there. Ming going deep, trying to get that last auto attack. Needs it, gets it, and will escape. Okay, will not escape. There's the shutdown. Coming in a 1-for-1 deep behind enemy lines.
Yeah, so trying to make the Zac immortal by teleporting onto one of the bobs. You have to actually do it on the Zac passive. You can't do it on a minion nearby for it to work. So I think perhaps if he'd picked the one coming back from nearer the turret, would have been a little bit easier for him. But sometimes you do misclick when you're playing on stage, especially against the sort of caliber of opponents that the Korean lineup is. We talked in Pick and Ban about Ming's Elise, already popping off this game. 3-1, got mobility boots, got the Stalker's Blade as well. Really going to be trying to put the pressure down towards this bottom lane next, I have to believe. Even into the mid lane as well. There's still actually Flash just coming back off cooldown for Eiko, so he will have that little bit of escape, but got no passive. Zac has no passive for a long time now. Jason and Moray have no flashes, so there's a lot of ability here for Ming to gank.
Top lane, lots of damage coming in as they pressure Jason back underneath his turret. Going deep for the dive there. Youngsu is level 6, so he will be able to use that phase dive to drop turret aggro and give Ming another kill.
The amount of the ways this Korean team can actually dive underneath turret and get away with their lives is staggering. They've got the Chrono Bake, you know, just jump back if you're Youngsu. Ming can just repel out. It's so easy for them to jump underneath the turret and then get themselves out towards safety, and they're showing it exactly here. They're going to pick up first turret of the game as well. This just escalates their gold lead. Hoyt with a great roam as well.
Man.
Lion will get himself a kill. That is a superb early game from the Korean squad, and if they can continue to push towards this Infernal Drake, push the mid lane up, get more turrets out of this, it's going to be almost impossible for the Philippines to get back into this game.
Now, while there is a large gold lead for 6.5 minutes into the game, we were talking earlier about maybe a mismatch that could go in Philippines' favor. Their AD carry, by far their strongest member, and does have a large supporting staff of champions here. On the other side, Haram and Hoyt have struggled early on, and that's where you see the worst score on the team. But, oh man, here comes Lion on to Moray Taboy. I think I should have said that better. Moray Taboy.
I'm just going with Moray, like the eel type. Lion
like
actually would take some pressure here.
Ooh, nice black shield, but that doesn't stop physical damage. Lots of it coming from Lion, really putting that early serrated Dirk to use.
Yeah, and Jensen now with his tower down needs to just be a little bit safer. Youngsu's still got a huge amount of pain, has picked up that Sheen first, so trying to burst through this Trundle whenever he gets the opportunity. Ming is going to donate across the blue buff over to Lion as well, so Lion will be able to spam out their spells in the mid lane. Still just hit level 6 there on Eiko, so he'll have the Glacial Storm, will be able to protect his turret a little bit more, but needs to be so cautious around Ming and around that gank timing from Elise.
Which gank timing?
All of them. Well, yeah, so you've got probably 4 main early gank timings on Elise. So you've got your 3-minute gank, which is after you've done your double buffs. You've got your 5-minute gank, which is after you've done your double buffs backed, and then you gank again. You've got your 8-minute, which is what we're coming up to now, which is after you've donated your blue buff across towards your mid laner. Sometimes you back, and sometimes you go straight for a gank after that. And then you've got your 11-minute, which is the next rotation as well. So you've got so many opportunities for Ming to gank here. And with mobility boots, I'm surprised actually he's not using them a little bit more. He's gone towards red buff. All his lanes are pushed up a little bit now, so he can't really do too much. But I expect Haram and Hoyt to try and just garner some vision control down towards this Infernal Drake, because that's where Korea will be looking now. And if they can get a good dank down on towards the Morgana or on towards the Jinx, they can take that Infernal Drake pretty much for free.
Yep, looking for the dank ganks. That is Ming's job, and he is on the way to the bottom lane, completely unscouted by Ward, walking on a pink right now and looking to clear out more. Ming looking to secure that dragon area, just like you were talking about.
It's exactly what he needs to do. Has upgraded, well, changed his lens into a sweeper there instead of using the Warden Totem. Not level 9 yet, of course, I can't get that Oracle's lens, but we'll be happy enough just to sweep out these wards as much. And you can see that Moray knows that this is exactly what the Koreans are trying to do. He's focusing down towards the bottom side of the map. He, instead of going for the Stalker's Blade, which we see coming out from Ming, has gone for a Tracker's Knife himself, so looking a bit more towards ward control.
Oh, Lion getting walled completely off there. Super Mega Death Rocket going to miss, but here comes the teleport in from Jason into the back of the pit. Ming very, very low, but the Philippines roster is dropping down as well. It's Ming who comes back in the fight for another kill here, and the Philippines dropping lower and lower. It's a double kill. Ming merciless in this fight. The Philippines running for the hills. Yongsu looking to try to chase. It's a Cocoon landing for another kill for the Korean squad, diving deep underneath the turret. It's almost an ace if Jason wants to let him have it, but he will not afford for one exchange.
So Haram did go down in that fight. He was a little bit over-aggressive, you know, ulting and tumbling into the back line. But the big thing about that fight is actually Moray was able to steal away the Infernal Drake. So he actually keeps his team in this by getting that first Drake on the board. They are miles behind in gold. And we can see this mid-game spike coming out from Ming. You know, so much pressure on this Elise. However, the rest of her team is going to take a little bit longer to actually get into this matchup. The problem for the Philippines is how far behind they are in the mid lane and in the top lane. You know, that turret's already gone down in top. It means that Jason really can't push too far forward. He's building up towards a Spirit Visage for himself, which is really not what you want to be building into a Vayne and into a Jace as well. But because he knows the Echo can 1v1 him, he needs that little bit more magic resist. And Nibia going towards her Rod of Ages, not yet completed it, is sitting on only 100 gold as well, so that's a long, long way away for her. And really, if you want to be ahead on Anivia when you get towards the mid-game, if you want to be scaling well, you need that by 14 minutes.
Oh, Lion trying to find a way to make this mid-lane aggression work. Ming coming in as well for support, and even Yongsu there to make it a party in the mid lane. Korea on top of it. Don't even have to worry about ganks because they're so ready to assist the rest of their team.
And the big thing is that because Eiko got his passive burnt when he was in that dragon fight, it meant that all Lion really needed to do was be able to hit one of those shot blasts, and it would have taken Eiko down, even though Moray was good with the gank timing. You know, good crystallized, good wall from Eiko. Moray was able to land the connection on towards Lion. Eiko couldn't do anything more. He had to back away immediately and doesn't really have the mana as well, or the mana regeneration to stay in this fight. Here comes Moray into bot
down
lane.
To the bottom lane, gonna land the ult right onto Hoyt, bouncing everyone back around Haram, trying to escape, dropping down very low. This could be the turnaround the Philippine squad is looking for. Not sure if that was the right targeting there, as it's gonna be a double there. Might be looking for a triple. Hoyt pretty low, there's to repel.
Ming is disgusting.
Or merciless, as the case may be, trying to make this happen. There's the 78 looking to flash it, and it gets the shutdown. Moray able to stay alive, shutting down Ming's killing spree and taking a big chunk of gold.
Ming is the reason I wake up at night when I have nightmares of spiders. Like, he's 8-2-1. He causes me to be an arachnophobe, Reed. That's exactly what he does, Rapper.
I mean, if you're a fan of Korea, then you probably feel a little bit better about spiders right now, helping them get not only ahead, but incredibly ahead right now. We're only 12, almost 13 minutes into the game, and we're cresting a 5,000 gold difference between these two teams. Not only kills, but channeling it into objectives. The Korean squad just so good on their macro rotations.
And you can see that Ming knows he's the sort of solo carry for his team at the moment, not taking anything away from the rest of the Korean squad, but he's the one who's got all the kills, so he needs to be the one doing the damage. He's building up towards a proto belt as well, so just going all in aggressive, really wants to be melting down these key targets. And because at the moment, Jason and Moray have not been able to build up those tanky stats they would like, he is actually even able to burst through the tank members of the Philippine lineup. They really need to control this vision, which is such an easy thing for me to say, but such a hard thing for them to do because of the sweepers coming out from the side of the Korean squad.
Taking a little bit of a break to take stock of where we are in this game. Side turrets starting to fall. First one down in the top lane. Korea looking to pressure mid, but dive coming in. Moray DeBoy trying to get in there and save his mid laner, but Ming with a perfect repel takes out Eiko. Now the turnaround as the rest of the Philippine squad roam back towards the mid lane, but Jason might be in trouble in the jungle. Fighting off against Yongsoo with a miss there on, might not miss that completely well placed parallel convergence, holding backwards. Yongsoo staying alive, but very dangerously low in the backline. Can Jason find it to take him out? He will. The Philippines might be able to turn this one around. Miru in the backline, putting out so much damage. There's going to be a kill. There's going to be a reset here on this Get Excited passive. Is there enough to continue these kills coming back this Philippine roster's way? Lion trying to go back in. Will it be enough? Yes! Lion able to grab himself another kill. The turnaround, the shock blast. Ming, merciless, a double kill for the Korean squad to make that a 4-for-2 exchange.
Some vases may be priceless, but this Ming is invaluable for this Korean lineup. 11, 2, and 3, turning that fight around. The split from them was absolutely perfect at that red buff because it meant they had to focus either on chasing down the Jace or on chasing down the Elise, and it just meant it was so easy for the Korean squad to take him down. Ignite might kill out Ming.
Down, he's got it! Eiko with a very well-calculated punishment there for Ming, who was, let's just be fair, going a little bit over-aggressive, deep behind enemy lines. He did have a buddy there in Yongsoo, who then he found out was not quite his ally. He ditched, and Ming wound up going down, so a little bit of punishment, and it's good to see the Philippines not letting Korea get away with too much.
Not letting them get away with too much, but already they've got away with quite a sizable lead here. 50 CS in the mid lane, 50 CS in the top lane. Hoyt's going to take some pain here, but even through the full burst of Eiko, he's not really getting too scathed at all. There's even a 30 CS lead in the bottom lane, which was the main lane we were looking for the Philippines to win out. They're going towards this Mountain Drake. If they can secure a second Drake for themselves, they keep themselves in the matchup, but they have to be so careful around this. Ming is just around the corner.
Certainly is. Lion also with some very powerful shock blasts. Don't want to clump up there. A nice black shield, but it's on the support. That's not going to keep the rest of the team alive, but Moray able to get in there and take a kill out onto Yongsoo. Haram, though, going off in the backline. Nothing to stop him. He could go all the way. It's a double kill. He's looking for more. Flash over the wall into the back line, and it's going to be a triple kill for Haram.
Beautifully played there by Korea. Yongsoo went in, got the parallel convergence down, did die pretty much straight away, but Mirmu and the rest of his team were separated. Eiko was taken out of the fight as well, and Korea could just clean up the squad from the side. It's something we've actually seen from Haram a lot of the time. Is his laning phase is pretty weak, but when he gets into these team fights, his positioning is on point. He's able to pick up a couple of kills, and now he'll start out scaling his enemy AD carry. The fact they've got this hyper carry in towards the Jinx as well means that they don't really have to worry about falling behind on that physical damage later on.
Ming in control of the early game, 12 kills to his name. But it's not just about the solo carry. He's got some help from the rest of his team. And look at Haram, perfectly content with the 2v1 in the bottom lane.
3 shots on the Morgana. Hoyt's going to get jumped on.
Yeah, and Moray will be jumping right in on top of Ming as well. Very low health from both squads, but who can turn it around? Ming will turn around for the kill onto Eiko. Hoyt with his last second summoner heal, keeping him alive. The jump back in. Haram looking to go down, tumbling back away, is still going to go down. In the meantime, it's a triple kill for Ming as the aggression continues there. Ming completely unstopped. Turn around, Jason needs one more auto attack. He's going to get the double, but will in the end be taken down by Ming, the second ace. Third ace.
Yeah,
second ace.
3v5 is what I was about to say. That was Ming, Haram, and Hoyt against the entire Philippines lineup. Meanwhile, Lion and Youngsu very happily just split pushing the turrets. They've taken down 5 thus far this game. Also got that Mountain Drake a little bit earlier on, allowing them to push these turrets even easier. They can quite easily go for a 1-3-1 split here. They don't even need to, but it's so easy for them to execute that perfectly because of how far ahead Ming is. He's about to go back. I assume he's going to pick up an Abyssal Scepter as well. See how much gold he's sitting on. Yeah, 3,300 is probably enough gold to pick up that Abyssal Scepter and a ridiculously large rod for himself.
Incredible to think about exactly how far ahead this Elise is. Just to give you guys an impression, Ming currently worth 11,000 gold. Maybe you don't know what that means, but in comparison, he is almost doubling the value of any member on the Philippines. So insanely far ahead. Korea snowballing early, need to close out late.
And if you're the Philippines, you have to just be thinking about banning that Elise in the next game. You know, it is a best of 3. You have the opportunity to come back. This game, unless you somehow miraculously manage to hold out and siege out, anti-siege at your inhibitor turrets, which is a possibility. There's no real strong backline engagement. Mimu's going to get caught.
Black Shield a second too late, but will it be enough to save this Jinx? Hypercarry in the back, barely alive. Mimu will be able to get back to the fountain and heal up, but in the meantime, Korea pressing in on this bottom lane turret.
So the Philippines do have the ability to pop down a Glacial Storm and actually clear out these waves pretty effectively.
Jason's walking forward, Silver Bolt Ram on a rampage. More shutdowns coming in as Echo turns that back around. Ming going down, but a double kill for Ram. He's taking up the turn, needs to tumble away, and he will stay alive for now.
Once again, a 3v5 means that 3 members of the Philippines are dead. They did break the vase, they took down Ming. But the rest of Korea very happy just to push in on this turret. Actually, Haram keeping himself alive by life-stealing off the minion wave that was underneath the turret. So good job by him to have the situational awareness to keep himself in the battle. But now that the inhibitor turret is broken, Korea have easy access to the Philippines base. And you have to think it's just a matter of time. And speaking of time, feels a lot longer, but we're only 19.5 minutes into this game.
Indeed, it definitely feels like the late game.
Lion.
Oh no!
Goodbye, Jinx.
Not gonna last very long in that situation. You don't walk by that bush. A little bit of a cheeky kill there by Lion, but hey, you got to make it happen. 5-1 and 8 now. The score for Lion.
That's one of the main weaknesses of the Philippine team at the moment. They can't get vision. Lion's gonna get taken very low here.
Moray flashing in, jumping forward. Will they find enough damage to deal with the flash, the damage? It's just not enough. Lion running his way away as quickly as possible. Another flash in there for the exhaust. The Philippine team gonna make it happen, but in the meantime, Baron Nashor has seen better days.
Yeah, it's just Ming and Haram taking that off towards the side. They've got so much damage on the Elise and already on that Phantom Dancer Static Shiv Infinity Edge Vayne. Such a great position for that hyper carry to be in. Look at that, compare that to Mimu on that Jinx, sitting only on a Runans, almost got her Infinity Edge, but that's an item and a half behind already of Haram, and Haram could just melt through all of the front line coming out from the Philippines. Very happy to tank up anything he needs to tank up because of the lifesteal he's getting as well. So very difficult actually for the Philippines to do anything here.
Right, let's talk actually a little bit about the crit chance you were mentioning there on Haram. It's a pretty interesting Vayne build. There are a couple of different ways you can go. You can go like heavy lifesteal early on, but this crit chance is just gonna blow people up.
Yeah.
It's been insanely fun to watch Haram's playstyle. Very aggressive, tumbling into the enemy team, and now in a 1v many situation, gonna be joined backline by Crit, two-shotting the opposing AD carry, flashing backwards, keeping the micro going, trying to get back into the fight there, will be moving forward. It's a triple kill, looking for more, gonna get jumped on in the backline. There's the triple, looking for Quadra. This Crit's just gonna absolutely murder Moray. It's a Quadra kill, going deep for it. The Korean squad inside the Philippine base.
They can dive this. Korea
How
can,
deep can they go?
Ming can jump through. There's the
cocoon on the fountain. Can they give it to him? It's the pentakill for Haram.
That's exactly what we were saying. Pentakill for Haram. He didn't play the best of laning phases, but able to come out trumps when it was needed. They're going to get 2 inhibitors off this. Spawn time's very, very short for the Philippines. So actually, Korea might just decide to back away. They have those Baron-empowered recalls, although Lion doesn't, so he needs to be a little bit cautious.
You probably don't want to recall that confidently in the enemy base. Confident, a great word. Very similar to Brave when it comes to describing bold decisions.
Bold is the word I would use.
Yeah.
to boldly recall where no Jace has recalled before.
Well, there's a reason no Jace has recalled there before. You kind of want to keep yourself safe. And while the scoreline does tell a very dominating story for Korea, holding on very, very late in the game might be a possibility. Anivia, a great way to clear waves right in front of your turrets, but at this point, it just might not be enough.
Yeah, I don't think it is going to be enough. What I actually like from Korea here is Yongsoo's gone for more of a tanky build. He went Trinity Force into tank because of how far Ming got ahead. Usually Ming would adopt some of that tankiness into his build, but because he's so far ahead, it makes a lot more sense just to have him building pure AP and have someone else fill out that tank role.
Hoyt's going to get locked down, but if you go in on the support, it's going to be Haram knocking you down. Hoyt very low, but in the back line, it's going to be the Philippine support going down first. Jessen very, very low as well. It's a double kill. Are we going to have a repeat? There's the triple. Looking for more. That's a quadra kill. Unfortunately,
Scumbag Ming, boys.
So Penta, as Ming did take down one, but in the end, it's an ace in the base. The Philippines roster dead for 30 seconds on some as Korea pushing in.
Yeah, Korea going to take the Nexus turrets and take the Nexus down as well. They'll go 1-0 up versus the Philippines in the grand finals of the 8th Esports World Championship here. It is a best of 3, though.
That is very true, and that does mean we will have at least one more game coming your way. I am a big fan of 3-game series, so maybe a little bit hoping that Philippines can take this time, relax, unwind, and really play their game. And I got a chance to talk to some of the Philippine coaching staff over the course of the day, and it was really interesting to hear what their thoughts were going through this tournament. In the Philippines, sometimes in the smaller tournaments they do attend as an amateur team, those tournaments can actually last all day long.
Yeah.
So when you play through grueling group stages like the previous days of this tournament, that kind of stamina really prepares you, help them make it all the way here to the finals.
I think one of the big things is if you take Elise out of that Korean composition, Philippines did a great job. You know, they were even in bottom lane, they were even in top lane. Mid lane was pretty much even until those repeated ganks came out. They had a really good level 1 strategy as well because they knew that Haram and Hoyt are a little bit passive. They don't really, I don't want to say think too much, but sometimes they can be caught unawares is perhaps the best way to put it. And that's exactly what happened. So it's an easy ban onto the Elise, and I think if you take that away from Ming, you have a huge amount of opportunity to actually continue the early game going a little bit slower and then win out as it gets to late.
Very, very true. It's some priority bans and a lot of changes left to be made. We look to get into our second game of the night, but before we do want to have a quick commercial break. Before we get into that, we do want to remind you all that there is an official app to keep track of all of the games here at the IESF 8th Esports World Championship 2016. It's called KEK.TV. TV, and it will, if you download it, you can both set alarms, timers, keep yourselves reminded of all esports everywhere. It's a pretty cool thing to do. It also lets you have predictions for the matches here tonight. If you do have a prediction, you can also let us know on Twitter at IESF_master, or you can tweet at us personally at RapidCasting and at Sona the Caster. If you'd like to share your opinions on how handsome we are for the games as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2.
Well, hello and welcome back to the grand finals of the League of Legends tournament here at the 8th Esports World Championship in Jakarta, Indonesia. I am Aaron Sona Chamberlain, and I'm joined by Reed Rapid Melton as we take you into the second game of this best of three between Korea and the Philippines.
Dominating game one victory there for Korea. Started off a little bit slower. Philippines got first blood after an early aggressive invade, but after that it was all Ming the Merciless hunting them down one by one, and even Haram getting a pentakill there to put the cherry on top, the icing on the cake, and the nail in the coffin for the Philippine squad.
It's just truly commanding from Ming. You know, he had his little troops. He's like, okay, top lane, you stay there. I'm going to go mid. I'm going to gank Lion. Then I'll go down to Haram and Hoy to try and get them ahead. And in the end, I think he ended up 16-1. It's something absolutely, well, probably 16-2 because of the tower fountain dive to get the kill for the Penta. But still an incredibly authoritative performance from him. We are about to get into the draft phase for the second game. It's the Philippines on the blue side this time versus Korea on the red. And it's the second game of this best of three of the grand finals here at the International Esports World Championship, the 8th of its kind. Reed.
Very true. So without further ado, let's hop into picks and bans for game number 2 of our grand final best of three. Philippines banning out that Rumble away from Yongsu, very strong, taking away his comfort pick. Korea doing the same in turn, taking that Jinx away from Mirmu.
And there were moments where that Jinx was, you could see its strength. Like Mirmu almost picked up a couple of triple kills, almost got the kill where we saw Lion and Ming actually splitting at the red buff, could have picked up a double there as well. If he had got rolling, he would have been in a great position. And actually, we see quite an interesting prioritization coming out here from the Korean squad. So they're just going towards those hyper carries. They're taking as many of them off the board as possible and really trying to shut Mirmu down.
Very true. A very powerful part of the Philippine team comp, and really in talking to them earlier, their strategy was not necessarily to react to Korea, but rather to play their own game. And finally, seeing it at least banned this time by Korea, not wanting to see that in the hands of Murata either. I don't think Ming is going to be too limited in his champion pool with that. With only a couple of jungle bans out of the way, it's going to be exciting to see what the plans are for both of these squads here in game number 2.
Yeah, if Ming wants to stay on that sort of early aggressive jungle, you've still got things like Nidalee, you've still got the Lee Sin available. Rek'Sai looks to be the lock-in here for the Philippines. That's actually a really interesting one just because of a composition that Korea have been running throughout this tournament where they take the Rek'Sai off the cards and then they take Yasuo, but in a supporting role as well, which is a really interesting composition.
Sona, okay. Okay, either one of these picks, Kled or Yasuo. Now, Yasuo, a very likely lock-in here for Korea. Not in the top lane, not in the mid lane, but as a support champion. Hoyt, a big fan of that, but they usually combo that with a Rek'Sai in the jungle for the knock-up, and that's just not what we're seeing this time.
Kindred does fall into that same meta that we see coming out from Ming, though. Really early aggression, very strong and powerful towards that 15-20 minute mark. Very good at taking the early turret as well. So combine that with the Kennen, top ganks are going to be the dish of the day here for the Korean squad, and the Philippines need to be aware of that. I really want to see them picking something tanky or something that will trade effectively in these fights. Your options are Jace and Poppy, in my opinion. Jace stays safe enough, far enough away from Kennen to keep himself alive, and Poppy really doesn't mind if the Kennen tries to put that pressure down because she can keep herself alive with that buckler.
Absolutely. Now, with those options you mentioned for top lane, we've also got to keep an eye on the rest of the game. Primarily for the Philippines, they need a strong presence in the AD carry role and supporting champions around it. In game 1, there were lots of support bans, things like Lulu, things like Karma, both banned away from the Philippine squad. Now both of those are open, and while they don't have that Jinx hyper carry, there are still a lot of carries still on the board for the Philippine squad to take.
So I think Caitlyn is a really safe and strong AD carry, and I think she always has been. I would like to see a Nami pick up with that because of how oppressive that lane can be to deal with. You can just, assuming you get the level 1, push, you're able to actually force out anyone you face up into lane. It is going to be Morgana. As you said, Eiko does play that in mid lane. So if we see a Vladimir come out here from the Korean squad, which is something Lion has favored, I wouldn't be surprised if that Morgana goes to mid instead of going down towards the bottom lane, but it is Ezreal and LeBlanc locked in. So good heavy harass lane from the Ezreal, very good, very safe as well, and the LeBlanc can burst through the Morgana shield, which is incredibly important.
Now, Karma Lulu is incredibly powerful. We saw them both banned game 1.
Yeah.
Possible to get locked in here. The Lulu goes top lane. Jason really strong on that, so wouldn't be surprised to see that picked up. Some Lulu buffs in the most recent patch, making her slow last just a little bit longer. There's the hover by Beast Boy. We'll see if that gets locked in. The Karma as well, potent in both the support and mid lane roles.
I totally agree with the logic behind your decision making. I disagree with the fact that now the Philippines have no damage. Where is their damage coming at 15 minutes? Where is their damage coming at 20 minutes? Lulu has a bit of harass damage. Yes, she can poke people down a little bit, but she's not building the sort of mid lane Lulu full power that we usually see. Karma as well, you know, usually more of a utility mage as you get towards that mid-late game. Caitlyn has a huge amount of damage late game, but at 20 minutes, she's going to be absolutely out-harassed by this entire Korean lineup. As soon as that Kennen gets onto the backline, as soon as that LeBlanc jumps in, you've got Bard and Ezreal, for goodness sake. That is a beautiful, powerful mid-game lineup, and Philippines just don't have the tools to deal with it in the early game.
And regardless of the late game or mid game, the Philippines really just need to get through the early game, not something that Ming let them do in our first game of this series.
Yeah.
Very active, very early. Even though the Philippines managed to get that first blood lead, it was fleeting as Korea dominated from then on.
And they don't really have that first. I mean, they've got a bit of pick potential with the Dark Binding. You've got Rek'Sai, of course, you can tunnel in and get a knock-up, but it's very difficult to get that at level 1 because you need 2 skills to do it, so it can be quite difficult.
In general, yes. When you have only 1, using 2 is...
Yeah. The Philippines do have a good combination, but Dark Binding is a Caitlyn traps in this bottom lane, so you can, if you lock someone down, you can take them out, but the difficulty is actually locking the Ezreal out, locking that Bard out at any point can be very, very difficult to do, and Lion likes to roam, he's on that LeBlanc. Assuming him and Ming start popping off and start getting some synergy in this early portion of the game, even pre-6, they can look for those roams and start getting the ganks off. I have to think that the Koreans have won this draft phase, and the Philippines are always going to struggle to win out this match.
Well, we'll get a chance to watch that as we get into our second game of the night. Could be our final one. Korea up 1-0 against the Philippines squad from Axion Arena. So without further ado, let's get into game for game number 2 as Korea takes on the Philippines. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 here in the grand finals of the League of Legends tournament at the 8th Esports World Championship. My name is Rapid. With me is Sona and an action-packed arena of fans here in Jakarta, Indonesia. If you are cheering for this Korean squad, let them hear it. And if you're a fan of the Philippines and want to see them come back, let them know.
It's an underdog story, Rapid. It's exactly what it always has been. And actually, we see the Philippines once again going for this 5-man invade. We'll get some awareness of where that Kindred's going to start off if they play some good early wards. We saw the Koreans are looking for a little bit of a counter. They went 4 men down towards that bottom side. Do need to be a little bit cautious here. 3 members of the Koreans are looking for the flank. They might get caught out.
Oh, man, flash very early, but will it be enough? There's the exhaust, the flash, the point blank stare. It's going to be another first blood for the Philippines.
It's a broken vase indeed. Ming falls early, has burnt his flash as well, which is incredibly vital to Kindred's early pressure, to the ganks that she can get off. You need to be flashing, you need to be chasing with that to try and get those last auto attacks down. First blood going across towards Eiko on the Karma as well. Not able to back and spend it, but didn't have to burn any summoners on that mid laner now.
Mirmu, no, don't do it. Get a face check right into it. Bound against the wall. Haram might be looking for a first blood of his own. Flash summoner heal, binding turn around. There's the damage. Haram taking out Mirmu at 1.5 minutes.
That's awful. That is absolutely dire, because the way that you win with this Caitlyn Morgana is you get the early push on towards the Ezreal and Bard. You force them back towards their turret and just try and harass them down from range. And now that Haram and Hoyt have got first blood and have the wave pushing in towards the Philippines, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to avoid the harass of those Mystic Shocks, avoid the poke coming out from Bard as well. And now that bottom lane really is going to go in the favor of Haram and Hoyt for the Korean side.
The Haram harass going to be very strong down here, and you can see Hoyt forcing Beast Boy back to his turret without the protection there from his AD carry. Lion still looking to keep damage on Eiko, very unable to, as those shields and heals sustaining Karma in the mid lane.
Well, that's one of the big things for Lion in the mid lane. He needs to be quite cautious around Aiko on that Karma because Karma has great poke in the early game, so we'll be able to harass him down if he's not careful about how he positions. Already, though, because Haram has got level 2 so quickly, and Mirmu and Beast Boy have burnt their flashes and their exhaust and their heal, we're actually going to see Hoyt looking for an early gank. He's coming in with the Cosmic Voyage.
In the mid lane, there's a chain. Will latch onto Aiko. Can they follow it up with another Cosmic Binding? Another follow flash over the wall. It's Lion unable to pick off Aiko. Underestimated his damage.
Yeah, Cosmic Voyage is a mixture of Abyssal Voyage and Cosmic Binding, which is an interesting combination of skills. Yeah. It was obviously in the Magical Journey that he used to jump over those Razor Beaks, but not able to get the kill. It's like a Cosmic Voyage. You know? It's the same thing. Aiko, because he didn't burn his flash early on like he did in the last game, was able to escape from Lion. However, now doesn't have his flash. Lion has a little bit more mobility in that lane, so assuming he can go back and start to pick up a couple of items, probably building up towards his Morello Nomicon, he can actually take down Aiko pretty successfully. Jensen doing a great job of harassing down this Kennen, lands a Glitter Lance as well, and will force Yongsu back. So at the moment, lane's slightly in favor of Korea, but we haven't seen that early aggression from Ming. Moray has just finished his first rotation, going off towards his red now, so I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some Moray ganks coming down.
Definitely possible, and I think the biggest thing to watch out for the Philippines squad will not only be comboing well with those Moray gangs, but avoiding Ming's ganks as well. Lots of jungle focus to keep an eye on. A little bit of a slower start for Ming this time around, 0-1 instead of 3-1, so a good sign for the Philippines squad.
It definitely is, and they're pretty even on gold as well. Their lane's slightly behind, as we said. The only lane really winning is that top lane Haram.
Nice binding lane through everything. Haram dies to a net. Mirmu putting out way too much damage to deal with. A 2-1 score.
So that's exactly what we were talking about in pick and ban, though. The pick potential. If you land a Dark Binding on towards Haram, you put a trap underneath him, you get auto attack from the trap, you get the headshot, and then you use the net before he can jump away. You then get another empowered auto attack onto him. So even if he's able to jump away from you and you're not able to be in auto attack range, you get a huge amount more damage onto him, and it's very difficult for him to actually survive through that. So we're actually going to see Ming coming in for a gank on the top lane here.
Flipping on in, not a whole lot of options on where to go. Jason inevitably will drop. Ming finds his first kill.
If he can start getting those stacks as well, Ming can become pretty powerful. It's sitting on Morgana at the moment, so not actually able to get anything out of that. Surprised he didn't change it up. Maybe didn't want to give away the fact that he was coming for the gank in the top lane. Jason doesn't have his teleport, already used it to get back into lane. So actually, Yongsu pushing up that wave will deny a huge amount of experience from the Lulu. Still only sitting on that level 5. If Yongsu can get to 6 pretty soon, he has an ever so slight advantage teleport timing-wise, and perhaps they can look down towards the Ocean Drake.
Oh, Ming getting a cheeky steal on that Gromp, running his way out of the jungle and leaving Moray to Boy to farm the rest of it.
Haram pushing in bottom wave once again. Cosmic Binding trying to connect Dark Binding as well. Binding after binding, it's like being in a filing factory. Haram's going to take a huge amount of pain.
Oh my god, if someone to heal keeps him barely alive, there's a flash! The last auto attack from Beast Boy! Going beast mode, taking Haram out by himself.
That's the strength as well. We talked about it. You know, Mirmu, if he gets a couple of headshots down, can absolutely melt through that Ezreal's health bar. He's gone for Sheen first, and here comes Moray into the mid lane.
Looking for the kill, the latch, the knock-up. Will it be enough? Lion trying to be tricky about it, but should be okay.
Ming.
Here comes Ming. He's going to try to pour the punish. Hoyt and Beast Boy coming in, but Beast Boy taking way too much damage. Lion almost goes down, but gets out just barely alive. Ming continuing unrelentless. Aiko able to push him back for now. The longest Cosmic Binding bind, but nothing to follow up.
Good rotations up there by Hoyt to catch out Beast Boy as he tried to come up to help his team. He actually placed that ward over the wall as well to see Beast Boy coming up. So perfect timing. Lion's going to jump in, misses the binding though, so we'll be able to get away. Ethereal Chain not going to connect.
That was a little crazy, but Aiko out of mana. Not really a whole lot you can do at that point. Jason holding his own up in the top lane, down about 10 CS, but still in it and independent, without a whole lot of assistance. The rest
Strong,
of the
independent Lulu.
He don't need no jungle ganks, man. He is he's hanging in there, able to use those glitter lances, slowing for a little bit longer. See if this binding does land. Looking for the knock-up. There it is.
Binding.
Beautiful combo. That is an easy kill, Morita Boy, right there. To take it down.
And I love the pressure on bottom lane by the Philippines. They need to be slightly wary, though, because we've seen Haram fall a long way behind before, and we know that Ezreal scales pretty well into the late game. As soon as you get that Mura mana, as soon as you get Trinity Force or Iceborne Gauntlet, depending on how you're going to build, you can be incredibly powerful, even if you're behind. Caitlyn, however, if they can get a couple more kills on towards Mirmu as opposed to going across towards the jungler or across towards their support, they can get her scaling up, get her towards that 3-item spike, and then make it incredibly difficult for the Koreans actually to get onto the backline. The issue with this Korean squad is they don't have a frontline tank. It's all about Ming using that ultimate at the perfect time and Tempered Fate coming out from Hoyt. If they mistime those skill shots, Mirmu will eat through their team.
There's going to be a lot of circles on the map from the Korean squad. The Tempered Fate from Voight, not quite online yet. He's going to get the blue buff. It's Ming.
The blue buff is Ming, boys.
It certainly is. Well, it's his for now. We'll see about when it respawns if we can make a repeat performance. But either way, great jungle pressure, not just pressure in the lanes that we talked about previously, but also in the jungle, able to take down multiple steals away from Moreta Boy and punish him from ganking up bottom lane so repetitively.
Look at the disadvantage Jensen has in this top lane, though. He's sitting 20 CS behind because of the way that wave pushed in when he didn't have the teleport, because of Ming's continued pressure up towards that top side. Ming's gone towards Skirmish to Saber, which is what we tend to see on towards Kindreds, because they want to go for those 1v1s. They want to go for those skirmishes. I mean, it's in the name of the item, so you build it. Moray's gone towards Tiamat himself, so he's looking more at a quicker jungle clear and then trying to get more ganks off as he clears through his jungle.
A little bit of lapse in action here. Maybe some trading there in the mid lane, but elsewhere. Oh, going in. There's going to be the chain to latch. Might look for another one, but no. Just drops the Mimic on the damage coming his way. And meanwhile, Ming cashing in on a Scuttle Crab.
Good old Scuttle Crab money, boys. You know, you gotta get them as well, because although Rift Herald isn't quite that important, he knows he's going to be putting a lot of pressure on towards this top side of the map. So having awareness through that river, actually really good ward by Jason in the top lane. He's going to spot out Ming here.
Ming loves trouble. There's the knock-up. Level 7 means
respite.
Ming able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Can he tunnel out of the way? A big heal coming his way. Youngster coming down to help. He gets out alive.
That's the power of Lamb's Respite. You have to use it on yourself now after it was changed, I think, in about 6.15 or so. It's quite a few patches ago. But you get that big heal because Moray's not able to chase you over the wall, or doesn't want to really. He knows that Youngsu's around the corner. He knows that Lion's coming up as well to help, so needs to be just ever so slightly careful. You can tell by the ward placement as well coming out from the Korean squad that they have total awareness around that blue side jungle. You know, you've got a pink ward in river, and then you've got 3 wards around it as well. Another pink ward in the bush up towards top lane, meaning that it's very difficult for the Philippines to do anything aggressive on that side of the map, and meaning that Ming is always going to focus himself around there.
Whoa, that was those are pretty crazy chains. Latching won't deal a lot of damage, thanks in part to some nice shielding there by Eiko, able to help the Philippine lineup keep their jungler safe, and the pressure on the mid lane Lion certainly not feeling it by any means, going very, very aggressive. See if the Philippine lineup can punish it.
And Lion has done such a good job of shutting down Moray whenever he's trying to look around that mid lane. All you need to do is harass that Rek'Sai down a little bit to stop him being able to come in for these ganks. And look at how little Moray's done in this early game. He's got that one really good gank off that got him the kill, but apart from that, really, he hasn't been that effective. Ming on the Kindred, who really spikes around level 6 and after you get a couple of items, has actually done more work as a jungler in the early game than the Rek'Sai, who is known for his pre-6 ganks.
Very true, and we've seen Morita Boy uncharacteristically successful in that bottom lane, really devastating Haram, who hasn't respected the pressure. So nice to see the Philippines able to put pressure on Korea where they are weakest and further their agenda in the bottom lane.
Where the Philippines are weakest at the moment is in CS. They are so far behind in every single lane. 30 in the bottom lane.
He walks
going to get
right
caught
on top of a trap.
Hey, those muffins are tasty, okay?
They certainly are. You know what I would love right now? A muffin.
Would you?
I'm just not going to step on a Caitlyn trap to get it. Those are Yordle snap traps. It's like eating a dog treat. You probably don't want to do it unless you're super hungry. Binding will land in the bottom lane. Means we might see a lot more damage onto Hoyt, but won't overextend for the pressure. Philippines making a lot of nice trades thanks to some great bindings and traps.
And the Philippine bot lane has always been their strength. As you said in the first game, Mirmu, that challenger on the Taiwanese Garena realm, very strong challenger player. And actually, once again, we're going to look for a 4-man here in the bottom lane. We see Eiko coming down. Mirmu is still in the lane, of course, and Moray looking for whatever he can get out of this. Ming is towards the top side. Jason does have the wild growth.
Going to be forced to use it as the dive goes out. Youngsu tanks the turret for just long enough. Ming gets in, gets the kill, and will get out alive.
Void Rush has come out from Moray, though. He's looking up towards that top side to see if he can catch out Youngsu on the cannon.
Youngsu trying to dash and dive there through the turret. There's a flash from Morenoboy. He does force that ult from Ming, trying to keep himself alive. A counter flash out from Ming. Another kill coming his way. Beautifully well executed by the Korean squad.
I feel that was a little bit too reactive from the Philippines. Moray didn't need to go up towards the top lane. If Jason dies, you just let him die and you go for that bottom lane gank that you were looking at, you know. Haram and Hoyt have shown that they're the weakness of the Korean side. You had 4 members down towards the bottom side. You've got the ability to dive the turret with the Rek'Sai and the Karma to get you out alive as well. You knew that Lion wasn't rotating down because you could see him in mid lane. The Philippines need to just stick with their guns. You can try and react to what the Koreans are doing, but if you do that, you're playing their game.
Nice flash forced out there and tethering the tethers and more tethers in the mid lane, forcing Lion to flash out as well. Looking at the flashes, there's only 2 left up for Korea. Of course, across the board, 3 for the Philippines. So a nice advantage, maybe something to think about considering when we head into the next Dragon timing. It is an Ocean Drake, which might be the goal for Philippines after they take down this bottom turret. In the meantime, in the jungle, Morenoboy versus Ming. Jungler's going to go down there for the Philippines. They go a double kill. Ming on the warpath.
And once again, Ming is 6-1 on his jungle pick. Skirmisher Saber in towards the Blood Rays as well, just to melt through the enemy team. And it's so difficult for the Philippines to do anything against him. He counter jungles at the perfect time. His lane's always pushed in when he does it, which means you never know where that LeBlanc's going to be. You never know where that Kennon's going to be. And we have to see the Philippines backing away from bottom lane as well. Looking for first turret here, the Koreans can either get it in top or in bottom lane, really. Doesn't matter where they get it, they're still going to get the same amount of gold from it.
Certainly will. So good for the Philippines to get that extra bonus gold for taking down the first turret. Although we should see Korea start to knock down a few of those turrets as well.
I didn't actually notice the Philippines were taking down the first turret.
Yeah,
they took down bottom lane, didn't they?
That's
Good
why
job by
there's
them.
2 of us.
Yes. Otherwise you're here. You're my eyes and ears, Reed.
Oh, I'm brain sometimes too. And dashing good looks.
Okay, definitely not that. 2
well,
turrets going across
not push it too far,
the Koreans here.
Nice to see the early gold from that turret. Now, no, man, that Cheddar almost latching the mid lane. A lot of Philippine presence here as they push up the mid lane. Will they pressure that turret or opt for a rotation?
I think they're going to go towards the mid lane turret. They don't have a huge wave here, and actually we see the Koreans backing away at the right time to stop this push in its tracks. Moray is going to catch out Hoyt, but the Magical Journey will take him away towards the Sunshine and Rainbows at the end of that tunnel. And Philippines, we're looking towards a mid-push / a dragon there, but good rotations actually coming out from the Koreans to be able to get themselves into the right position to stop the push coming out.
And look at the place we're at. 15 minutes into the game in game 1, the game was basically over. Yeah. But now, even though there is still a lead for the Korean squad, things actually looking okay for the Philippines. Thanks in part, great jungle ganks and tons of damage being put out by Mirmu.
I feel the Philippines always have a chance in this game because of how few tanks there are on the Korean side. Ming's going to get caught out by the Soul Shackles.
He is going to be taking a lot of damage, will force out his ultimate, but able to put a lot of damage right back away. A perfect tempered fate, keeping Youngsu alive for a few more seconds, but still the Philippine roster firing off. Haram might be going down, and will survive.
Oh, the binding!
For just a little bit longer, the Cosmic Binding, pretty mystical. Haram heading for the hills, the ace in the hole. To take him out, another huge Cosmic Binding. Bard turning around for more action. A double kill, though, for Caitlyn to turn that into an ace for the Philippine squad.
So, Tempered Fate and the Lamb's Respite were perfectly played there by the Koreans. However, Mirmu was just able to pound away from the backline, and it's just what I was saying as the Kindred got caught out. They don't have the tanks. Moray can jump into that backline, try and tank up a little bit. You've got Lulu with the Wild Growth as well, who's built up her Thene's Unholy Grail, so giving more shields as well. It's going to be so difficult for these Koreans to win out fights if they don't burst down that Caitlyn.
Caitlyn, you were talking about it earlier, not necessarily an earlier mid-game damaging champion. No. You really want to look towards the late game, but you wouldn't know it watching Mirmu play. Incredibly strong, and this is the momentum the Philippines team had in their first game against Korea in the group stage, and then lost thanks to a little bit of a pause, delaying things and allowing the Korean team kind of back in the game. Looking for revenge as well as a championship. Philippines roster come back and put themselves in a great spot.
I talked also in Pick and Ban about lack of damage coming out from the Philippines lineup. I actually quite like this Titanic Hydra build coming out from the Rek'Sai. It's not something we commonly see. It allows him to clear out his jungle camps a little bit quicker, but also allows him to have a bit more damage when he's jumping onto that Kindred in the back line. If you can force Ming into a very early Lamb's Respite, you win out these fights. If he's able to save it until later on, Mimu's going to get jumped on here.
Oh my god! Way too much to deal with. Mimu's going to have to get out of there, and that means that Philippine squad will have to run for the hills. Ming in the front lines turns around, takes a Dark Binding, and a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, Mimu really needs a little bit of lifesteal under his belt to actually be able to do too much at the moment. Once again, Koreans going for this 1-3-1 split, trying to get some farm onto Haram in that bottom lane, who's building up towards Trinity Force. Doesn't feel he needs the utility of the Iceborne Gauntlet when he's got that Bard to keep him safe in the front line, when he's got the Kennen jumping on them as well with that electrical surge.
Oh, he's addicted to these cupcakes. Got to stop stepping on traps. Of course, just clearing them out for now as he finds a friend in the mid lane.
And sometimes you gotta, you know, sometimes you do get a little bit peckish in the middle of a fight.
I wouldn't really choose Lion to be my friend at the end of that, but looks like it's the good kind there. Morita Boy in the jungle looking to hand off a blue buff, but right there on time is Yongsu trying to push him away. See if you can get this cheeky steal on Ming's back in base, so you don't have to worry too much about that. Yongsu just being annoying. Taking that blue buff transfer a little bit more difficult. No. Morita Boy takes the blue buff, maybe securing it, making sure it wasn't stolen.
Yeah, I don't think they needed to though. All of Kennen's damage comes from skill shots in that sort of regard, or auto attacks, and so they could have quite easily just taken it themselves. They're going to give up the Rift Herald as well. Give this over to Yongsu. If you want him to split push, could of course go to Ming as well.
Morita Boy is in the area if he wants to go for his steal. Stealing Rift Herald, probably not worth it, but maybe some kills coming in here for the Philippines. Can they turn this round? The flash in, the knockup, a double knockup, forcing out that Lamb's Respite. A beautiful Tempered Fate all over the Philippines squad, and Kennen dashing in all over everyone. It's a double kill for Ming, but can he find the kill onto Minsu? He will. Mermu rather going down, a triple kill for Ming, and possibly a Baron for this Korean roster.
Really well played by the Koreans, but poor positioning by the Philippines. They all gathered up for that Tempered Fate. Baron goes across towards them as well. So much damage coming out from their 3-threat team when you've got, well, almost 4-threat with the Kennen as well. You know, you've got Kindred who'll melt that down, LeBlanc and the Ezreal as well. It was just really weak because they all grouped up for the Tempered Fate, and then Mirmu came in late to the fight. Yongsu could just jump onto him with his Slicing Maelstrom. It gave Lion the time to jump on towards that AD carry as well. I mean, he picked up a bit of lifesteal, but you can't sustain yourself through that much damage coming out from the enemy. And Mirmu is the sole carry hope at the moment for the Philippines, and you need to keep him alive in these fights if you're going to have any chance of winning.
Signs of life from the Philippine rosters. They do find that earlier ace, but now almost a memory as the Korean squad looking incredibly dominant, and just you can see that illustrated there by Lion, able to jump in and do over half of Morita's damage. Like I don't know, it's starting to finally slip into the Korean squad's hand. Can the Philippines find another one of those aces? It's definitely what they need at this point.
Their main objective always seems to be to get onto Ming. I think you need to start being worried about Haram and about Lion as well at this point. They're very high damage targets. I mean, LeBlanc is well known to fall off as you get towards the later game, but we're only 21 minutes in. There's already a Baron on the side of the Korean squad as well, and they're melting through these turrets like they were butter. Split push with the Kennen in the top lane. LeBlanc can sort of flip between mid and top as well. And they just allow Haram to harass down here. They'll go towards mid to get that turret as well. So it's a 4-1 split on the side of the Koreans. They look like they have teleport available on Yongsu as well, so he'll be able to come in towards this at any point. 3 easy turrets with this Baron push. And they're looking for more and more.
Turrets dropping. Mingo getting caught out in the front lines. Pops the Lancer's Bite. A perfect temper feint right on top of it. Will Deloitte, where's the explosions to shut down? There's Moray. He gets one kill. It's a double turnaround there, but it's going to be Lion falling at the same time. Youngstu diving deep behind enemy lines. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it will be. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5-for-2 exchange. Korea crushed the base and will take the first inhibitor of the game and an ace on top.
And it was actually a misplay from Korea to go for that fight because they used the Lamb's Respite and then Tempered Fate came down before Lamb's Respite popped, which meant that we didn't actually see any health coming back on towards Ming. So he was just stuck on the amount of health that he was, kept on, that 200 health. So Tempered Fate meant that Ming died actually really quickly, but then Yongsu was able to come in for the flank, and because Wild Growth had been used on Moray to try and take down Ming, because Eiko was trying to take down Ming as well, because Base Boy was trying to take down Ming, Mimu had no one to protect him from the cannon. Where's the Black Shield? Where's the Wild Growth? You protect your AD carry. If you can kill Ming, great, but if your AD carry's dead, you can't kill any of the rest of the team.
And really, without Mimu, where's the damage on this Philippine roster? The Axion Arena squad looking better in their first team fight where they got that ace, and now it's an entirely different team.
An entirely different team indeed. They lose the first inhibitor of the game, only 23 minutes in, and the Koreans have total domination over the rest of the map. Ocean Drake is the next target if they want to just seal that one away, and really you can just leave Ming to do that by himself. He's 10, 3, and 5 on this Kindred. Got more CS than, than his opponent by about 30 odd. I was about to say than someone else on the enemy team, but actually we do see Eiko just getting to that 128 mark. They're looking for another catch on towards Ming. Dark Binding comes out, but dodge to the side, man. You got to have your dancing shoes on.
This game is so crazy. If you're not ready to dance, you're going to fall flat-footed into a snare or binding or anything coming your way. And really, that's what's been so strong for the Philippines. They've been able to land the catches they need. See Beast Boy up in the front lines. Will land one on Ahoy. There's Lion going deep. Trying to turn this one around. Nice Wild Growth there to try to keep Moray alive. Will Ming be forced to ult? Yes, he will. Philippines backing up. That might not be enough. Ming alive for now. A big jump in there by Lion. A double kill for Ming. And Massacre a Quadra. He's looking for it. One more auto attack, and there's the pentakill. Ming picking up the second penta of this series for Korea.
And it's going to be the game as well. Korea absolutely wiping the Philippines off the face of Summoner's Rift here. They're going to take it 2-0 in the grand final of the 8th Esports World Championships, and they will be your World Championships here in 2016.
Congratulations to Korea. They took first place representing Seoul in the Korean qualifier through the KEG Amateur Tournament. Qualified for this 8th Esports World Championship in Jakarta, Indonesia. Took the long trip over here along with all of the rest of us who just witnessed their domination. A 2-0 victory for Korea in the grand finals over the Philippines. You'll be able to see their very elated members out on stage here as we close down the final of this 8th Esports World Championship.
Credit to the Philippines as well. They played well at points. There were just a few macro and micro decisions they could have made a lot better. Once again in that final fight, we saw Mimu didn't have the Wild Growth, didn't have the Black Shield, didn't have the protection he needed. But going to see shaking hands here between the Philippines and the Korean members. As you say, lots of credit to the Koreans. Great play by them. And they will be our 2016 8th Esports World Championship finalist winners.
An incredible tournament, 4 days of international esports action, over 30 countries from around the world, as countries are wont to be, here in Jakarta, Indonesia, for some of the best international esports in the world, between national teams playing not just for this $20,000 League of Legends prize pool, but to represent their country, Korea, first place in League of Legends.
Come out onto the stage, take a bow in just a moment or so to the rapturous applause of the crowd. I'm sure they've been dominant throughout the entire tournament, shaking hands there with their Philippine opponents. They did not drop a single map throughout the entire tournament. Getting close against China yesterday, of course, in the quarterfinals, but Koreans just an authoritative force, and you have to give a lot of credit to Ming as well. Throughout every single game, he was able to snowball them ahead in the early game. and win it out for them as they got later into the matches.
Draped in their flag and heading back into their booth. A dominating performance and a pleasure to watch, an even bigger pleasure to cast, and hopefully a great experience for everyone here live in the venue. We do want to thank every single one of you for joining us for these 8th Esports World Championships. Whether you're here live with us in Jakarta, Indonesia, or watching from all around the world on ie-sf.org or any of our broadcasting partners, thank you so much. We love each and every one of you and want to hear what you have to say. So if you have any final words, let us know on Twitter at IESF_master or individually at RapidCasting or at Sona the Caster. It's been our pleasure to be your casters for this event. Once again, congratulations to Korea and the Philippines for making it to the grand finals. Korea taking first place, front and center on the stage. Any final words, Sona, before we close out this Esports World Championship?
As always, it's been an honor casting for you all, and I hope to see you all next year when we bring you the 9th Esports World Championships 2017. Who knows where from, but hopefully I'll see you there, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. The closing ceremony is coming up soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The closing ceremony will begin momentarily. Please be seated in your seats.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, sesaat lagi upacara penutupan akan segera dimulai. Mohon tempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The closing ceremony will begin momentarily. Please be seated in your seats.
Hadirin sekalian yang kami hormati, sesaat lagi upacara penutupan akan segera dimulai. Untuk itu, kami persilahkan untuk segera menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. gentlemen.
And welcome to the closing ceremony of Jakarta 8th Esports World Championship 2016.
Which is a part of TAFISA, also known as the Association for International Sports for All. We thank you very much for attending the closing ceremony of the 8th Esports World Championship Jakarta 2016.
The World Championship this year has been active for 4 full days, which exciting and unforgettable moments. Please give a round of applause to all the participants who have portrayed and shared their passion for esports.
So the tournament this year has included of 3 game titles of different genres: League of Legends, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and Heartstone. Every match was full with excitement and entertainment to great extent.
The award ceremony of the 8th Esports World Championship Jakarta 2016 will be given in the order of Heartstone and the League of Legends and Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Jadi upacara penyerahan hadiah pada malam hari ini akan dilakukan sesuai dengan urutan kategori Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Heartstone, dan League of Legends. Oleh karena itu, tolong berikan apresiasi dan tepuk tangan yang meriah saat tim nasional masing-masing kami undang naik ke atas panggung.
And right now, let's begin with the closing ceremony and awarding for all the participants. Starting with the first one. For Heartstone, the third winner, Team China, Liu Yonghao.
We invite you to come on stage and stand on the left side of the stage or our right. Once again, we invite Liu Yonghao from Team China to come on stage and to stand on our right side.
Yes, the third winner of Heartstone. Once again, please give a big round of applause from Team China, Liu Yonghao.
All right, moving on to our second place. From Team Azerbaijan, Gasimli Kamran. Please come to our left side or your right side.
And right now, the first winner of Heartstone. Please give a big round of applause, Team Austria, Ichirin Raphael.
For the first winner, we welcome you to come on the center stage. And to give the award, we invite Mr. Adelim as the board member of IESF to give all third winners the award for Heartstone. Once again, Mr. Adelim, we invite you to come on stage.
As a board member of IESF. First one, the third winner.
Once again from Team China, Liu Yonghao. Moving on to the second winner.
Second winner.
Team Azerbaijan, Gasimli Kamran.
And now the first winner of Heartstone. Team Austria, Ichirin Raphael.
Congratulations! All right, now we invite all the winners to take a picture together on the center stage.
please take a picture together in front of the stage, all three of you, with Mr. Eddie Lim. Once again, thank you very much and congratulations for all the three winners of Heartstone.
And we would like to thank Mr. Eddie Lim, board member of ISF, for giving the awards.
All right, we got the Heartstone champion. Next, moving on to the other category.
Yes, we are going to announce the winners of League of Legends.
Yes. Shall we begin?
We shall.
All right, so the third winner of League of Legends, please come up to the stage, Team Serbia.
We invite the Serbian team to stand on our right side of the stage, or your left, yeah?
Here it is, the third winner of League of Legends, Team Serbia.
Next, we invite the second place to also join us on stage from Team Philippines.
Team Philippines will stand on the left side of the stage, or your right.
And we already see them standing. We already see them standing, Reza.
All right.
The first place.
Yeah. So, how about we just call them up on stage?
Yeah, sure. So for the first place, please welcome Team Korea. So we'd like to invite the first team to stand on the center stage. All right.
And now for the awarding, we would like to invite Mr. Colin Webster as a board member of ISF to give the medals to all of the three winners of League of Legends.
Once again, please a round of applause for our three winners of League of Legends.
The first medal is given to the third place, the third winner for Team Serbia.
We hope all of the participants had a great time competing for the past 4 days.
Yeah, because it's 4 days of intense gaming, of course.
Yeah, really, really intense.
And now the
Moving on to
place
the second place on our left side.
for Team Philippines. And now for the first place, we got Team Korea.
A big round of applause for our first winner.
All right, you may take a picture with all the 3 winners. Here it is, Mr. Colin Webster, board member of ISF, with all 3 champions of League of Legends.
Once again, Team Serbia, Team Philippines, and Team Korea.
Once again, thank you very much and congratulations for all 3 winners of League of Legends. You may now go back to your place.
And we would like to thank Mr. Colin Webster, board member of ISF, for giving the award. You may now go back to your seats, and we will proceed to our next award.
Next award is for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. We also got 3 winners.
Yes.
The 3rd place, the 2nd place, and the 1st champion.
And I'm already seeing the 3rd place standing.
Oh, so without further ado, the 3rd champion for Counter-Strike Global Offensive goes to
Team Korea. Please come to the right side of the stage or your left.
Here it is, the 3rd winner. And now, we would like to call the 2nd winner, the runner-up for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. This is Team China.
And now for the 1st place for Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Team Finland. To give the award for the Counter-Strike Global Offensive, we would like to invite Mr. Konstantin Surkot as the board member of ISF to join us on stage. Okay, so first, Mr. Konstantin Surkot is going to give the medals for the 3rd place from Team Korea.
All right, and the next is the 2nd place for Team China. and the first place of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, this is our champion, Team Finland.
Please, a big round of applause for our winner.
All right, now Mr. Constantine would like to take a picture with all 3 winners of Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
All right, this is all your winners for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Please take a lot of photos.
Once again, thank you very much and congratulations for Counter-Strike Global Offensive, the 3rd place, Team Korea, 2nd place, Team China, and the 1st place, Team Finland. Congratulations, and you may now come back to your place.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And we would like to thank Mr. Constantine Surcode for giving out all the medals. You may now go back to your seats as we proceed to our next award. All right, we will now proceed to the overall champion nation of the 8th Esports World Championships. As you may already know, the overall champion nation is awarded to the countries who have earned the most points in each game title.
Yes, for 4 days of playing, battling with another team.
Yeah.
Right now, we have the overall champions for this year.
Of course.
Which is exciting because when we take a look of all the winners, mostly the winners is from a single country.
Yeah, and maybe all the audience have already guessed.
Yes.
Right? And it's of course a different winner from last year.
Yes.
So if you forgot or something, last year's overall winner was Serbia.
Yeah.
So it's now a different country.
Although Serbia managed to get some champions like the
Yeah.
League of Legends and the 3rd place, and all of the participants of here already do their best.
Of course.
And right now, how about we just call them on stage?
Yeah. But first, let's give them time to appreciate
All
the
right.
trophy.
Yes. This is some of you want to take a picture or maybe shot the trophy before the team go back home with the trophy.
Yeah. It is indeed a beautiful trophy though.
Yeah. I think we might have to take a selfie with the trophy.
Sure.
No, not today. Not today.
No, maybe with the winning team.
All right.
Yeah.
Because the winning team is very great on playing the games.
Yeah.
4 days tournament and they beat all other countries and now they are the overall champion.
Of course. We would like to send our sincere gratitude to all the participating players and countries who have done their best to represent their own nation and bring great performance to the crowd. So please give yourself a big round of applause to everyone in the building.
Yeah.
Just right before we announce our overall champion.
But I haven't heard loud enough. Can you do a little bit louder? I need y'all to do the applause a little bit louder. In 3, 2, 1. Give a big round of applause for all of you participants. All right, that's the spirit. That's what I like.
That's the spirit.
So right now, how about we just call the overall champion for this year?
All right. The overall champion of the 8th Esports World Championship Jakarta 2016 is
Team
Korea! Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
A lot of medals.
A whole lot of medals.
A whole lot of medals. All of the members
Yeah.
actually has won a medal. And they are now the overall champion for this year.
So now we would like to invite Mr. Alex Lim, the Secretary General of IESF, to present the award to our winners.
So here it is. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Alex Lim, Secretary General of IESF. All right. Here it is, the overall champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, this is your overall champion for 2016.
Yes, the 8th Esports World Championship 2016 as part of the Association for International Sport for All, TAFISA. This is Team Korea.
Taking turns to appreciate the trophy. So please take pictures. This is your overall winner.
Once again, thank you very much and congratulations for the overall champion, Team Korea. You may come down to the stage.
Yes,
Thank
you may go
very
back to your seats.
And of course, thank you very much for Mr. Lim for presenting the award.
Thank you very much. All right. Once again, we thank you very much for attending the awarding ceremony.
Yes.
But just before we end the day, we have our last session of the day, which is the closing speech.
Now, for the closing speech, please welcome Mr. Colin Webster, the board member of IESF.
Sekali lagi kami mengundang untuk pidato penutupan, dipersilahkan maju ke atas panggung Sekjen IESF, Mr. Colin Webster.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, this is the graveyard shift. Before I begin, thanks must be extended to the government of Indonesia, IESPA, which proved to be a good host, TAFISA, the board members of IESF, all member federations, and special thanks must be extended to all the players, without whom none of this would have been possible, and to IESF Secretariat. It is always exciting to attend IESF's World Championships, to meet old friends, and to reacquaint with old friendships. And to, of course, create the new friendships, which will last, hopefully, among us forever. The 8th Championships was dogged by problems, which all of us are aware. IESF realizes that it was a trying time and appreciates the time and patience of all the players who still made this event happen, and still, I believe, made this an enjoyable event. IESF's board has taken notice of the problems and has already not only taken cognizance of the issues, but has already started to address them all. So all the players' efforts are not in vain. It would, however, be a great pity for the problems experienced here to overshadow IESF's good achievements in 2016. Such achievements include having initiated the Academy, which will be used to further cement and promote esports as an accredited sport. IESF too has initiated an athletes commission, which has been designed to build and protect the rights of each and every player. Already, members of the Athletes Commission have swung into action and taken the initiative of helping to create a better and bigger 2017. And 2017 is full of promise. IESF has many plans for next year that will both astound and impress every single gamer. 2017 shall be a year of great change. And as a result, IESF again acknowledges the contribution to all the athletes. We thank you all. Thus, with a heavy heart, we have to leave Indonesia, but there's always the hope and promise of 2017. And as such, I hereby declare the 2016 edition of IESF's World Championships to be closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Webster for the meaningful closing speech.
And sadly, we have come to the end of our ceremony tonight, and also all the events for the past 4 days.
Which has been very great. And once again, thank you very much for all of you. You may please give a big round of applause once again for all of you, the participant for this year's.
We would like to thank, once again, appreciate everyone who have put great effort into the tournament, and of course on behalf of Indonesia as the host country. And we would like to thank all the esports fans out there watching live the closing ceremony.
All right, so we promise you that the Esports World Championship will come back next year as a greater tournament of size and scale. Please give the biggest applause to end the closing ceremony. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Reza Al-Qadri.
My name is Indi Hadian.
We are the hosts for this event, and don't forget to follow us on Instagram, Reza_Al-Qadri.
My name is Indi Hadian, just the same.
All right, so thank you very much, everyone, and
see you next year.